one because it's not a super deep draft. So a lot of teams are trying to move up, and if they can't move up, they're trying to move down. There's a lot of players available. It's not a very strong free agency class. When you think about that, teams are going to have to get more creative in making their team better this summer, which for us as hockey fans is very exciting because you're going to see a lot of trades, most likely, a lot of which we've already seen today.
Yeah, before we get to the draft, let's go through some of those trades because holy moly, it was a doozy of a day. There's lots of huge names being bandied about. Obviously, we had JJ Peterka traded a couple days ago. Now we have Noah Dobson. Let's start with that one because when you're trying to build a team, obviously the New York Islanders have the first overall pick. They won the lottery. Talk about a jackpot. New GM Darsh coming in. He gets to pick number one overall. And then what does he do before the draft even starts? He trades his star defenseman Noah Dobson, coming off a 70-point season 2 years ago, 23 years old. Obviously, a piece you want to build around, but he doesn't want to keep him. He trades him to the Montreal Canadiens for the 15th pick, the 16th pick, and something else. But it was the two first rounders that were the main keys for the return for the New York Islanders in this trade. But boy, oh boy, if I'm a GM, Tim, which I'm not, which I would love to be, and I'm trying to build a contender, if I'm trying to isolate my number one overall pick, Schaefer, who is going to be targeted number one overall, everyone's going to be focused on this kid. I would love to have a young defenseman that I can slot in beside him for the next 1, 2, 3, 8 years and say, hey, take care of my number one overall pick. Take care of my guy. But the Islanders didn't want to do that. They didn't want to pay Noah Dobson. He signed an 8-year extension as soon as he gets to Montreal for 9.5 a year, which in today's market is pretty good considering Gavrikov wants 10 million. All these young defensemen are pricing themselves out of the market. But in my eyes, this is a huge win for my former team, the Montreal Canadiens. I think they nailed down this kid who, instead of playing next to Schaefer, Tim, now gets to play next to Lane Hudson. And Lane Hudson is going, thank you very much. I have my security blanket. I can go and be free, and I know Noah Dobson's going to be there. We can go D to D. I can make a good first outlet pass. I can jump up the ice, and I'm going to have him there. And he's a very good offensive defenseman, but he's really good on the back end playing on the defensive side of the game. So when you look at all Stanley Cup teams, Tim, I know I'm rambling on. They always have those 1-2 punch right on the back end. They always have them, whether it's Ekblad Jones, whether it's Hedman and Sergachev. This is it for the Montreal Canadiens. I'm not saying they're going to win the Stanley Cup next year, but I like this for the Canadiens.
Well, I do too, and I like that they're making moves because they've been one of the most exciting teams in the league for, I would say, the last 18 months or so, but certainly for the last year since Lane Hudson has come into the league and just lit it on fire with his Calder Trophy campaign. But I don't know so much about Dobson. I'm not as high on him as you are. This is a guy whose points total last year was cut in half, who wants to be paid like a number one defenseman, even though he doesn't kill a lot of penalties. He's not on the ice late in the game when this team has the lead. He's not in those big leadership 1A type roles just yet. And I know he's young, but he's not that young. And for a guy that wants so much money, I'm actually okay with the Islanders trading him away. And part of the reason why is because they have the first overall pick tonight, and they're most likely going to draft a franchise defenseman with it. And I think it gives them more options and more flexibility to go do some stuff this summer and use that money. I don't think I would want to commit that kind of money to Dobson for that reason. He's a very good. He put up 70 points 2 years ago. He's obviously very talented, but that's just not enough for me. I don't trust him in all situations. I'm not utilizing him when you're up a goal and you need to stop the other team from scoring. So I'm okay with the move, but he's a very good player, and him adding to an already stacked and young Montreal Canadiens team is very exciting to see.
Listen, first overall pick, I apologize. He's 25, not 23. I got a little excited, but this is a guy who was playing in the New York Islanders organization, which is traditionally tight. They're a very defensive first team, whether it was Lou Lamoriello, Patrick Waugh. They focus on the defense first. They don't aggressively pinch. Their defensemen are taught to stay back. The kid put up 51 points his first full season in the NHL, followed it up with 49, then 70. Last year was an outlier with 39 points. I think his ceiling is a point per game. I think this guy has that factor, and I think he's got a good defensive game. I don't know if he was given that opportunity with the New York Islanders just because they had other great options to throw out there other than him at the end of the game, or if they're up a goal and they need to hold that lead. He wasn't needed to be put in those situations. But where you look where he is now, the Montreal Canadiens, he will be given that opportunity. It's Caden Gooley, it's Mike Matheson, it's Lane Hudson, it's the big boy Arbor guy on the back end. This team, which was traditionally just really heavy up front, all of a sudden has built this defense now. That's the strength of the team now. And you got Samuel Monteblanc minding the net. I like the Montreal Canadiens, Tim. I like him a lot. All right, let's move on to another trade. Charlie Coyle gets traded by the Colorado Avalanche. How the heck do the Columbus Blue Jackets, or is the pick in here? Are we getting Gary Bettman's on the stage looking super handsome? Is it
I
in
think
Tim,
he's
or
just,
is he
no, I
just
think he's
vamping?
just vamping the crowd a little bit. I'm sure he's getting booed. We don't have the audio, but let's talk about that Coyle trade. He was traded to Columbus along with Miles Wood from Colorado to the Blue Jackets in exchange for a third round pick this year, a second round pick in 2027, and a young forward named Gavin Brindley. And Colorado cleared almost $8 million off the books, which is what they wanted to do. And this is the part that's really confusing for me. I like Charlie Coyle. I'm a Bruins fan. I've known him for a long time. I like Miles Wood. I think he's a useful player. But what are you doing for a team that taking those contracts on when you know that Colorado's desperate to move those contracts? They want to get out from under them. And you gave up assets to get them, and then you add salary to the books, and then they were in on Dobson. That didn't happen. It felt like a little bit of like a, well, we couldn't get that guy, let's get this one instead, and maybe a little bit of a reactive move on their part. I would have wanted them to see to maybe wait till Tuesday free agency day and make some moves then. I don't know what I just don't love the trade for the Blue
Yeah,
Jackets. I really
Don Waddell, new GM of the Columbus Blue Jackets for I think a year now. He obviously wants size. I think what that this trade screams is he didn't want these guys out anymore. Charlie Coyle, a big-bodied forward, obviously power guy. He can be a second-line winger if he wants to be. And then Miles Wood. That's what he does. He lugs the puck, he throws it in the corner, he bangs some bodies, and he fights sometimes. So he is obviously increasing the physical aspect of the Columbus Blue Jackets, which is strange because they have the toughest guy in the league with Matthew Olivier on their team. But yeah, I agree. I don't know why you have to rush this trade. These guys were out there. You didn't have to pay a third rounder for him. So doesn't make sense, but he obviously wanted them very, very bad. And then somehow, some way, good GMs managed to clear salary cap. We see Edmonton clearing salary cap left and right, trying to maintain Evan Bouchard. Draisaitl's contract's kicking in. You got Connor McDavid contract next year, and then Colorado doing the same thing. Who knows what they're going to do with this cap space? This is exciting for me because the Colorado Avalanche, obviously a disappointing season this year. They had Stanley Cup aspirations. The Mikko Rantanen saga turned out really good for them, letting go their second best player, which you would think would just be a death knell for a team. You think that would just be the end of them. No, they parlay that. They get Casey Middlestead. They get Landeskog back. Martin Necas comes back. They get Charlie Coyle, and they turn things around, but it just didn't work out in the playoffs. Brock Nelson obviously re-signed recently for a 3-year, 7.5 deal, but they have some cap space now. This is a destination where players want to go and play. It's almost $10 million. It'll be interesting to see what they do this draft, if they can get some free agents to come and play or they make some trades. But yeah, I don't know what Columbus is doing. All right, Tim, moving on. What are we talking about next?
Well, it looks like the pick might be in, so we'll give him a second. But while he's talking, while we're waiting for the official confirmation, let's talk quickly on Sam Bennett. Oh, wait, is he here? Is it in? We have the drum roll coming in. The Islanders had the first overall pick since John Tavares, which has been, what was that, 12 years ago? That was, oh, maybe more. That was like '09, I think. So it's been
Yeah,
a
more
long
than
time.
12 years ago. It's been a while. They got 2 minutes, 41 seconds left. Yeah, but let's get to the Islanders. Coach Patrick Waugh, new GM Matthew Darche taking over for Lou Lamoriello. Tough year last year. What this team needs is youth. They have a solid goaltender in Sorokin, obviously just one of the best goaltenders in the league. They got some decent pieces up front in Barzal and Horvat and Lee. They did not play as well this year as they would hope for. They got some good pieces on the back end. They got Pulock, they got Romanov, good dependable D-men. They got some good youth. Caleb Ritchie, Cole Iserman. What this team needs is some youth to interject some energy into this roster, which is traditionally old. They like the veterans. They like the Palmieri's. They like the Matt Martin, who just retired, the Pajots. They need some young kids to just take over this roster. And that's what they're going to get right now with the #1 overall pick. Is it coming yet, Tim? We'll see. Obviously, we know who it's going to be. We think who it's going to be. But with this first overall pick and the 15th and 16th overall pick, they are hoping to revamp this roster. Matthew Schaefer going to come in, just take over that back end with Noah Dobson leaving. He's going to be getting 25, 30 minutes a night. The forward crew needs some young players to just help those old guys, because I think they were expecting more out of Bo Horvat, Tim. They get him for the Vancouver Canucks. They sign him to a big deal. I don't think I don't think Bo Horvat has been playing bad, but I think the Islanders expected him to do more. I think they wanted him to be more of a point getter, and that's just not his MO. He is a leader. He is a physical guy who's going to get you 50, 60, 70 points. He's not going to be that 100-point guy that I think the Islanders wanted him to be. They traded Brock Nelson at the trade deadline, finally getting rid of one of those veterans that they've just been holding on to forever. They still have Anders Lee, Matthew Barzal. Here comes everyone's favorite commissioner to the podium, probably spewing just greatness like he always does, about to announce the first selection. If it's not Matthew Schaefer, Tim, will you be shocked?
I will be thunderstruck if it's not Matthew Schaefer.
And it
And
is
here,
Matthew Schaefer, Tim. Defenseman for the Erie Otters from the OHL, the number one overall pick. Matthew Schaefer, great pick for the New York Islanders, don't you think?
it is, yeah. He's an unbelievable player, unbelievable skater. When you think he's not just a number one consensus pick, but he's kind of the number one in just about every category. When you think hockey IQ, he's number one. Skating ability, number one. Offensive generating, as a defenseman, he's number one. And then also like the leadership characteristic. They're not just drafting like the anchor of their blue line for the next decade plus. They're drafting their future captain. They're drafting the face of their franchise. He's come back from injury. He has led his team. He puts up points everywhere he goes. And I was reading about some of his interviews earlier today where like he's meeting with the different teams. He's doing TV broadcast interviews and stuff, shaking everyone's hand after the interview. He goes behind the camera and shakes like all the staff members and things like that. He's just a gentleman. He's a leader. And I think that the player comp for someone like him is Miro Heiskanen. So talk about upside. Miro Heiskanen skates like the wind. He was an impact player from literally his very first shift. We've all seen that clip of Heiskanen's first shift. So just an excellent pick. And you factor in the trade they made earlier today for Noah Dobson, clearing him to clear the way for Matthew Schaefer to be their franchise defenseman starting tonight.
Yeah, and no pressure on the young kid because you're coming into this situation where you look at this defensive group and it is still really good, even without Noah Dobson. He's stepping into a pretty good situation, but boy, oh boy, no pressure. And I do think if there's someone that can live up to this pressure, it's this kid. He only played 17 games this year, obviously hampered by injuries. He was at the World Junior Championships. He played 2 games where Canada struggled at that World Juniors. Not a great outing, but the 2 games that he played in, 17 years old, mind you, he was the best player on the ice. And it was hands down, head and shoulders, his team when he was on the ice. He has that kind of chutzpah that you want from a defenseman. And when you look at the good teams, we were talking about this earlier, the common theme of Stanley Cup champions is they are strong on the back end. And this isn't, a Lane Hudson. This isn't a guy who dances around the perimeter. He is a big boy. And when he wants to, he can throw his weight around. But what he has that not a lot of big boys have, he's so good with the puck, Tim. He is so incredibly calm and poised. Teams were targeting him in the OHL. Teams are targeting him in the World Juniors. They've been targeting him forever. He's unflappable from the looks of it. And going into this situation with the New York Islanders, he will have endless opportunities to be the franchise player. Like you said, John Tavares is the last number one overall pick the New York Islanders had, and he was phenomenal with the New York Islanders. Just his composure, his poise. And if Matthew Schaefer can walk in those shoes and do what John Tavares did with the New York Islanders, this is a fantastic pick for him. He still has some room to grow. He's only 100 some pounds, 180, 190 pounds. So he will grow into that body. But boy, oh boy, coming into this draft, I think, sorry, go ahead, Tim.
No, I was saying we should do our grades for the pick. And now there's no surprise here. He was the consensus number one, but what would you rate this pick as a grade?
Well, especially after the trade this earlier tonight, this has to be an A plus. You're filling an obvious need. This team had some good forwards. They got a good group up front, but with the exit of Noah Dobson, this is an A plus. There was no one else to pick. This was a consensus number one overall pick, even though he only played a few games this year. This kid has it. He has the ability to be a franchise player for years to come. So for me, it's an A plus. It's an easy pick for the GM Matthew Darsh.
I'll say the same. Yeah, not just like I mentioned for all the hockey skills, but just the intangibles, the leadership. This is the face of their franchise, and it's a lot of pressure for a kid who's still only 17. And this is, I hope they do a good job of bringing him up and not laying, him the franchise at his feet. Let him grow into his game. Let him develop. Let him not take the spotlight too much. Because we saw that it takes a toll on a young kid. We saw that with Connor Bedard, certainly in Chicago. But I'm very excited for them. So A plus for sure.
Yeah, and this is a franchise because of their success in the early 2020s. They go to two straight Eastern Conference finals. They lose to the Tampa Bay Lightning in both times, but they traded all their first round picks, Tim. They don't have a young stockpile of young prospects that can grow together like other teams that are rebuilding do. So this is important for the Islanders in this draft to nail this number one overall pick, which they have, but then to refocus in 16 and 15 and 16, they have to find impact players that can grow with Schaefer, that can transition this young team because they need desperately these guys to make an impact. Because don't look now, but their roster is very old and it's not going to get any better. They have a decent amount in cap space and $21 million, but what a great start for this franchise, for this new GM, for this coach to just jumpstart that rebuild. Great pick by them. Matthew Schaefer going to do good things this year. He's got to be the odds on favorite to win the Calder Trophy this year moving forward. All right. The second pick now, Tim. Islanders are off the clock. The San Jose Sharks are on the clock. My former team. Obviously, lottery winner last year getting Macklin Celebrini comes in. He had a great first season with the San Jose Sharks. They, on the opposite side of the page, opposed to the New York Islanders. What an exciting young team. When you look at the NHL and you look at young rosters and you project 5, 6, 7 years in the future and you're trying to pick teams that are going to be contenders, this one has to be at the top of people's list because what they've done, turning this team down from when I played on it, we were loaded with vets, high contracts. We got the Joe Thorntons, Patrick Marleaus, Coutures, Hurdles, Vlasics, Burns, and the list goes on and on and on. Being able to shed all those contracts with the final one, the final shoe dropped this week when they put Marc-Edouard Vlasic on waivers, so everybody's gone. They dealt Granlund and CC for picks. They've got rid of everybody, Tim. They got Askarov to shore up the goaltender. They got Will Smith. They got Celebrini. They got Sam Dickinson. They got William Eklund. They got good veterans and Tyler Toffoli and Wenberg and Barclay Goodrow came back. They have a $42 million in cap space. When you talk about situations, if you're excited for a franchise that you're going to see success moving forward, is there any situation better than the San Jose Sharks right now? Which is crazy to think just 2, 3 years ago, you're like, this franchise, what are we going to do?
I specifically remember talking on our show maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I said, hey, Sharks fan, this is going to hurt for a long time. It's going to get a lot worse before it's going to get better. And to be fair, it did.
Mm-hmm.
But they were able to get out of those contracts and bring in some good young talent. And you have to give so much credit to GM Mike Greer, who stepped into the GM role for the first time. And he's been very, very good with the moves that he's made. He's been very calculating. And all the reports coming out of San Jose in the last couple of days is really interesting because he's not showing his hand. There's a lot of different rumors about who's going to go number two. Michael Misa is generally the consensus number two, but
Yep.
you're seeing some different names being floated around too, and you have to wonder, is he trying to do some smoke screens or misdirections to throw off who he's going to pick? And there's a lot of other teams, like I mentioned at the top of the show, that love to trade up into that top five. And by doing that, he's kind of sending out the feelers. So he's done a masterful job with this team. And you think about a 1-2 punch that you're building a franchise around. I don't think you can do much better than Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith. They're so young, they're so talented, they're best friends. They do everything together on the ice and off the ice. It's just so much fun to watch this team as a whole.
Yeah, I was in San Jose earlier this year for Jumbo's jersey retirement. And I got to spend some time with the guys and be around the team and what a locker room too. And they weren't winning games, which was the amazing thing. I think everybody knows where they are at in the state of their franchise and they're embracing it. And you contrast that with another franchise like the Chicago Blackhawks, completely different. So I love what Mike Grier's doing. I love what this franchise is doing. And for this pick and for this offseason, I just think you need to stay the course. You don't rush anything. You have good vets there to guide these younger players. You have a good mix of old and young. And if I'm Mike Grier, just pick the best player that's available. You have two more picks. You have one in the first round, one early in the second round at 33. Just pick the best player available. You have good pieces throughout this roster where you don't need to just force a player because, oh, I need a big right winger, or oh, I need a left side defenseman to play alongside Sam Dickinson. No, you have the luxury of knowing that, yeah, we're going to be in a rebuild next year, and that's fine. Yeah, maybe we'll contend 2, 3 years from now, but don't force your hand. I think this is a great position for Mike Gurr to be in. He has done the hard work. He has jettisoned all those bad contracts. He has made really smart trades with Granlund and CC and bringing back picks and young players to just grow the confidence. And there's no pressure. San Jose is a very passionate fan base, but they know where they're at. They had their Stanley Cup window 10 years ago, and now it's the lean years where you have to kind of build up again, build these young players and just develop them. And I think that's what they do. And the brass there in San Jose, I think they know what they're doing. And it's going to be fun couple years for these San Jose Sharks fans because you get to see these guys develop, much like the Ottawa Senators are developing, much like the Montreal Canadiens are developing. They're at a different point in their franchise, but I do believe, Tim, because they won the lottery last year and because they get the second overall pick this year, they have expedited this rebuild pretty quickly. I think faster than most people have expected based on the bad contracts and everything that they've had in San Jose to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Macklin Celebrini was putting up just a crazy amount of points. He was a Calder finalist his rookie year, again, 18 years old, on a team that didn't score a ton of goals. And he's already scoring like almost on a nightly basis. He's turning out highlight reel goals. So I think you're totally right. It looks like the pick is in. And I think we kind of know most likely who it's going to be, but there's a lot of options here. And you kind of can't go wrong. There's so many good players at this point in the draft. And some of these guys are going to be the faces of their franchises for a long time.
Yeah, everybody said, "Oh, it's a down draft. It's a down draft." I don't think it's a down draft necessarily. Other than Shafa, there isn't a clear cut number one, two, three like we've had in years past. It's like, oh, there's the top three, and then the rest. I think the top 10, top 15 are all really good players. They're all impact players, and you have to sift through that. This is what makes it hard for GMs because when you look back in 10 years, or even 5 years, or 3 years, it's like, gosh, am I going to be the guy that passed on that guy and then the next pick was a Michael Jordan? You know what I mean? Because that's what could happen in this year's draft, where all of these picks in the top 15 could potentially be stars in this league, but they could also be duds. We don't know because they've all played good in their junior leagues or their college leagues or playing overseas in whatever league they were playing in. So it's tough for Mike Greer to sift through this. Like a Michael Misa wasn't included in the World Junior Championships team. Like it's just bizarre. They all have their intricacies and their issues where why should I pick this guy? Why shouldn't I pick this guy? And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to who you're familiar with and who you're comfortable with. I know these GMs, they spend a lot of time with these players. They take them out to dinner. They're around their families. They want to see who fits best in this locker room. You don't want a cancer coming into this locker room and spoiling a good thing that you have in San Jose going right now. All right, everybody's best friend, Gary Bettman, coming to the podium, and he is about to look at that. They're cheering him. He's like, please quiet down, everybody. Stop cheering me. And the pick is in. The San Jose Sharks. Mike Greer has picked. Tim, who's it going to be?
Let's see. Drum roll two here.
Looks like a
Really
wrestler.
milking this.
WWF? What are we doing here? Is
Tell
this
me
Michael
this
Misa's entrance page? Is this his music? That was the most bizarre montage I've ever seen before a draft pick I've ever seen in my whole life. Or they got this lady to announce the draft pick.
Last year it was Jumbo for the Celebrini pick.
So each team still has someone to pick?
Not all the time, not all of them.
I'll be honest, I have no clue who this lady is. And
It's
I'm
so
not a
funny.
big WWE person anymore, though.
Who is this for? Like we want to know who the pick is. We want the hockey stuff. Who?
Oh, imagine if she would have just stone cold stunnered Gary Bettman. Oh, that'd been great. The pick is in. Dun, 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 dun. Just like rock bottoms are right in the middle of the stage. But alas, not going to happen. But this lady with the blue hair is making the selections for the San Jose Sharks. She's probably very famous. I
There
just
it
don't follow
is.
WWE. There he is, Michael Misa for the Saginaw Spirit. Obviously, look at the stats he put up: 62 goals, 72 assists. Tim, what do you think? The San Jose Sharks, Michael Misa.
I mean, the kid is a scoring machine. He had 134 points last year in 65 OHL games. That's more than 2 points per game, which is just bananas. He already has NHL level skating, playmaking, speed. He's got a 200-foot game. It's not just the offense. He's going to be a top line center right away, which is crazy. We're going to talk about how that's going to fit in with Smith and Celebrini. Just bonkers to think about that young talent in that room now. He's got the clutch scoring gene. He's just one of those guys that does it all. He's like right away he's going to be a top line center. He's a play driver. He's got a 6'1" frame, so not super big, not super strong, and like a lot of these kids, it's going to take some time to kind of grow into their strength and their body. But he's not afraid to be physical either. So really good shot. Just everything you want out of a franchise center. He's very, very good, and he's going to fit in great with Smith and Celebrini.
Yeah, he's your modern day ideal centerman. He kind of does everything. I don't want to compare him to a Sasha Barkov because I think his offensive upside is higher, but right here, I think the best comparison for him is a Kirill Kaprizov, and that might be actually, Tim, ideal because, like you said, when you go to San Jose and you look at that roster, I think a good spot for a Michael Misa is on the wing. I don't think you go in there and you can't put him at third line center. You can't put him like below Celebrini and Will Smith. So they will have to do some jockeying. Warsofsky's going to have to finagle with that line. Do you have Will Smith on the wing? Do you have him second line center? Do you go heavy with the young kids and just put them all on one line? It is a luxury to have. But getting back to Michael Misa, in my eyes, best player in the draft. You have to argue obviously for Schaefer because he impacts the game so much. He's 6'2", 6'3". He skates like the wind. But a Michael Misa, when you look at his creativity, Tim, when you look at his offensive output, when you look at, like you said, his 200-foot game, he's not coming in and just solely an offensive guy who just shuts it down to the defensive end. This is a legit superstar in the making. Like this kid, his ceiling is so incredibly high. It's unbelievable. So the San Jose Sharks, year after year after year now, are drafting kids who are franchise altering players. And they're doing it. I don't know how they're doing it. And look at when you look at their forward group now, you add him to Smith, Celebrini, and Eklund. You got Toffoli, the veteran, who is there and he knows to play in every situation. The guy's played in every big game possible. You have good young checkers. You got Delandria, you got Gaudreau, you got Colin Graff, who's a good young player. And on the back end, obviously Sam Dickinson going to slot in with Mario Ferraro. I like this team. Obviously, I don't expect them to contend for a few years, but boy, oh boy, how exciting is it going to be for this team when you roll out this guy game one? It's going to be so exciting, Tim.
Well, it's so fun to think about. Like you think about the young tandems of elite franchise players that we've seen in the last, 15, 20 years, the Kane and Tays. Like the guys like that, the McDavids and Dreisaitl's, that they come up, but they're the same age. They kind of come into the league, Crosby, Malkin, like all these guys have just won everywhere they've been. They make each other better. They're kind of building a culture from the ground up, and the Sharks had to do that. You cleaned house. There's nothing left from the old regime now. It's their team, and it's going to be their team for a long time. It's very exciting to think about. And Celebrini and Smith, I'm sure, are watching the draft right now, and they're pumped. Like they can't wait to skate with this kid. They probably skated with him before. And you talked about like the window to contending, and yeah, you look at their roster, they've still got some holes. They've still got some pieces to fill out, but you can't be a bad team for very long when you have this many talented kids on your team all at the same time. It's very exciting to think about.
Well, I think the Buffalo Sabres would like a word with you, Tim,
Fair
based on
enough.
that last comment. But yeah, you need the right coach and the right GM to make sure these guys develop correctly because there are situations like the Sabres where you have all the talent in the world and nothing happens. And the players flame out and they go on to have great careers elsewhere. But from what I saw in San Jose, when I was there, being around the team, being around the staff, being around the players who are tasked with developing these guys, they know what they're doing. Last year, they had Will Smith on a game count. They didn't play him in back-to-back games. They were very aware to not overload this kid because he played in college. They didn't want to overwhelm him with the NHL game. Obviously, they kind of let the reins off later on in the season, but they know they're playing for the future. They know their time is not now. And that's neat to see because you look at organizations, their future is so bright, their future is so bright. And then fast forward 5 years, everybody thought Detroit was the next team to make it out. Like that was the big team that had Lucas Raymond and Mo. So what's up, Tim?
And we got to get our grades in for this one. This is another A plus for
Oh,
you.
yeah, I think it has to be an A plus. I think he fits in well with this group of kids. He's going to just be another just weapon for this team to throw out there on the ice. He's a super forward. He does it in all situations, Tim. It's an A plus for sure.
Yeah, I will also throw it A plus. I think he's one of those names. You don't see this every year, but like you see names like Eichel who went after McDavid. It's like in most drafts around that time, he would have been number one if it wasn't for one other guy, right? I think Misa's that type of guy. The fact he was left off Team Canada is bizarre to say the least. But you're talking about a guy who had 62 goals in 65 games. Even in the OHL, where there's teenagers and stuff, that's still incredibly hard to do and doesn't happen every year. So really, really cool for him.
Yeah, also had 72 assists. So like it's crazy to have 72 assists, 62 goals. All right, moving on. This could get maybe a little annoying to the listeners out there, but just bear with me. I was a suitcase. My former team is up next to pick the Chicago Blackhawks, the third overall pick. Obviously, they won the lottery 2 years ago. They drafted Uberkund kid Connor Bedard. Everybody was tanking for Connor Bedard. They got him. Not a great first 2 years for Connor Bedard from a team wise aspect. Obviously, won the Calder Trophy 2 years ago. Doesn't seem to be having a lot of fun like Macklin Celebrini's having in the San Jose Sharks. But the Chicago Blackhawks, when you look at this team, Tim, and you look at how they've progressed their rebuild since losing their Stanley Cup window with everybody who I played with. What do they need? What do they need to do? They need a little bit of everything. The situation isn't as dire as a lot of people make it out to seem. Obviously, they fired their coach Luke Richardson this season, brought in somebody else. They just hired a new coach recently. The GM is trying to, I think, save his job, Kyle Davidson. I'm not going to throw stones too much, but I feel like he could have done more at the last few deadlines. He held on to his veterans and Foligno and Mrazek and Dickinson, whereas he could have maybe parlayed them for draft picks to expedite this rebuild a little bit. But we'll see how that pans out. You need veterans to kind of isolate their young kids, but it has been a little strange. What this team needs, Tim, this team needs is help for Connor Bedard.
They're about to get it. The pick is in, and this is a quick one. And I think, the first two were no surprises. So the fact that they picked already means they knew what was coming. They saw their guy and they're going for it. And I love that. Let's move this along. We don't need to
Oh,
milk this.
JR is on the box here, coming out. Jeremy Roenick for the Chicago
Oh, that.
Blackhawks. He's excited. They need to draft some help for Connor Bedard, some high-end help. Taylor Hall hasn't worked. The cast and group they had, Corey Perry obviously didn't work. Teravainen's not working. Mikhail Makiev, who's they got? Makiev isn't working. They need some help to play alongside Connor Bedard because he's been on an island of his own for the last 2 years where he's just been targeted left, right, and center. And you can tell he's frustrated. Who did they get, Tim? They got Anton Frondell. What do you know about Anton Frondell, Tim? Let me know.
Yeah, so he is a Swedish kid. He's a teenager still, obviously, and he's got a really interesting campaign this past season because he had the most points ever by a U18 player in the second tier Swedish league. So he's one tier down from a top one, but again, the top one is men. Like it takes a rare generational guy to play with them. He plays the center and the wing. He's very, very good. I think a good comparison to him that I've seen with a couple of guys is a Barkov, which is, you can talk about a franchise player right there. He's got the hockey IQ. He's got a good two-way game. He's got good hands. He's pretty physical. And we know Barkov just coming off of multiple Selkies, two cups in a row. You could do worse than a Barkov comparison there.
Yeah, he looks like a big meat of a man, doesn't he? He's not this typical young kid coming in who's, 6'2" and 170 pounds. This guy is NHL ready. He's over 200 pounds. He's been playing with men in the Swedish league. He's going to come over and hopefully make an impact right away because this is a Blackhawks team, Tim, that needs to start winning. They started this rebuild 5 years ago. They've been slowly building assets, building young players, but now is the time. They've had a bunch of first round picks in the last few years. Obviously, Bedard 2 years ago. They got more. They got Leshuvnov last year. They got Boyce Ver. You got Vanacker. You got Korchinski and Nazar a couple years ago. Now is the time. They have a bunch of money to spend. They have all these good young players. Connor Bedard's going to want a lot of money next year when he's jumping off his entry level contract. Like he is going to want a boatload. And the Chicago Blackhawks better start winning while they have these young guys on the entry level contract because don't look now. If they don't start winning, you're going to have to start trading these guys because it just isn't going to work. So the pressure is on Kyle Davidson. The pressure is on Jeff Blashill, the new coach for the Chicago Blackhawks, but a great pick by them. I think you need a big forward that can protect Connor Bedard and should take some heat off of him because you saw Nick Foligno was fighting for Connor Bedard. He was targeted. Defensemen were going after him. Forwards were going after him. I'm not saying this guy is a meathead who throws fists, but what he will do, he will lug the puck. He will take just the attention away from Connor Bedard just a little bit, hopefully. Who knows if he steps into the roster and plays right away, but desperately trying to get help for that poor kid. I've watched him, Tim, for the last 2 seasons, and he looks like a beaten man. He just looks like defeated every time he goes on the ice. So I don't know. What do you think of this pick? What's your grade for the Chicago Blackhawks?
I like this pick, and this is a name that was moving up a lot in the last couple of days. Where he started a couple of weeks ago. He was projected maybe 6, 7, 8, and he went as high as 2 in some of the mock drafts. So getting him at 3, I think, is a good deal. I'll give this an A minus. I think he's very, very good. I don't think his upside is quite as much as some of the other guys, which isn't a surprise there. What else can you do? But a great name and a good addition to this franchise.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge these. Like I said earlier, all these players are so similar. I would have liked a Porter Martone, excuse me. I think he's a big-bodied winger who would have played well along the wing with Connor Bedard, wherever they slide him in. Bedard obviously shifts back and forth from wing to center. They haven't found a solid spot for him. Maybe he's on the wing now playing with Frondel. But yeah, I'll give it an A. I think it's hard to go wrong with these first few picks, especially because you don't know where these guys are going to end up. You don't know how well they're going to play, but it's a good pick. I'm glad they picked a forward. They have a good young defensive group. They need some help for my guy Bedard, and I don't know, maybe he'll play like JR and be in the Hall of Fame in 25 years like JR got inducted last year. All right, Tim, moving on. The Utah Mammoth. Unless you got anything else to say about the Chicago Blackhawks, Tim.
Well, just one more thing. And you mentioned they need to start winning now. Don't you feel like the time is now to start spending this summer, starting next week? Because you can't just keep spinning your tires with Connor Bedard, with not only no one to protect him physically, no one to play with really who can keep up with him. You might alienate him, and they need to start. And it's going to take a while to develop these kids. They should bring in some free agents sooner than later, don't you think?
Yeah, they bring in Burakovsky this offseason. They traded for him. You brought in Tyler Bertuzzi and Teravainen and these guys, but yeah, I know they would love to get their hands on Mitch Marner. That would be a great pickup for them to get. They have $23 million, I think, to spend, so the money is there. But is Chicago a destination yet? I don't know. They're still one of these franchises. You get rid of Shea Weber, or sorry, Seth Jones, not Shea Weber. You get rid of Seth Jones, and now like you don't bring much back for him. You get a draft pick. If I'm a Mitch Marner, I kind of want to win now. If I'm a free agent who's an impactful free agent, Chicago's not a destination just yet, unless they overpay for him. Unless you go out to Mitch Marner and say, "Hey, we'll give you $16 million, $15 million." Other than that, yeah, ideally, but there's not much in the free agent market. Maybe a Brock Besser can come in and be his shooter on the wing, but as of now, I think they just have to roll with what they got because guys don't want to play in Chicago right now, which is crazy because it's such a good franchise, such a good city. All right, moving on. Utah Mammoth made a big deal earlier this week when they acquired JJ Peterka from the Buffalo Sabres, improving Tim an already solid young car. Yes, they had to give up a couple good pieces, but when you added JJ Peterka, who is now a proven player, that he had a great season last year, you add him to a Clayton Keller, a Logan Cooley, you got Gunther, now you got Paterka, you got Kraus, you got Michelli. It's a really solid young core, and they have some good pieces on the back end with Sergachev. You got Dursey, you got Marino, you got Oli Mata, you got Simashev, who was the number 6 overall pick in 23, a huge defenseman, 6'5", mountain of a man. You need to draft some guys to play with these players. It's a very good situation for their GM to be in because, again, I don't think there's much pressure, Tim, for this team to succeed. I don't see them, clamoring for Bill Armstrong to be fired because this team isn't winning Stanley Cups or making the playoffs. They're still a relatively young franchise in Utah. But don't look now, this could be a sleeper team. You are very bullish on Clayton Keller. When we talk on our show, Tim gets so giddy about Clayton Keller because I don't know, but you love him a lot, Tim. What's your deal with Clayton Keller?
Well, I think he's so talented and he's done it a lot on his own. And I think you have the young guys around him like Dylan Gunther, like Barrett Hayton, like Logan Cooley. Like you have a lot of these younger guys getting better and better every year. Now JJ Peterka is only 23 years old, but Keller's been doing this for like 6, 7 years now. He's only 26 years old. So I think we're going to see him take a step forward each of the next 2, 3 years as the team gets better around him and as he kind of comes into his prime. Again, he's 26 years old. So I like this team a lot. I like Dylan Gunther a lot. I think he's got 40 goal scorer in him at some point, hopefully as soon as this year. And whoever they draft at this 4th overall pick could come into this roster sooner than later. We'll see what the pick comes in. But yeah, it's a fair point you said about them not having a lot of pressure where there was so much distraction and frustration when they were in Arizona that he was like a team of like, hey, let's hurry up, let's make something happen. Then now they moved to Utah. They're doing very, very well. I think they are closer to contending than I think a lot of hockey fans realize. So I'm very excited to see. And the pick now is in.
Well,
So we'll
yeah,
see.
Tim, they jumped 10 spots. So they were projected to pick 14th overall. So they jumped 10 selections to get to this 4th pick. The most spots you could jump, much like the Islanders had a huge jump. The Utah Mammoth jumped just as much. So they were 7 points out of a playoff spot last year. So this team is good. And they got Tony Finau, the golfer, coming in hot via Zoom to announce their pick. I have no clue what he has to do with the Utah Mammoth, but I love seeing that. This guy is a 6-time winner on the PGA Tour. Beautiful to get him in for the pick. If I'm the Utah Mammoth, I'm picking Denoyer from Moncton. He's a huge centerman. I think he's a great player. I think he would fit well with this good group of young forwards. But like I said, a lot of good players out, Tim. A lot of good guys who could just slide right into this roster. And the beautiful thing is, I don't think this pick sees the NHL next year. I think you can just leave him in juniors, leave him in college, let him ripen a little bit. There's no rush for this guy because they already have that good group. They already have a ton of cap space. He's screaming into the microphone. I think he's yelling Mammoth. I don't know what he's yelling, but he's in a room by himself for the most part. And I love it. Just like me, going crazy in a room by myself. Everybody around me probably thinking, what's going on with this guy? He's crazy. But the pick is in for the Utah Mammoth. No one knows what it is. It's a weird. Do you like this so far? They got rid of the in-person draft. All the teams are in their team bubbles wherever they play. Chicago's in Chicago. Oh my gosh, I'm a savant. I picked the pick, Tim. What do you think? Caleb Denoyers from Moncton, New Brunswick. I was just there 2 weeks ago, played in the QMHAL. What do you know about Caleb, Tim? Let us have it.
Yeah, he's one of those like coaches players. He's a solid player. He's got a dependable two-way game. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. I don't think his offensive upside, I know he's got 98 points here, but it is going to translate as well to the NHL as some of the other guys we're talking about. But his floor is also very high. So I think he's going to be very, very good. And the comp, this is one you're going to love, John. Your good old friend Jonathan Tays.
Love
That's what
that.
they're hoping to get. When you put the other guys with Kopitar, Bergeron, like he's that type of player. And that's the kind of players that coaches love.
Yeah, and he just joins. And I mentioned the NHL players they already have. They got T. Ginla last year. They got Cole Baudouin. They got Daniel Butt. All high number one first round draft picks. He just adds into that players. He won the Mike Bossy Trophy as the league's top prospect this year. They reached the Memorial Cup with this kid. He is a fantastic player. I don't know. I think they knocked this pick out of the park. The Utah Mammoth are just playing with house money at this point. I think they take a huge step forward this year. Like I said earlier, I don't think he plays in the NHL this year. I think they let him marinate a little bit, whether it's in Moncton, whether he goes somewhere else. There's no need to rush this kid unless he has a great camp and impresses in preseason. Then you bring him up. But goodness gracious, the Utah Mammoth. How pissed are the Arizona Coyotes former ownership group? You have all these good young players, and now you put them in a situation where they have a competent owner, they have a competent franchise that knows how to run a team, and this is a first timer owner, and now look what they've done. They go out and they make a great trade for JJ Peterka, and they fleece my former team, the Buffalo Sabres. They bring in Sergachev last year to shore up that back end. You have all these good young assets. You draft this stud. You have a great draft last year. And all of a sudden, this is another sleeper team that you fast forward 2-3 years, Tim, and it's like, holy crap, how did the Utah Mammoth win the Stanley Cup? This is how. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. That's who is that?
I don't know. But so let's do the the pick. And I'm glad that you're high on this one. I'm not super
I
high on
don't
this.
know.
He's a good player. I'm gonna give this a B plus. I think the reason why I think this was a safe pick. I have yet to see like an A plus swing for the fences pick from the Arizona Coyotes and now the Utah Mammoth, where I feel like there was some higher upside picks available. This was a safe pick. He's a safe player. He's going to be very good, and I hope he has a great long career. But it's a B plus for me. It's not in the A range.
Who did you want him to pick? Go after a James Haggins or a Roger McQueen, big-bodied centerman from Brandon, a big Western boy? Or like, I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you who they wanted to swing for the fences, but when you get a pick this high and you're tasked with not messing this up, because like I said, you could turn around and you're kicking yourself in the butt because you drafted Joe Schmo, who was a reach, and you just missed out on a star. I think as a GM, I think as a franchise, you have to take the known commodity. You have to take the guy that you know is going to come in and make an impact, whether it's this year or the year after. This guy, like you said, Tim, he's a coach's dream. He's NHL ready. He's a big boy. He's 6'2". He's going to fit in nicely with this group. They have a fantastic group. I'm not going to give it an A plus, but I'll give it an A. I think the Utah Mammoth made the smart pick. They aren't pushing, they aren't trying to reinvent the wheel. You pick the best player that's available. And in my eyes, that's Caleb. I butcher last names, everybody. I apologize. So I'm not even going to try. But he is a stud player. I was in Moncton a couple of weeks ago. They were raving about this guy, Tim. They said, go check out the Moncton game. This guy's fantastic. And I should have done it. I was too busy hanging out with superstar hockey players, but I should have because this guy is a real deal. I think the Utah Mammoth are going to be just sleeper teams next year. Not as much, the San Jose Sharks are close, the Chicago Blackhawks are close. This team, in your eyes, Tim, should they make the playoffs next year?
I think they need to start being a contender for the playoffs. They need to start playing meaningful games at the end of the season. It's been a couple of years, maybe more, since they really had that opportunity. It's basically since you were on the team. So I think this, yeah, you've got to start showing something, and I think you're going to, and I think it's going to be led by my man Clayton Keller. So up next on the board here is the Nashville Predators. And John, is there anyone that had a more disappointing season than this team?
Well, we talk about the projections of the Utah Mammoth. Next year, this is the playoffs. Let's rewind to the beginning of the 2024-25 season. The Stanley Cup contenders, one of the most popular picks was the Nashville Predators. They go out and just dominate the offseason free agency. Best forward, check Steven Stamkos. Second best forward, check Jonathan Marchessault. Best defenseman, check Brady Shea. To go along with Philippe Forsberg, Roman Josi, you got UC Saros between the pipes. Everybody, Tim. They're gonna be right there. Stanley Cup contenders. Well, that's why you play the game, everybody. That's why you drop the damn puck. Because the season started, holy hell, was this team just a disaster. An absolute disaster. They were the third worst team in the league. You're not hearing this wrong. For their salary cap, for where they were spending to the cap. They were the third worst team. The Blackhawks and the Sharks were the only two teams that were statistically worse than this team. And to twist the knife, a guy we had on our show, a couple months ago, Matt Duchene, I think he had a point per game for the Dallas Stars. Oh, the Nashville Predators are paying some of his salary. They bought him out, and he wanted to stay in Nashville. So great job all around by the Nashville Predators. They only have $14 million in cap space. When you contrast that to San Jose, who has 44, Chicago has 23, Utah has a boatload. This team has no cap space whatsoever. They have no exciting prospects like the teams that we've just seen drafted. No young players in the roster that are making impacts. There's no Celebrini and Bedard and Nazar and Smith and everybody that Utah has. The Preds are terrible. But the one thing they have, Tim, going for them, they have 3 first-round picks this year. And the question for Barry Trotz is, do you rebuild or do you retool? What do you do? And I want your opinion. What do you do if you're the Nashville Predators? You have the number 5 overall pick. Do you parlay this into players that can help you now? Or do you take this pick? Do you take their other 2 first-rounder picks? Do you trade Marchessault? Do you trade all these guys and punt and try to, redo everything? What do you do?
You have to go for it. Your best player is in his prime. Your second best player is in his prime. You're spending to the cap. Your window is now. You just got to hope that last year was an aberration and something just clicks better next season. But we'll see. Their pick is in now
Yeah.
with the number 5 pick.
Barry Trotz has hinted that he wants a top-line center. They need some. Look at Shea Weber. Tim, it's one of those nights. I just said Shea Weber, and here he is. I used to hit this guy, and I feel like my soul left my body every time I hit him. He was that solid. Him and Dustin Byfuglien were impossible to knock over. And look at him. He's on the golf course. He couldn't even take time out of his day to just go in an office. He is that casually on a golf course, just teeing it up for Dust Golf right now. I love this. Shea Weber, one of the greatest players of all time. He was in an All-Star game with me in 2016. But what the Nashville Predators need is a centerman. They need someone to play alongside Philippe Forsberg. They need someone, Tim. I don't think they've had a franchise center since David Legwand. And I know that's crazy to say, but it's been a long time. They've tried Ryan O'Reilly in the number one centerman position. He hasn't really worked out. He's older and slower. Steven Stamkos, he's older and slower. But the pick is in, Tim. And who do they got? Brady Martin from the Sioux Greyhounds.
Yeah, talk about a center. He is a center. He's playing at more than a point per game for this team. He's one of the best players at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup at the U18 World Championship. He hits everyone in sight. He's one of those physical guys, and I've seen some comps of Brad Marchand just for his playoff acumen. Like he's a guy that you want when it matters most. When the game's on the line, you need those big moments. You need a big play, not just a goal, but a hit or a block shot. He's that type of guy. And that's again, go talk about a coach's dream for a team that has not really had the chance to develop and draft a lot of high picks in the last 5, 10 years and kind of build that pipeline of talent into the system, which is part of the reason that they invested so much in the last offseason last summer. It's very exciting for them. This is a great pick for them. And I think a player comparison. You ready for this, John?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. I think, let's see. I don't even have it in front of me. Never mind. Keep going.
Holy hell. So this guy's not even at the draft because get this, and I love this about hockey players. Not about themselves. He wanted to hang out with his family at the farm because he knew if his parents left the farm, they would have to get someone else to help. So he's like, no, he has 60,000 chickens on his farm. He has a ton of dairy cows, so stuff has to get done. And he said, I'm going to stay home and help my pops work on the farm. I know I'm going high. I don't care where I go. I'm going to stay home and do what I need to do and help the family. That shows character. That shows intelligence. And to me, that shows a leader just brimming with confidence and leadership intangibles. And his comp Tim, do you want to know who his comp Tim is? It's Sam Bennett. Did you not know that?
Wow.
It's Sam Bennett, two-time Stanley Cup champion, newly minted $64 million man for the Florida Panthers. And if there's a comp nowadays that you would want to be compared to, especially now, Sam Bennett is on, I think, the most incredible 2-year run in hockey history. It's Sam Bennett. But Brady Martin checks that box. Like you said, he's not a huge guy. He's 6 foot. Plays like he's 6'6". Plays like he's got boulders on his shoulders. He's not afraid to go in the corner and mix things up, but he's also got probably better mitts than Sam Bennett, which is hard to believe. And for the Nashville Predators, this is what you need, man. You need someone to come in, and from the makeup of this kid, I feel like he's not going to be shy in this locker room because you're walking into a locker room with Stanley Cup champions. You're walking into a locker room with gold medal champions. You're walking into a very intimidating environment where guys, they're going to be pissed. They're not going to be happy. They're going to want to come in and get to work. I feel like Brady Martin is able to stand up to that. I think he makes an impact right away, Tim. This is a great pick for the Nashville Predators. And in my grade, I don't even want you saying it. It's A+. Love this kid. I love the cut of his jib. I think he's going to be a fantastic NHL player. Maybe not a superstar, but he's going to be good for this Nashville Predators franchise. I'm giving it an A+.
Yeah, I'll give it an A. And the Sam Bennett comparison is so good because, I mean this with all respect and love to Sam Bennett, but 20 years ago, he's not like as unique as he is now because the game was different and everyone was playing that way. And as the game gets faster and younger and quicker and sometimes even smaller, and then a guy like him who can hang with the speedy guys, but also do all this other stuff that is becoming more and more rare, it just increases its value. So Brady Martin to be 18 years old and already have those parts of his game where he can also put up points and he can skate and he can play and he can be physical and he can deliver those big moments. I think it's just a slam dunk home run pick here.
Yeah, it's funny how just the aspect of hitting in NHL is now an asset. Where like it's just like 20 years ago, it's like, yeah, everybody hits, everybody fights, everybody knows how to handle themselves. But oh my gosh, the pick is in for the Philadelphia Flyers already. Danny Briere is not messing around. He already knows who he wants to pick. The Philadelphia Flyers post John Tortorella era. New coach Rick Tocchet. They got 3 first-round picks this year. They got the 6th, the 22nd, the 31st. They just acquired Trevor Zegras. What they need, Tim, a little bit of everything. They kind of have holes everywhere. They bring in Zegras to kind of go along with Michkiv. Terrible with names. Michkov, whatever the hell his name is. They had the 13th overall pick last year. They went to Jet Luchenko. He will be a good asset this year. I think he's going to make the jump to the NHL. But much like every team in this top 10, they have holes. They have a lot of holes that they need to fill the back end. Charles Barkley gets the nod here. Charles looking very slim. I like the look he's coming at you. He is very much involved in the NHL. It's very exciting to see. But I don't know, Tim, do you see the Flyers starting to turn that corner? Obviously, they still got Sean Couturier, they got Travis Konechny, so they have a lot of decent veterans. Are they going to kickstart their franchise and start to compete? Because ever since they got rid of Claude Giroux, it's kind of been,
Yeah, there's not a whole lot we've seen on the ice, with the one exception being Mishkov that makes me think, oh yeah, they're building something special here. But some of the moves they made going back the last year and a half or so that Briere has done, where you can see there's a clear intention there. He's going to get his guys. He's clearing out the contracts and the players that aren't his guys, and he has a chance to add another one of his guys today. And there's a pick that I think they're going to make. That would be a perfect Flyers pick. I hope they make it because I think he would just fit in. There it is, Porter Martone. John, this player, let me tell you about Porter
let me
Martone.
tell you.
He's 6'3", and you talk about just hitting all of a sudden as being an asset. This is a guy that loves to hit. He plays with size. He has 98 points. Like, he can score. He's this captain of his team. The player comp, are you ready for this? Brady Tkachuk. Tell
Ooh.
me if that's not a Broad Street bully, perfect Flyers player addition to that roster.
It's exactly what, well, it's not exactly, look at him. He looks like a mountain of a man. And if he's the player that you think he's going to be, he will be a perfect fit in Philadelphia. Listen, I've played in cities that are rough, you know. The fans are rough. The Islanders, the Rangers. I've never played in a building like the Philadelphia Flyers Spectrum where I'm having full beers thrown at me when I'm walking back to the bus. I'm having full cups of chew dumped on me in the penalty box. The fans love the physical play. They love the big bodied forwards who don't take no guff. And if his comp is Brady Tkachuk and he plays that way, and from the looks of it, his hands and skill are maybe a little bit better than Brady Tkachuk, because I think everybody can agree Brady gets chances, but he doesn't bury a lot of his chances. This is a good pick for the Philadelphia Flyers. There were, in my eyes, some better options out there. I'm not going to throw stones at this. I like a Jake O'Brien. I like James Haggins. But if they want that big bodied forward, if they want that guy who can just control games, I mentioned it before, this is the guy that you have to look to. He's going to slot in nicely on the right side, Tim. He'll fit nicely in this roster. But I don't know if I'm going to throw a grade at this. We're getting to the kind of middle of this draft where there's a lot of good players that could go up or down. I'm going to give this a B minus. I think there were better players on the board that the Philadelphia Flyers could have
Really?
gotten. He fits in nicely with Philadelphia and kind of their MO with the Broad Street Broly's and the blue collar town. But I do think there are more impactful players out there that the Flyers could have got after because they need some high end talent to play with Michkov. Do you think this guy slots in nicely next to him?
I think he's going to. I totally disagree. This is an A for me. The Philadelphia Flyers are still looking for an identity. They don't have one yet. They've got their superstar in the making in Mishkov, but they don't have the identity of what this team's going to be. This kid is going to help you build an identity. This kid is going to help you identify who you are as a team and let the rest of the league know that you're not going to be pushed around. I love this pick. This is an A. It's a slam dunk for especially just think about the history of this city and this franchise. I think he's a perfect fit and just a rare breed in today's NHL.
Yeah, a coach like Rick Tocchet. Everybody's like, "Oh, John Tortorella, what a terrible coach." He's not a terrible coach. I played for him. He's just a hard-nosed coach. Rick Tocchet is a very similar type of coach to a John Tortorella. He is a little more soft. He is a little more player friendly, but he still does demand a lot out of his team. Obviously, Vancouver wanted him to stay, but he says, "Kick rocks. I'm going to Philadelphia." He played in Philadelphia. He will challenge this kid because his roster spot isn't locked up. They have some good forwards. They, like I said, they got Couturier, Konechny. You got Forrester. You got Noah Cates. You got Bobby Brink. You got your newly added Trevor Zegras. You got Owen Tippett. So this isn't a slam dunk, Tim, that this kid comes in and makes an impact right away. I do think, especially these bigger kids, maybe he stays another year in juniors. Maybe he stays a year to season to get ready, to be more ready for the NHL. I don't know. What are your odds that he makes the NHL right out of camp?
I mean, it's typically low, although there's a lot of open roster spots on that team, and we know this pick was made pretty quickly. Like they wanted their guy and they got him. So you take that into consideration. Again, he's the captain of his team. He's physical. He's already got a man's body. He's got those broad shoulders. I think he has a chance of competing for a roster spot right out of camp for sure.
Not a lot of defensemen going off the board since Matthew Schaefer. We've seen a lot of OHL, a lot of Canadians coming off the board. In contrast to years past, where it's been USA, it's been Russians, it's been European players. So Canada making a good showing early on this draft. I'm a dual citizen, so don't get after me. This is where it gets a little tricky, everybody. Tim has a massive Bruins logo tattoo on his back. He's got Bobby Orr on his left thigh. He's got Cam Neely on his right thigh. He is a Bruins player through and through. So this year was hard for him. The Bruins took a big step back. And for some reason, they just re-upped their GM, Don Sweeney, to an extension. I had no idea why. They have a new coach, first-time coach, Marco Sturm, former player for the Boston Bruins. They finally, though, I'll give them credit for this. They embraced the rebuild. They traded away Charlie Coyle, Brad Marchand. They got rid of Carlo. They traded Trent Frederick. They got some draft capital. Their young goaltender, Jeremy Swayman, we had him on our show right after he was great in the playoffs. No offense, Jeremy, you stunk this year. Garbage. He knows it. I know it. Everybody knows it. He needs to be better. And the Bruins need him to be better. Other than David Pastrnak, Tim. Everybody on the Bruins stunk, in my opinion. I don't want to say it. Morgan Geekie played great. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Morgan Geekie played very, very well. But other than Pastrnak and Geekie, I would say everybody had a down year. And the Bruins desperately, desperately need someone to help David Pastrnak. This guy is the only offensive option they have. When they go on the power play, when they're down a goal, when they're down 2 goals and it's an empty net, you cover Pasta and you got a pretty good chance of closing out the game. I think he had 100 and some points. The next closest was 60. It's a 40-point chasm. That shouldn't happen. So the Bruins need some offensive talent. And what happens to a team that's a competitive team year after year after year? The prospects pool, Tim, in Boston, how is it? How is it?
Yeah, it's not great. There was one name in the last 5 years that we were genuinely excited about. It was Fabian Lysell, and he's looking like a bust more and more every year. And they have not drafted in the top 10 since Dougie Hamilton was taken ninth overall in 2011. 2 years before that was Sagan second overall. 2 years before that, or 3 years before that, was Zach Hamill in seventh overall. So it's like it's been a long time since they've been this high in the draft. And they've done pretty well with these lottery picks or first round high picks in the past. There's a lot of pressure with this one. You don't really get a team like this to draft this high very often, and so you really need to get it right. And there's this old saying where you can't necessarily win the draft this early, but you can lose it, right?
Yep.
And you make the wrong pick and you set your franchise back. You need to rely on getting these opportunities and hitting them, and they've done pretty poorly in the first round for much of the last 10 years. So we'll see what this pick is going to be.
Tim, are they going with the hometown boy, James Haggins here? They needed impact centerman. I know he's not a big body. He was projected to go early in the draft when they started doing the rankings like 8, 10 months ago, #1 overall. That's where he was projected to go. He has slid because of his size, because who knows what a first line center, the body type needs to be. They got Adam Sandler. Happy Gilmore's 2 is coming out. Unbelievable. I love this. They need an impactful center. They got Pavel Zacha playing center. They got Elias Lindholm. They need someone to play with Pasta down the middle to be a facilitator, someone who can keep up with Pasta. I'm a savant. I did it again. Holy moly. Tim Wirzburger is raising his hands, showing off those traps. James Haggins, centerman for Boston College. Tim, you love this pick, don't you?
I love this pick, the hometown BC boy. I think that the hype for this kid entering the season, he was the #1 prospect going into this past season. Like he is incredibly talented, and you saw his stock drop a lot, especially in the last month or two, where he's dropped as low as 7th, 8th in the rankings. The Bruins get him here at pick #7. I think the upside is huge. I think the knocking on him is overblown. I think it's kind of a little bit of a snowball effect where people are saying that he's not that good because they're hearing that he's not that good, and there's not a lot of eye test stuff here. He generates offense. He's got a high hockey IQ. He's not very big. I think the player comp for him is the guy we mentioned already, Clayton Keller. And then I think probably a more apt one is Jack Hughes. And kind of that modern day undersized NHL center that can still do a lot of things very well. I think Jack Hughes is a prototype of that. But you always, and I know you're going to knock on this a little bit, there's a little bit higher chance of getting injured, of getting pushed around. We've seen that with Jack for sure. So I do like the upside of this pick, though. When you take him this far back and to get a potentially top three pick talent at number 7 is very exciting. This is great.
Yeah, listen, you know me, and if you listen to my show, I love tall players. I myself, mountain of a man. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm a big boy. But let me say, but if you're Don Sweeney and you have the opportunity to draft someone with this amount of talent and this ceiling, like you said, and all the skill that comes along with him, you take it. This is a kid who will step in day one. Porter maybe is he going to make an impact? I don't know. Hagens will play day one with the Boston Bruins, and he will be playing with David Pastrnak. Tim, mark my word. This kid will be in the running for the Calder at the end of the season. He'll be in the three. He is that good. I said it before the season about who? Lane Hudson. Look who won the Calder. This kid is good, and I know I'm chirping about size all the time. Oh, he's not big enough. I firmly believe he's going to be a great NHL player. I loved what he did with Boston College. He is a star in this league. And I think the league is skewing obviously to smaller. There's less and less hitting, there's less and less clutching and grabbing, and it's getting more and more free flowing. Players are getting better. And when you have a chance to get a guy like this, you have to take it. There's gone are the big bad Bruins. It's the skill Bruins. This is what you have to embrace. So he's an exciting player to watch. He was the MVP of the under U championships this year when the USA won. It's a great time to be a Bruins fan because they're rebuilding. They have this core piece to build around. You got Charlie McAvoy. You obviously have a good goaltender in Jeremy Swayman. And now you have your first line center potentially for years to come, Tim. You have to be ecstatic. What's your grade on this?
Yeah, this is an A for me. This is a firm A. I'm very excited about this. I think anytime you have a chance to draft potentially a franchise center, and teams are built down the middle. You say this all the time. The Bruins have their number one defenseman, they have their winger, they have their goalie. For all of Swayman's, imperfection this past season, I still believe in him. They don't have their center. They don't have their center, and this is a chance that he's going to be that guy. So I hope he competes for a roster spot this year, and I'm very excited. This is an A.
Listen, call me crazy. If everything goes right for the Bruins this offseason, because they still are a destination, Boston is a great town. They could be a playoff team next year. That's how quick this turnaround could be, and it could be spurred on by this guy. I think where you get him, when you look back in 3 to 5 years, you'll be scratching your head why GMs didn't pick him 1, 2, or 3. That's where I think his ceiling is. I'm going to give this an A plus based on other GMs letting this kid slide and Don Sweeney not trying to overthink things. This is an A plus for me by the Boston Bruins, and I'm the biggest Boston Bruins hater there is. So this is great for them, and I fully expect them, Tim. Listen, call me crazy, but like if Lindholm has a good year, if Zadorov and McAvoy and Pavel Zacha and Casey Middlestad, they all struggled this year. If they go back and play the way that they're supposed to play, Bruins are a good team. They'll be a hard out, especially when you have this kid and you have Pasta and you got a decent defense and you got Swayman. Swayman is the key to this. Gosh, if he stinks, that's a bad contract if he's terrible.
Well, there's one part we're overlooking too is the new head coach, Marco Sturm, former Bruins player himself. And there's a clean slate that comes with that. We're just, even if he's not a better coach, he's more importantly, he's a different coach. He's going to energize the guys. He's going to make them believe in themselves and set up some different systems, set up some different line combinations, and try to build a winning culture again. And we feel like we've been missing since they blew that series lead to the Florida Panthers a couple seasons ago. So
Three to
I'm very
one.
excited about this. Yeah, we're not here to relive the past, John, but I'm very excited about this one, and just the hometown boy thing is just a really cool connection. So I'm very excited.
It is a cool connection. All right, moving on. The newest franchise, other than Utah, who moved from Arizona to Utah, Seattle Kraken, an expansion team. They're on the clock. GM Jason Botterill, Coach Lane Lambert. Since their magical year, Tim, a couple years ago, 22, 23, they've for lack of a better words, they've struggled. Some would say stunk. But I think when you look at their roster, it's kind of what expected. For some reason, they've built this team into like it's a roster full of solid second and third line players. They don't have that impact star studded, and it doesn't have to be star studded, but a really solid first line. I think Matty Beniers was going to be that guy. He had that great rookie season where he just jumped out of the gate. Ever since then, he's leaving a lot up to the imagination. He signed a big deal, 7 years, $50 million, and the output is just not there. Obviously, Shane Wright struggled out of the gate. He had a decent year this year, Tim, though. So I'm not giving up on this kid. I think he had 44 points, which is good because early results were not good for him. They're bringing in players to try to make it work, like a Capo Caco, a Chandler Stevenson. They just bring in Mason Marchman from the Dallas Stars. Maybe he helps his team. But what they need, desperately, desperately need, and I don't know if they're going to get it with the eighth overall pick, is some high end talent, some finishers, some guys who can take this team and go, "This is my team. Follow me. I'll be the leader. I'll be the captain of this team. You need a goal? I'll get this goal." Because right now, I think that guy is it McCann? Is it Schwartz? Like who is it? So for me, Seattle, I don't know if they check that box with this pick, but they need some high end talent. And this is what happens when you get an expansion team. You do the draft, especially after everyone fumbled the Vegas expansion draft. The GMs were wise on what to do. So they traded away guys who were going to be left available. There wasn't a lot of high end talent. Jerry Bruckheimer, he does a great game in LA for all the hockey players and celebrities. Very fun. But there wasn't a lot of high end talent. And there we go. They take the big centerman from Brantford, what they need, Jake O'Brien, another OHL pick, another big bodied centerman, Tim, that can hopefully just shore up this forward group that desperately needs some high end talent. Tim, is Jake O'Brien the answer the Seattle Kraken hope he is?
I hope he is. You know, as a center for the Brantford Bulldogs of the OHL, he had just a couple points shy of 100 with 98. And he's one of those guys that I think is still getting better actively. He got better, a lot better throughout the season. And not maybe the God-given talent that a lot of the other names have been drafted so far, but he works hard. His work ethic and getting better every single day is really high. So, and I, again, a coach's dream, a manager's dream, an owner's dream, and he's responsible. And this is one of the things that is very hard to teach young kids a lot of the time is being a good player away from the puck. Can you get in the zone, in the slot? Can you get in the passing lanes? Can you break up other teams' passing lanes? Things like that. It's easy, and a lot of these kids, they're just so talented. It's easier to be good with the puck. It's hard to be good without the puck. So I think this is another one of those safe picks with limited upside. We'll bring the player comparison up on the screen too. I like this pick. I'm not over the moon about it, but I think he's a solid player.
Oh, I see. I am very bullish on this guy. Rookie of the year for the OHL in 23-24. He had 50 points in the power play, Tim. He reads the ice well. He's great hands for a guy of his size. He's 6'2", only 177. You don't think he's going to put some meat on those bones? His comparisons, Wyatt Johnson, I think he has a higher ceiling than Wyatt Johnson. I really do. Wyatt Johnson, very, very good for the Dallas Stars. And if his ceiling is higher than a Wyatt Johnson, look out. And that's where I think this guy is headed. I know they need a star in Seattle. I know they need an impactful player. And I really believe that's this kid. I think they knocked it out of the park. In my draft, when I did it on my own, I had him going to the Philadelphia Flyers at number 6. That's how high I thought this kid was going to go. For Seattle to grab him a couple picks later, I think it's a great pick for them. He answers a lot of the questions that Seattle has. I think he's going to be their leading scorer in a couple years. Right-handed shot, which is great in the NHL these days. Everybody left-handed. Great on the power play, great hands, and he's got the NHL body where he can protect the puck. You know he's not going to get hurt in the playoffs, much like the question surrounding James Haggins was. So in my eyes, I'm going to grade this. I'll grade it an A. I think they could have gone maybe the defensive route. There's some big, huge defensemen out there that would really help Seattle. There's a guy who played in Seattle, Radim Murtka. I think the Kraken would have really liked him, but I don't know, Tim. I'm going to give this one an A. What about you?
It's a B for me. I think it's a safe pick. I'm not as high on him as you are, and it makes me think about the future of this team. Is like, who's the next guy the first guy who's going to score 90 points for them? Is he on the roster now? Is he in the system now? Or is he someone TBD? I don't think it's this guy. I don't think it's Shane Wright. I don't think it's Beniers. Like, who's the next guy who's going to be a star on this team? I don't see it. And I feel like you could have, again, you're this far out of the draft now. Maybe you go for some home runs rather than a safe pick here.
Well, they've had some strikeouts. Look at the board here. We got Matty Beniers was 2021. You had Shane Wright in 2022. And obviously the verdict is still out with the latest two. But to answer your question, it's this guy. I think you give him 3, 4 years, and he's putting up 90 points for these Seattle Kraken. I think He has that kind of skill, Tim. And if you slide him alongside, I think Shane Wright is still coming along. I think he's going to be a really good NHL player. I'm not giving up on Matty Beniers.
Me
I
neither. I
know
like.
I'm not going to give up on him. He's been struggling, but I do think he turns a corner and comes back. The Seattle Kraken, as much as they've struggled the last 4 years, I do think they still have a decent roster. They need to do something with the money that they have. They have a lot of money to spend and they need to bring in some talent. They need to get that big heavy hitter free agent. I thought everybody did that when Brandon Montour signed there. Like, oh, he's our guy that re-upped him, huge contract. That wasn't the case. They need to go out and somehow, some way, get like a Mitch Marner, get a high status free agent to buy into the Seattle Kraken. Until they do that, I still think they'll be, the second tier option because Seattle's a great town to play in. It's a great city. I was talking to Mark Giordano. He's like, I loved it there. The fan base was ecstatic. The city was great. Everything around the arena was great. High-end facilities. It's a great hockey market. So until they get that high-end guy, I don't think they'll be a contender. But getting this kid, getting Jake O'Brien is a good start. Like I said, it's an A pick for me, Tim. I don't know why you hate Seattle so much. What's your deal? All right, moving on. This is a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm a Sabre at heart. I grew up in St. Catharines, right next door to Buffalo. I used to go to Sabres games as a kid. So to see the state of this franchise, Tim, it's very concerning. 15 straight years we've gone without making the playoffs. It's tough to see. Kevin Adams is the new GM. It's been a revolving door of GMs year after year after year. He just traded away a good young player, 23-year-old JJ Peterka. I'm not going to comment on how much I hate this trade, but I hate it to death. It makes me cry inside. It does. I hate it. He now has the ninth overall pick. What does Buffalo need? That's a loaded question because this team has had everything. They've gone out and added veterans. They've gone out and got young players. They've drafted high in the draft pick, and they still can't figure out to win. They have great young defensemen. They had the number one pick a couple of years ago. They got the number one pick a few years after that. Owen Power, Rasmus Dahlin. They still suck. They still struggle. They obviously could use a goaltender. They could use some more talent up front. They got Bowen Byram on the trading block, the guy who they got from Casey Middlestead. There's a lot going on in Buffalo, and I'm not going to go into my feelings. If you want to know how I feel about them, check out my show, Dropping the Gloves. But it's a very tumultuous time in Buffalo. Kevin Adams is on the hot seat, Tim. What if you're a Bruins player? If you're a Bruins fan, Tim, like do you even care what this pick is? In all honesty, at this point in your franchise,
You mean Sabres fan?
Sabres,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah, you have to because again, on paper they're very good. On paper, you can make the case that they have a top, maybe not top 10, but top 15 talent roster. Like they have two franchise defensemen and they have Bowen Byram and Connor Clifton and guys like that in the back end. I think they have their franchise center, Tage Thompson, who I'm hearing a little bit of trade rumors earlier today. I don't know that I believe too much of that, but how much can you keep going back to the same well and expecting a different result? I think they'll probably try to move Tuck at some point. That makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I think you think they're going to lean forward, right? You feel like they've got their young defenseman locked up. They've got their franchise defenseman. The pick is in. Let's see who it's going to be. And who's the celebrity in Buffalo? Who's the guy?
It's me.
Yeah, it looks like the Goo Goo Dolls.
And they did not call me. So there's someone playing a guitar. I don't know who it is, but the guy's ripped, whoever it is. Look at those guns. He's been pumping up. It is the Goo Goo Dolls. Look at he's on stage. Very funny story. I was on a treadmill in Toronto and I look over and this guy's running next to me. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Goo Goo Dolls. Back when they were really famous. Looks like he's had some work done. He looks okay, but the pick is in. And if I'm the Buffalo Sabres, who have they got? Oh, the kid they are investing in defense again. Another massive defenseman plays for the Seattle, not the Seahawks, whatever, in the WHL.
Thunderbirds.
Yes,
Thunderbirds.
this guy's a mountain of a man, Tim. Tell us about Redeem.
Yeah, this is a funny one to me. I don't love this pick. He's outside of the top 10 in just about all the rankings I've seen. And I mentioned already, they already have their franchise defenseman. And if you want to go and get a defenseman, I think there's a better one on the board that they skipped over. But he's a good player, obviously. He's a right shot defender, which are harder to get. dynamic two-way upside. He moves the puck really well. He skates well. He's got the skill set to be a power play quarterback, which I think they don't really have after Darlene. I don't think Power is that guy, so this is a good thing for him. But the comp that I like, and this is another guy, friend of our show, dropping the gloves, and just a great player in this league since his rookie year, was Mo Sider. So you got to like that upside there.
Yeah, well, like Mo Sider, this guy, even though he's a mountain of a man, 6'6", 200 and some pounds, he can play the puck, man. Like he's not one of these dumb defensemen like I was who just, dump and chase, don't get it off my stick as quick as I can. He is a solid two-way defenseman. And the big thing with him is the upside is monumental. He did not start playing competitive hockey, Tim, 3 years ago. 3 years ago before he entered the WHL. It's insane how much he has progressed. He was drafted, I think, 71 in the CHL import draft. 71 out of all the imports. And he just nailed it his first year. He had 35 points in 43 games his first season. And then he just dominated in years after that. So this is a great pick. I know you're not up on this guy, the Buffalo Sabres, with a ton of question marks, but I've always just screamed, you need to have solid defense in order to win. And the one thing the Sabres have done, Tim, they've drafted defensemen consistently over the last few years. Darlene and Powers, and now this guy. Where he fits in the roster, I don't know. I don't see him making the jump for at least 1 year. I still think he has some maturing to do, some growing into his body to do, but this is a good young pick who has the potential to control games. He's 6'6". Imagine a decor with him and Owen Power. Like they could stretch out from boards to boards and you would not get around him. That's how big this kid is, and that's how big Owen Powers is. And they can play the puck. They're confident. He's coming from Czech Republic. He's playing the European game, so he's used to being an offensive defenseman. So there's a lot of question marks surrounding the Buffalo Sabres. There's a lot of down times ahead, unfortunately. I don't mind this pick. I would have liked them to have gone forward. I'll agree, because there's a lot of glaring problems with the forwards group, with JJ Peterka being gone. And it's tough watching the Stanley Cup year after year and seeing Sam Reinhart and seeing Jack Eichel and seeing all these Sabres forwards that were once on the team lifting the cup. And it's tough to look at the roster that we could have had. So a forward would have been nice here. So for that reason, gosh, it's tough. It's tough to really dog on my team, Tim. I'm going to give it a grade. Do you have anything else to say before I give it a grade?
No, let's hear your grade.
It's a C plus. It's a C plus. Unfortunately, I would have liked them to have gone with the high end forward. I really would have. There were a lot of good options still out there, but they went with the defensive route. I think they had better options up front. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Buffalo.
Yeah, I'll give this a C. And for a lot of the same reason that I feel like they should have gone forward. You have two, elite forward prospects still available in Victor Eklund and Roger McQueen that I feel like either one of them would have been just outstanding picks. And if you want to go defenseman, which I really don't see why you would, I think there's a better defenseman on the board as well. So I don't really like this pick at all. And the one thing I will say is there's something to be said for getting your guy, right? Like they reached down, they grabbed him, they wanted him, and they see something in him, whether they're scouting team or whatever. And for all the things we can knock the Buffalo Sabres about, the one thing they do really well is draft good young players and develop them. The problem is they don't hang on to them, right? They go and play somewhere else right when they hit their prime, but they do have a knack for that. So hopefully he's going to work out for them, but I really don't like this pick overall.
Would you want him to go Jackson Smith? Is that the D man you want him to go after? Because there's a couple good defensemen coming up that I think are going to be taken off the board. But yeah, I don't know. Like the potential there for this kid, I see it, the upside. But again, when you're in the top 10 and you're trying to manage your roster and you don't want to, it's a reach in my eyes. It's a reach when there are safer picks out there. I know you like Tim Gambling, the higher upside, but there's better players that are available.
Right.
And at this point in your franchises where you're at, you need to draft the best player.
This is such a Sabres pick. It really is.
I love Buffalo. I do. I do. I want them to win. I want them. And this kid could end up being a Mo Sider. And then I could be eating my words. So I don't know. I hope I do. I desperately hope I do. All right, moving on. Pick number 10. I had high hopes for Pat Verbeek when he became the GM of the Anaheim Ducks probably 4 years ago now. A no nonsense player, great offensive ability, but still with that work ethic, Tim. I thought he was going to bring that to the Anaheim Ducks, and he has. But I think he's brought in the wrong way. He brought in, Radko Gudas. Strange. Brought in Jacob Trouba, traded for him. Strange. Chris Drury loved that. And Chris Drury, he needed to get rid of a contract, and he's like, who can I get? Who can I get? Chris Kreider. I'm going to call Pat Verbeek. Gives up Chris Kreider. Strange for a team that is in his position to go out and get an aged Chris Kreider who has looked every bit of his age over the last few years. His upside was great, but now I don't think it's there. John Gibson, their one piece that was just shining in the night. This star goaltender whose career has been wasted, much like Henrik Lundqvist is, and now an Igor Shesterkin is, and he's got to be frustrated. But now he's on the trade block. Finally, they should have traded him 3 years ago. What do the Anaheim Ducks need, Tim? They got some decent pieces to build around. Obviously, Leo Carlsson, the number 2 overall pick from 2 years ago. Cutter Gauthier. You got Troy Terry, who had a breakout season a few years ago. You get Jackson Lacombe, a good young defenseman. So there are good pieces that come from a team that struggled for the last few years. It's the pieces that Pat Verbeek has added that are, make me a little uneasy. But this team has a bunch of cap space. This team has those players to build around. This team could have a good future. They have a great goaltender in John Gibson, Tim. What do you think of this team? I don't know how to wrap my head around this franchise. I really, really don't.
Well, the pick is in, and they have Joshua Jackson is his name. He's the actor that played Charlie Conway in the Mighty Ducks.
I like Joshua Jackson, Canadian boy.
Yeah, and they had another woman from the movie too. I don't remember her name, but yeah, I knew that was happening today. Pretty cool. The Ducks need everything, and they need to start showing something. They're where the Senators were 2, 3 years ago. It's like, okay, you can't keep rebuilding forever. You got to start progressing as a franchise. And I love Jackson Lacombe. I love Leo Carlsson. I'm excited about some of the other players, but you've got to start moving the needle forward. So hopefully it starts tonight. Let's see who this pick is.
Well, just like the Senators, those guys are up for deals next year. So it's like now you got to pay a Leo Carlsson. You got to pay a Cutter Gauthier. You got to, re-up them from a losing team. So it's tough to give guys $8, $9, $10 million deals when your team stinks. So
Yeah.
it's definitely time for them, like you said, to start winning. The answer, in my opinion, it's not Chris Kreider. It's not Killorn. It's not Trouba. It's not Gudas. Those players, listen, I love them. They've been on my show. Yeah, they're a little seasoned. They've seen better days. Like I don't expect Chris Kreider to come in and score 40 goals. There it is. Yes, finally, this kid has been sitting there. Tim, Roger McQueen obviously didn't play a lot of games this year. Going to the Anaheim Ducks. What do you know about Roger McQueen, except that he's got a great name and he's a mountain of a man again. He's got a terrible haircut, maybe. But anyways, Roger McQueen, Tim.
Yeah, we love the tall boys, don't we? This is a power
Yeah.
forward. Yeah, he plays. He's got a lot of offense. He's got a lot of physicality. He's a top 10 consensus on every board, so I'm glad he didn't sneak out to have a top 10. He goes 10 up overall. I like this pick a lot. He was with the Brandon Wheat Kings this year, and I think he's going to stay down there. I think he's still got some seasoning to do. We're kind of getting into that range where, like, okay, we're not seeing most of these players from this point forward jumping into an NHL roster. Maybe the odd 1 or 2 will surprise us, but now we're thinking about the future, 1, 2, 3 years down the road. And this is a great player and a great talent. And that size is not something that can be taught.
No, he's a big right-handed centerman. Again, you're sensing a theme here. Big centerman. That's what GMs want. They want guys who can build, just run their team. A Sasha Barkov. That's what GMs are looking for. And this guy has size. He's got a cannon for a shot, but he also has a pretty good scoring touch around the net. He's got a really good motor too. He only played 17 games this year. The question mark around Roger McQueen was his back. It forced him to miss 51 games this year for Brandon. How is it going to be? Is it going to be an issue? He went through all the testing at the combine. He was fine. There was no issues from the GM, so they were happy with that. He obviously did pretty well. He gets picked 10th overall. A nice comp here with Quentin Byfield, who, in my opinion, is just starting to scratch the surface on his potential. But back to Roger McQueen. I agree. He will go back to juniors. He'll go back to Brandon this year just to get more seasoning because he didn't play many games this year. But if he had played a full season, the guy is a point per game player. He had 1.18 points per game for the team. He finished tops with his team on that. So I like this pick, Tim. I think he was a little undervalued because of his injury. I think he's a little undervalued by most GMs just because they didn't see him. He didn't play at all. Not like Matthew Schaefer, who got some World Juniors play. This guy is a solid player. I know you're going to contradict me here and this, and that, and the other thing. I'm going to give my grade. I'm going to give it an A for the Anaheim Ducks. I like this player. Big center. I think the Sabres could have used him. Great pick by the Anaheim Ducks.
Yeah, I like this pick. I'll give it a B. I think what I like about him is not only his size, but his skill. We talked about like a guy like Char who just got inducted to the Hall of Fame, where guys that size aren't supposed to be able to skate around and move that well. He's not as big as Char, but he's 6'5", but he skates and plays like he's a 5'11" small little water bug on the ice. So high impact player. I think the upside is not quite as high as some of the other guys, which is why I'm going to give it a B, but still a great pick. And now, John, we're 10 picks into the first round. We're about a third through the draft. We're an hour and a half into our night. Let's kind of recap and go back to some of the top 10 picks and share a couple of comments here.
All right, why don't you lead us, Tim? Get us going here. Top 10. Obviously, we start with the New York Islanders. They win the lottery pick. Matthew Schaefer, no brainer. I think this kid, when you look at the draft, you look at all the players, he's the top dog. He's the head of the class. He's the one everyone wanted. The consensus number one overall pick. When you look back in 10 years, I think you'll see he is the head of the class and he'll be the best player there. I don't know. He was a no-brainer. The question mark was Michael Misa. Who are you going to get for the San Jose Sharks? Couple question marks surrounding him. How's he going to be? Who is this player? Is he going to be a bad boy? But no, I think the San Jose Sharks nailed that with that pick. What do you think of the Chicago Blackhawks pick of Anton Frondel?
Yeah, I mean that was the Barkov comparison, and I think that's a great one there. I mean, there's not really any bad picks at this point. I think my least favorite one might be, and I hate to say it, but the Merkta pick for the Buffalo Sabres. That one's a little
Yeah.
bit of a head scratcher, but again, he could easily prove me wrong. These are all super talented kids that could all be franchise altering players. A couple interesting notes is one that there were no first round or so far there haven't been any trades. There were so many rumors the last 48 hours of GMs trying to move up or down in the draft. Teams like Nashville that had three first round picks. The next two picks are the Pittsburgh Penguins. We've seen a lot of rumors of them maybe moving out of the first round, moving down in the first round. Brian Russ' name was available for teams knocking on the door. So, but I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen any of that. And I think the James Hagen's one I think is the biggest upside for where he's being drafted. But again, it's a risky pick. There's a lot of downside there too because kids like him have been pushed around in this league. We've seen that a lot with young players.
Yeah, I think overall, though, there hasn't been too many surprises because when you look at all the draft mock drafts and the rankings and this and that, these 10 kids were consistently in the top 10. I don't think there's too many guys who have rised, three, four picks from their projected draft spot or lower than two or three, So all in all, it's been a pretty status quo draft. I don't see many, reaches or stretches. Like you said, I think the Radim Murchik pick might be a little bit of a stretch, but again, he's a good player. I don't think it's that far-fetched to say he's the second best defenseman in this draft based on what's out there. So I'm excited to see what the Pittsburgh Penguins do because Kyle Dubas, um, I think he's a bad GM. I think he has put the Pittsburgh Penguins in a terrible spot as a franchise. They just hired a new coach with Dan Muse, but they got two picks, Tim, two in a row. And much like the Anaheim Ducks and other teams who are in this situation where they're expected to win and they don't, what do? You got Tristan Yari, who's been inconsistent. You have an aging core of forwards who just like it's the oldest roster in the league. You have no good young prospects. You sign Eric Carlson. You want to make one last push for the playoffs. Milk every last ounce of Sidney Crosby that you can because Crosby, even though he's 37, 38 years old, the guy's still a stud. And he still is playing like a 25-year-old. So you're trying to maximize him. But everybody stinks, Tim. He added no young talent to play with him. You bring in Rutger McGrody. That was a big swing and a miss so far. I know he's only 21, but he didn't play much, and when he did, it wasn't like inspiring. So if I'm Kyle Dubas, like, what do? You got a decent amount of cap space, but you have nothing in the cupboards. You have
Yeah,
a
I mean,
bunch of bad contracts.
it's one of the most unenviable jobs as a GM in hockey, I think. And part of it is like your biggest asset is also your biggest handcuff, and that's Sidney Crosby. And I mean that with all due respect, because I think he deserves the right to stay there and anything else really that he wants for all that he's done for that city and that franchise. But like he's your most valuable piece. You can't totally kick the bucket down the road because your best player's 40 years old and he's still delivering. And so you can't just throw the towel in and not try to compete and go embrace the rebuild. But you're not good enough to compete. You're stuck in this weird no man's land that doesn't really exist except in these unique situations. And like the Brian Rust's name is being thrown around. Eric Carlson's name is being thrown around. Evgeny Malkin's name is being thrown around. I think all these guys, if they're not traded at the deadline, for sure this is their last season one way or another. So their pick is in. This we talked about the Sharks a couple of years ago. I think the Penguins are in the same place. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, I agree. There is nothing good that's going to happen in Pittsburgh for the next few years unless something dramatic happens and they get rid of Malkin and Letang and just have a full revamp of this roster, which I said they should have done a couple years ago, but they didn't. They re-upped, they re-signed that core three, and away we go. And here we are. They are the San Jose Sharks of 2025. And who do we got here? We got, oh, it's Letanger. Oh my gosh, his son is his twin. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. They even comb their hair the same way. One of, if not the best Pittsburgh Penguin defensemen ever, making the pits for them, number 11 overall. I wonder who it's going to be. Do you go forward? Do you go defenseman? There's a lot of good players out there to select. In my eyes, with these two pick, you have to go forward in defenseman. You go Jackson Smith with this pick, and then I think next pick, maybe you go Jack Nesbitt, a centerman from Windsor, another big-bodied centerman. But you have to start shoring up key positions. You got to get a defenseman. You got to get a young centerman. You have to get pieces that you can win with in 5 to 7 years. Because right now, it's not working, Pittsburgh. You got to start doing it. And who the hell is this kid? Benjamin Kindell, Tim. Do you know anything about Benjamin Kindell coming out of Calgary?
This is the funny one. I have a number 20 on my list, and he was just taking number 11. And again, there's a subjectivity to all this, and so there's no like clear numbers, but this was a reach by the Pittsburgh Penguins. And I talked about this earlier. There's something to be said for getting your guy. And he's one of the hottest prospects, and one of those names that, like some of the others, that he just kept rising through the rankings as the season went on. He's becoming one of the more popular names in the scouting. He's a good shooter. He's a playmaker. He's driving the forward for the Calgary Hitmen. Like he just does one of those everything pretty well. I don't know if he excels in any one area, but what is it that you can reach down 10 spots and go over all these other players to grab a guy like this if you're Kyle Dubas? Is he trying to Dubas? He's trying to win the draft, and that's not what you do with the number 11 pick.
He's trying to Mo Sider it. I don't know what he's doing, but to me, this is par for the course for this guy. He's reaching here. There are better players out there. Yeah, he's a good player. Like don't get me wrong. He's a big body centerman. He's a right shot. You can play him in any situation. He's smart, responsible with and without the puck. Maybe he's hoping Sidney Crosby, he can take this kid under his wing and kind of mold him and get his work ethic and this, that, and the other. He was, first team All-Star. Good for him. There are better players on the board that are better with a higher ceiling than this kid. Maybe he's thinking this kid has a lower ceiling but a higher floor. That's the only thing I can think of why you would draft Benjamin Kindell. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he knows something that I don't, but goodness gracious. I can list off probably, Tim, 10 players that I would rather have than a Benjamin Kindell. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, he's a good playmaker. He's strong. He's decent skating. His stride. Kyle Dubas just continues to drive this franchise into the dirt, in my opinion. And this is a terrible pick. I will grade this. This is a D. It's a D for all the players that are still out there. We started this draft saying there's a solid group of 15 players that can go anywhere from like 4 to 15. Benjamin Kindell is not on that list. He is, like you said, 20 plus. That's where he lives. So maybe he met with them and he knows them and he's comfortable with them. I don't know. I don't like this pick whatsoever, Tim.
Yeah, I'll give this a D too, and I'm sure he's a good young player, but it's just not. There was so many better picks to be had, and goes back to what I just said. He's trying to win the draft and show everyone how smart he is,
Yeah.
and it's just not working. It's you know what I mean. So we do have a trade to announce,
Oh,
John. The
good.
Pittsburgh Penguins They had the 12th pick. They're moving down. We're waiting to see what the details of that is, but someone's moving up to go draft their guy. Who, by the way, this only happens because they made this pick. So someone, we'll see the details that comes in any second now, but someone wanted someone else, didn't think they were going to be there, and then Kyle Dubas goes and reaches way down to the bottom of the cookie jar to make his number 11 pick.
Now here's the funny thing that could come from this. If Pittsburgh is moving down to the 22-23 range, that kid could have been there. That kid
Greg
could have
Wyshynski.
definitely been there.
Wyshynski just tweeted he had Kindell going number 7 in his mock draft. But sorry,
Listen,
no, number 27.
okay,
27.
I
Sorry.
was gonna just lay into Wyshynski, which I don't want to do. But yeah, it's just incredible what Pittsburgh does. I wonder who they traded with. But yes, you're
Here it
absolutely
is.
right.
It's the
Because
Philadelphia Flyers for the 22nd and the 31st. You nailed it. And they probably could have gotten Kindell there.
they
That's
could have
too
got him
fun.
at 22nd. They could have absolutely got him at a 22nd. Kyle Dubas, great job. You know, it's
You,
Bleacher Report. There's lots of kids watching, but my oh my, if I'm a Penguins fan right now, I'm like, what are we doing? I traded the 12th pick and I drafted a guy who I could have got a 22nd for the 22nd overall pick and the 30th pick or whatever they got. It's just mismanagement of assets to the nth degree for the Pittsburgh. The 20, he could have got him at 31st probably. Could have got him at 31. Oh, we had Kyle Dubas on the show. This is incredible, Tim.
you seen the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner in the NFL draft? Dubas is the other GMs. He's the greater fool. That he's the one that has to like look like a clown with egg on his face and for the other GMs to win.
He's looking at his coach or his coach and owner. He's like, "Stay with me here. We're not done. We're not done here." He's going to parlay 22 and 31 for the 13th overall pick and pick someone incredible. But yeah, great job by Danny Briere too. Danny Briere is one of those GMs. He's a no-nonsense guy. If you don't want to be there, he's going to gas you. He brings in players who are in bad situations like a Trevor Zegras. He's going to give a second opportunity with the Philadelphia Flyers, and he's probably going to succeed. He brings in a solid coach with Rick Tocchet. I like what he's doing with this roster. And Tim, and listen, I'm not good at predicting picks, but I will predict the pick right here. This is Jackson Smith. I think the Philadelphia Flyers, they got some decent defensemen. Don't get me wrong, but Jackson Smith from Tri-City in the WHL, he's a good puck-moving defenseman. He's a big boy, though. 6'4", 200 plus pounds. He had 50 points this year in the WHL. 54! And he's not afraid to get up in the rush. This is the player that they are going to get. He can run the first power play. He can play on the penalty kill. He can finish hits. He's good first pass out of the zone. This is the pick that the Philadelphia Flyers are going to use. That's my prediction. In your eyes, moving up in a pick here, going to get number 12. Who do you think the Flyers are going to get, Tim? Any predictions before they make the pick?
Well, there's a player that I still like that hasn't been picked yet. And this guy that I had in my top 10, and that's Victor Eklund out of Sweden. But they already have their skilled European forward in Michkov. So I don't know if that's a need for them, not to play stereotypes here, but I do like that pick. I like Jackson Smith. I like Kayshawn Atchison is a big name for me too. I can't wait to talk about him when he gets drafted. But yeah, I do like the idea. And unfortunately, it resets the clock here. I don't know if it goes the full 10 minutes or what, but Briere gets his own time too. We're approaching 2 hours and not even halfway through the draft. It's crazy, but it's so much fun. I can't wait for this.
No, I think with the Philadelphia Flyers, it's smart for them to go with the forward. Obviously, you got Zegras, you have Ristolainen, you have Travis Sanheim, you get Jamie Drysdale. There's still a big need for youth on that back end. And like I love Ristolainen. I play with him in Buffalo. I don't think he's long with the Philadelphia Flyers. I do think they will move him, but when you look at this roster, I don't mind the forwards that they have up front, Tim. I don't mind it. You need some help on the back end, or do they reach for a goaltender? Do they go out and draft a goaltender in the first round? I don't think that's crazy. That Briere's crazy enough to do that, but gosh, you have to love the initiative. You have to love just the gumption of him to the wherewithal to say, you know what? Because don't look now, Pittsburgh's right down the road. They're their inter-conference rivals. They're their interdivision rivals. These two teams hate each other. So if they go out and grab a player who is an impactful player, they're going to have pitchforks ready for Kyle Dubas. This is a huge pick in this rivalry. And Danny Briere, I love this guy. Love what he's doing. He's taking chances, he's making plays, he's moving and grooving, and the pick is in. Gary Bettman, gosh, isn't he handsome? He's just a handsome cat.
Is
I
that
don't know. Oh, listen, Brandon Graham. Do you know who that is? Football
must
player?
be? Yeah, it must be. Yeah.
Oh, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl, so maybe he's a Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl champion. Again, love the backdrop. I think he just got finished golfing, just like Shea Weber. The pick is in, and I'm telling you right now, I'm doing pretty good tonight. I think I'm 3 for 3, 4 for 4. It's going to be Jackson Smith. If it's not Jackson Smith, I'm going to do a lap. I'm telling you right now, it's got to be. It's got to be the big defenseman from the WHL, Jackson Smith, Jack Nesbitt. Damn it! Oh, I blew it. All right, Tim. Jack Nesbitt, centerman from the Windsor Spitfires in the OHL. The centermen are coming off the board hot and heavy here. He was projected to go a little bit lower. I think 17th overall. They had him in the draft in the projections, but he's 6'4 1/4. Another mountain of a man. Decent points this year for Windsor. Tim, what do you know about Jackson that I don't?
Yeah, this is another one that's a bit confusing to me. And you would think that because the Penguins just reached that Briere is like, oh, I had no idea this guy was going to fall to me. But this is another reach for him.
Yeah.
A little bit of a head scratcher there. I've seen him as high as 15 in the rankings, but usually he's in the back end of that or maybe in the low 20s. He's a very smart. I think the hockey IQ was the thing I kept reading about him was just the knowledge of the game and being in the right place at the right time, the passing, the plays without the puck. He's 6'4", so I think he thinks of himself as a power forward, and again, that's a needed thing in this game. That's the second power forward they drafted in this draft. So they're getting some size, they're getting some talent, they're getting some offensive pop. But again, this is kind of a head scratcher. It feels like there's some better players available.
Yeah, he's a good player. Good in the faceoff circle. He wins the majority of his draws. He's going to fit in perfectly with Philadelphia. He is that typical Broad Street bully, like you just said. He's physical. He loves the net front battles. He's got good hockey sense. He's a good fit for this team. But like you said, I think you could have grabbed him at 22, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Like, see, I've seen projections where they have him as high as 12. So who knows? Who knows what? But obviously, Danny Briere, when you like a player, you go out and get him. And maybe I'm being hypocritical here because maybe Kyle Dubas just did the same thing with pick 11, going out and getting that player. But again, I think you could have managed your players better, managed your draft picks better, and maybe traded with a pick who was 15, 16, 17, and not giving up 2 picks, not giving up the 22nd pick. But all in all, Danny Briere gets another huge centerman to play in this roster. I think he obviously saw a weakness with the Philadelphia Flyers, and he's trying to fill it. Their centerman not too inspiring with Sean Couturier, Noah Cates, Trevor Zegras. You want those big bodies down the middle, and especially in the Eastern Conference, there's big bodies everywhere. You have to be able to play 82 games in a physical game, and that's what this guy brings. I don't know if he plays first year. It doesn't matter. They have a good young player. I'm going to grade it C+. I think Jack Nesbitt is a good player, but again, much like Pittsburgh, I think there are better players available, and Philly maybe reached here, jumping up and grabbing him at 12.
This is the D for me. And again, it's not necessarily a knock on the player, but it's a strange pick where I don't think he should have gone this high. And the fact that you traded up here to get him, which is way earlier than he was meant to go anyway, it's a bit of a head scratcher. You would think that Briere, we talked about this just a few minutes ago, like the Penguins reach, he didn't think this next player was going to be there at 12.
No.
He's salivating. He's like, I got to go get this guy. I got to move up to get this guy. And then they don't do it. So the fact that they took him was a bit of a head scratcher to me. So I'm going to call this a D. Strange move for Briere. I'm not sure exactly what he was thinking there, but that's 2 picks in a row. But the good thing is that this shakes up everyone's draft board. So like right now, the Red Wings are on the clock with number 13. There are players available to them that they did not anticipate being available. And we're talking about a lot of like I have in front of me some of the names that we talked about that have been waiting, like
There's
Victor
Jackson Smith, there's Victor
Jackson
Eklund. There's a
Smith,
lot of good players who were
yeah,
projected to go in the top 12 that are still out there.
Sean
And
Aitchison, yeah.
yeah, but knowing the Detroit Red Wings, and if you listen to my show, you know how much I love the Detroit Red Wings and what they've been doing. Steve Yzerman will botch this pick. I feel like he has just thrown away what was a very, very promising, good young core. You have a Lucas Raymond, you have a Mo Sider, you go out and make a pretty good trade for an Alex DeBrincat. And then it just stalls. You sign Cop, you bring in Perron, you bring in terrible defensemen. And mind you, they're not terrible defensemen, but you put them in situations where I don't think they're suited. A Ben Sherratt, Justin Hall, a Petrie, these guys who are older, maybe well suited for a 4, 5, 6 role, and you're putting them in a 1, 2, 3 role. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yes, you have Edvinsson, who's a good young defenseman as well, but the eyes are playing, and it's not going as planned, Tim. I'm surprised, honestly, he still has a job. And that's being frank with you. I think if he wasn't a Hall of Famer, if he didn't win 3 or 4 Stanley Cups with the Detroit Red Wings and he didn't have that history there and he was just a GM without that past resume, he's gone 2 years ago. But how do you fire Steve Yzerman? In Detroit, hockey town. The guy built Joe Louis Arena. That was his home, man. Like he was the king of that city. But here we are now at pick 13. What does Detroit need? Kind of a little bit of everything. You know, with these picks here, you're looking at teams who are in the middle of either a rebuild or a retool or just trying to figure out who your team is. And I think Detroit, unfortunately, is in that mode where, like, who are we? Do we have a chance to be competitive in the next 3, 4 years? Or do we have to start this rebuild again? And in my eyes, Tim, they have 20 million in cap space, so they have a decent amount of money to spend, but so do a lot of other teams. You got JT Compher, who's 30. You got Andrew Kopp, who's 30. You got Tarasenko, who's 33. You got all these pieces that make a lot of money that aren't producing, but then you mix in like a Lucas Raymond, who's a terrific young player, and Alex DeBrincat, who's still very valuable. You got in the back end Mo Seider. You got Edvinsson. I think you honestly need to punt and you need to just rebuild again and try to build around those 2, 3 young players, Raymond, Seider, and Edvinsson. But then if I'm Steve Yzerman, I can't because then I lose my job. So he's going to try to push and be a competitor this year, but I think he's missed his window, unfortunately. You tried to bring in Kane, you tried to bring in veterans to push this team over the top, and it just didn't work. So now you're in this no man's land where you're sitting here and it's like, not good enough to make the playoffs, but not bad enough to get a lottery pick, and I'll be in this bubble forever. I'm not going any higher. I'm not going any lower. I'm not a destination for free agents, unfortunately. So here we are. And I can't fire my GM because he's Steve Stinkin' Yzerman. And this is where we'll live for the next 10 years, getting the 13th to the 20th pick. So I don't know. What do they need? They desperately need a goalie. They desperately need some more defensemen, and they could use some young forwards up front. But the pick is in, Tim. Have I missed anything with the Detroit Red Wings?
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance to make I think, a franchise-altering pick. I think there's some really strong talent that has not yet been selected here. We'll see if they do it. Let's see who it is making the pick here. Is that your boy Darren?
No, it's Dave Coulier from Full House. I think that's him, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it looks like McCarty from this far out.
It does look like Darren McCarty, doesn't? We had him on the show a couple weeks ago. Definitely doesn't have a red mohawk, though, this guy. Dave Coulier, noted for being a very big hockey fan, and he was the inspiration for Alanis Morissette's song, "Isn't It Ironic?" Did you know that? Don't you think? Kind of funny. It's like rain on my wedding day. But yeah, the pick is in, and if they don't get Jackson Smith here, or Victor Eklund, then I don't know what Steve Yzerman is doing. This is the guy who drafted Mo Seider. Mind you, number 6 pick a few years back when no one had Mo Seider even in their top 20, top 25. So he is known to go off the board. So it wouldn't be crazy for him to just it's a bizarre pick from Russia or Sweden or Finland or somewhere crazy. But I don't know. Once he stops doing his woodchuck impression, we'll get to the pick. But the Detroit Red Wings, and here you go, Tim. You have to be happy. He's off the board finally. Victor Eklund coming in from Sweden. Tim finally gets his guy off the board.
I mean, this is the prototypical skilled European forward. Like, this is the guy we've been waiting for. He's so talented. He's just going to make an immediate impact. I'm surprised he lasted this long. This could end up being the steal of
Hold
the
on.
draft.
It's not. It's Carter Bear. Psych. Bleacher Report has pulled a fast one on you, Tim. It is Carter Bear. We got you, good sucker. Take everything you just said back. Steve Yzerman has picked Carter Bear from the Everett WHL. What are your thoughts, Tim? Probably the best name in the draft. He was projected to go 13 to the Detroit Red Wings. What are your thoughts on Carter Bear coming off a torn Achilles tendon, by the way, who ended the season this year? Hopefully he's healthy, but what do you think, Tim? Carter Bear.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the most dangerous forwards in the CHL this past year. He had 40 goals, 82 points, and 77 penalty minutes, which is a lot for that league in just 56 games. So he's very difficult to play against, and I think that's kind of his MO. That's what he wants to be known for and build his game around. He's very athletic. I think it's a good pick. It was scratching my head why some of these other players are slipping through, but I do like this pick for them. Yeah, I think it's a solid pick.
Yeah, you pick the best player available that you think is good for your team, and I think he slots right in on the wing with one of those top two lines. I do think they could have used a centerman. They got Larkin, they got Marco Casper. They have some okay prospects in the pipeline, but this team has holes everywhere. I don't think on the wing was necessarily one of them when you got Raymond and Tarasenko and DeBrincat and Rasmussen and Patrick Kane's probably going to come back. So, like, where does he fit in with this roster? I don't think he plays in the first year, but I I don't know. When I look at that back end, the top two spots are great. Edvinson and Sider, yes. After that, Tim, like I don't know. I don't know. And like you mentioned, Eklund was out there too, a very safe pick coming in from Sweden. But listen, they went Carter Bear, a very tenacious forward, very high-end motor. He's going to be great there. You got Steve Yzerman and Chris Draper at the podium. Imagine walking into that room. And you're a young prospect, and you look at those two guys, like 8 Stanley Cups staring at you, a couple gold medals. Talk about intimidating, but another great hockey name, Bear. Imagine that, Bear.
I mean, the player comp on him is Brendan Gallagher. So talk about a guy that used just every inch of his skill set just through work ethic and being difficult to play against. I think that's a great upside for them, and certainly something that any rebuilding team would love to have on their roster.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a grade at this. I'm not trying to shade the Detroit Red Wings by any means, but I think there were some better players available, not many, and Carter Bear does have a decent upside, but I'll give it a B minus. I like Carter Bear. I think he's going to be a good NHL player, but I think there were better, bigger holes to fill in the back end. So, and there were good defensemen available. A B minus coming from me, Tim. What about you?
Yeah, a B minus is spot on for me. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Where I think I like him because of the intangibles that we talked about. More talented players available, probably. But there's a lot of players when you get to this far down in the first round. It's just everyone's got like their flaws. No one's got there's no slam dunk home runs left really. And even some of the players that we thought were going to go top 10 that haven't yet. There's a reason they've slipped down. And their upside is still there, but I think Carter Bear is a solid pick and a great pick for them.
Yeah, and we knew that coming into this. I mentioned at the top of the show, I've mentioned it midway through. This group, from 4 to 15, I think are not interchangeable, but you can't fault anybody for picking a Carter Bear over a Victor Eklund. I think the difference is so small. And if you're a GM and you see Carter Bear more, listen, he plays in the WHL, you're going to watch him more. Victor Eklund's playing over in Sweden. You don't get your eyes on him very much. So it's hard to compare. And if you're just going based on who you're more comfortable with, who you've been around more, who your scouts have interacted with more, it makes sense that they go for a guy in North America, and that's where Carter Bear is. So no faulting them. All right, moving on. The Columbus Blue Jackets obviously made a trade today, getting Charlie Coyle, Miles Wood, making some moves. This is a team, Tim, that, it has a lot of holes. They had a great season last year. Started the year with a lot of questions. Obviously, the Johnny Gaudreau tragedy. How is this team going to rebound? How are they going to play this season? They played great. Sean Monahan has had a resurgence. I think we saw the coming out party for Kirill Marchenko. Boone Jenner is a fantastic captain. Friend of our show on Dropping the Gloves with John Scott, Adam Fantilli. I think we saw who this kid can be. He was just a reliable goal scorer who was just kind of nicely falling into his role on this team, which is a second line center. I don't think he's a first line center, but he's a good second option on this team. You bring in Koya, bring in Miles Wood, you got the toughest guy in the league in Matthew Olivier, and then arguably the best defenseman in the league, Zach Werenski. I think he should have won the Norris. I think he had a terrific season. He played lights out. Other than him, though, the defense is pretty thin. I would like them right now to go defense. I know there's a lot of good players out there. Obviously, Eklund's there, but I would like them to lean toward defense. And then the goaltending situation is something that needs to be addressed. I don't think Elvis Merzlikins is that guy. I know Don Waddell has thought about trading for John Gibson. There has been some talks there. But Tim, when you look at this Columbus Blue Jackets roster, when you look at where they were a couple of years ago, they're rumored to start making splashes. They have a ton of money to spend, 32 plus million dollars. Is this the year for them to kind of just go for it? Don Waddell, open up the checkbook, start signing guys, start making trades. Let's start competing, get some winners back in Columbus.
No, I don't think. And
No.
here's why. I think last year was surprising, and you have. I mean, I don't know if there's a better underrated or unknown budding star than Kirill Marchenko. I think he just doesn't get nearly the respect he deserves. And I think the worst thing you could do is try to accelerate this group and push them beyond a pace that they're ready for when you are building. And I think you got the pieces in place for. A decade of really strong hockey. They can hang on to these guys, and unlike they couldn't do that with like Panarin and Bobrovsky and some of the other guys that have come through 5 years ago. If they can bring these guys in and keep them under contract and keep them on this team for a long time, I think they have the potential to build something special there. So to bring in free agents and try to open that window sooner than it's ready to be opened, I think you could end up burning some stuff out. So I don't think you go all in, and they've been rumored to be pretty active this summer. They were in on Noah Dobson, that didn't work out. They bring in Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood. They're potentially in on Mitch Marner, and now they're about to make another draft pick here. Again, I don't think whoever they pick is going to be on the NHL roster or even competing for a roster spot, most likely. But we'll see who they bring in.
Yeah, but I want to disagree just a little bit because I do think they have the opportunity to make some moves. We look at the
Oh, wait,
Eastern.
hold on. It's Meredith Gaudreau making the
Uh,
pick here.
okay, this is special. She's had I'm not going to try to just comment on how tough
Or
her year has been. Obviously, the tragic passing of her husband and then having the new child and then just coming out here. Obviously, she's getting a standing ovation, but goodness gracious. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just kind of let this sink in, but just what this franchise has gone through and what she has gone through in particular, I can't even imagine. I'm the father. I can't imagine my wife dying, and it's crazy to put words into, Tim. But yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I'm mumbling.
let's let her make the pick here, and pretty special moment for this team.
I wish we could hear her. Where are they having the draft? Do you know? Is it in LA?
Yeah. I mean, so she's getting a standing ovation, and the courage it must take to go up in that moment is pretty special. Just incredibly strong woman, and she just announced the pick. It's Jackson Smith, the defenseman from the Tri-City WHL team. John, you've been waiting for this guy for the last half hour for this pick to come in. He's a big boy. Um, just to go, God, he deserves a special moment here, but he's kind of getting outshined here. But he's got so many things going for him. He's physical, he skates well, he's very mobile for a 6'3" defenseman, and I think his hockey sense is really great. We talked about that a lot tonight. I think the knock on him is he's gonna have to work on his defensive game and not being a hindrance to his team in his own zone compared to a lot of his colleagues.
Yeah, the great thing about him, he's on the right side. It's tough to find a big shot on the right side. I think most of the impactful defensemen, not most of them, but it's nice when you have a good big right-shotted defenseman. He does make a good first
He's a
pass, which is what's that?
lefty.
He's a right-shot defenseman.
Look at the picture.
Oh, it's a left. I apologize. Yeah. I thought it was a right shot defense, but anyways, moving on. He's just a good player. He makes a good first pass out of the zone. He's physical. He does everything. He's going to be playing against other teams' tops lines. He's not just this one-dimensional offensive guy. I think he will be a shutdown defenseman. I think he'll be close to an Aaron Ekblad, where he doesn't have a huge high offensive upside, but he's just an all-around solid defenseman that kind of does a little bit of everything. And that's what you want in today's game when you're going up against high-end forwards all the time. You're getting the best of every single team. There isn't a shift off. You know what I mean? So this guy will slide into any team's top two defensemen and be an impactful defenseman right away. And when you have the Columbus Blue Jackets D core right now, like I mentioned, you don't have a lot of good defensemen after Zach Werenski. Damon Severson is pretty good, but then it just kind of Eric Goodbranson's old. You don't know what you're getting out of a Jake Christensen and a Jordan Harris. So I think he makes an impact right away. I know the last few picks we've been looking at guys who might need some seasoning, who might need a year or two to jump into the league. At the 14th overall pick, I think Columbus Blue Jacket gets a guy who slides in right away. I think he makes an impact right away with this team.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Aaron Ekblad. I think it's a good comparison. Another one would be Thomas Harley. And I think that's just those simple, don't do too much, but yet they're doing everything at the same time. They just can rely on him in all situations. That maybe his upside, his very, very best upside is 60 points, but more realistically, I think he's a 45 to 50 point defenseman who's also a big body, who's also can play physical, who also can play shutdown, who also can make a good first pass, and all the things that teams love to have. And luckily, Zach Werenski's young enough that you're not going to have to ask him to do too much right away. He can grow and develop in this team, in this franchise, and hopefully he'll be a big part of their blue line for many years to come.
Yeah, this is a team that needs some good talent on the back end, and they need a lot in a lot of different spots. I don't think they will just all of a sudden turn it around and be contenders this season, but it's a good spot. Gosh, it was emotional, isn't it? We got to kind of turn it around. But for this franchise, it's nice to kind of turn the corner to let Johnny's wife come out. Gosh, that was something else. But yes, Jackson Smith, I thought he was going to go a couple picks earlier. It's nice to get him to the Columbus Blue Jackets. We're moving on to the next pick. It's the Vancouver Canucks. And this is another franchise, Tim, that made a big move earlier this week when they traded for Evander Kane. And rumors are still swirling about Elias Pettersson. What are they going to do with him, their franchise player? How long is he going to stay in Vancouver? Obviously, they ran JT
Wait,
Miller.
John, we have to go back real quick. We never did the Jackson Smith
Oh, sorry, we didn't do the
grade.
grades.
I,
All right, what are
I
you giving the Jackson Smith grade, Tim?
I'm gonna give it a solid B. I think the potential is not as super high. Like Aaron Ekblad is not a franchise defenseman, but he's a very, very good number one defenseman. And I think that's the comparable. I think Thomas Harley's the comparable. So I think it's a B, and I think getting a guy like that in the middle of the first round is a good pick there.
Yeah, I agree. I think a B is a good sign for him. I think he could be an impactful player right away. I don't see the ceiling being crazy, crazy high, like an all-star caliber defenseman, but I think maybe if he rounds out well. But I do think he's a solid pick. The Columbus Blue Jackets picked a very, very, very good player. All right, can we move on now to the Vancouver Canucks? We're almost halfway through this draft. It's exciting. We've only been here for like what, a half an hour?
It feels like it's gone by so quick. Yeah, the Vancouver Canucks, man. I mean, it's is it for a team that has so much potential? You think back 2, 3 years ago, and it seemed like they were the next great franchise, certainly in the West, of the Colorado ilk, of the Vegas ilk, of the Edmonton ilk, where you feel like, okay, they are now entering a window where they're going to be a dominant team for many, many years, similar to a Blackhawks or a Kings or the Sharks of the decades prior. And one step after another. It's a misstep by the organization. It is a misstep by the players. You have JT Miller shipped out of town. You have Elias Pettersson making headlines for all wrong reasons. You have Quinn Hughes probably not going to be there long term. Like there's so many weird plays here. Then you bring in Evander Kane, where you already have a locker room that we don't know what happens in the room. Only the players and the management do. But where there's smoke, there's fire. There's clearly some issues in that locker room, in that leadership group that haven't been addressed, that need to be figured out. And yet you bring in one of the more polarizing, one of the guys that just seems to not really gel anywhere he goes. I don't really understand the thinking there. He's a solid player, Evander Kane, and he's a power forward in a league where there's not many power forwards at this time. But the Vancouver thing is just strange to me.
Yeah, I don't get it. And like you mentioned, when Kane wants to be, he's a hell of a player. Like he can get up and down the ice better than most guys his size. He can use his physicality, but the knock on him, and I don't think I'm the only one who thinks this, he just gets distracted. Whether it's on ice or off ice stuff. In the Stanley Cup Finals, I feel like he just got locked into this mode where the whole thing with the Florida Panthers, where they're going to come in and they're going to bully the Edmonton Oilers. They're going to hit them. It's going to be Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Bennett, and they're going to get under their skin. And Evander Kane just made it his job to be the toughest guy on the ice. You know what I mean? And he couldn't get off of that. And it just ruined his game. And he kept taking penalties, and he was solely focused on that. And then comes the other stuff, the off ice stuff. Listen, I know guys, and I've talked to people around the league. How do I say this lightly? Everybody hates him in the locker room. Can I say that? Is that fair to say? Every locker room he's been to, he's made enemies. Whether it was Atlanta, obviously moving to Winnipeg, to Buffalo, to Edmonton, he was somewhere else too. He just
San Jose.
San Jose, he makes enemies everywhere he goes. And I know this for a fact. I have intimate information from guys in that locker room. He was not liked. And now he goes to a locker room that has had its issues throughout the years with JT Miller and the eyes, Elias Pettersson issues, the coaches, the turnstile with Bruce Boudreau and now Rick Taka and everybody else. So the Vancouver Canucks, the pick is in. It looks like they got who the heck is that? I'm so bad. Mikael Samuelsson played for the okay. Yeah, I played against him. Good winger. But anyways, back to the Vancouver Canucks. To bring in Evander Kane, I think is a mistake. The upside is high, but the downside, Tim, is very, very low. I know he's on an expiring contract, and there's a lot of potential there with Evander Kane, but you have a locker room that's that fragile, and you have that many young guys, and you especially, and this is the point that irks me, Quinn Hughes, when you have a superstar defenseman that is already at odds with the GM, because obviously there's been some issues with Rutherford in the press and things he had says, and Quinn Hughes, his contract is up after 2026-27. He'll be 26 years old. You want to resign that guy, and you just create problems. All right, the pick is in, Tim. They got Braden Coots from Seattle. Good pick. What do you know about Braden Coots, Tim?
This is another one that's a little bit of a reach here. I had him outside my top 20. He's from Sherwood Park, Alberta. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. He's far down there. He's not a guy that I read a whole lot about because I wasn't expecting to even really think about him in the first round here. Let's see. He had 63 points in 60 games this past season for the Seattle Thunderbirds. He's finished his second full year in the WHL. This is the head scratcher to me. There's so many good players around. I don't know why GMs are overthinking it and trying to make these home run picks when there's some better ones here.
Yeah, listen, it's Patrick Alvin. He obviously likes this kid. I don't know much about him, but when there's other players on the board, there's like you mentioned, Kayshawn Atchison, there's Justin Carbonneau, there's Cole Reishi, there's Cameron Reed, Braden Coots. He's another centerman. He's decent. He's going to be a good player. He's only 5'11". He got a decent amount of points this year with Seattle, but he's projected to be a second or third line center. You know what I mean? And when you're picking this high, and I know it's not crazy high, but when you're looking at ceilings in this neighborhood of the draft, there are better players available. And when you're a team that has so many holes and so many just deficiencies, you can pick a defenseman. My back end isn't that strong. I have Hughes, Ronick, and Pedersen, and I guess Tyler Myers. But after that, I got a lot of room there. My forwards group is okay. I don't know, Tim. It's just the teams that seem to struggle with their franchise and have issues and are just good teams that can't seem to take the next step. The GMs continue, in my eyes, like you mentioned with Kyle Dubas and now with this pick. I don't know. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe like Vancouver's out west. Braden Coots plays out west. They're obviously familiar with him. They can see him play a lot. He's in Seattle. They're in Vancouver. They've probably seen this kid play every game for Pete's sake. So they like him. They like what he has to offer. And who are we to say? But the Vancouver Canucks with Braden Coots, I'm going to, it's like what we said. All of these kids are so close in this range of the draft. So I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to give this draft a C. I just don't know.
I'll say C minus, and I'm reading more about him now. One of the player comparisons I've seen come up a couple times is a Braden Shen, who is a great player, and one of those guys too that were like he's a pretty good, I mean, what Sam Bennett has done the last couple of years is special and extraordinary, but a pretty good regular season player. But when the going gets tough, they just elevate their game. It's the big moments, it's the block shots, it's the hits, it's drawing penalties, it's scoring big goals, it's overtime goals, it's game-winning goals, and that's the kind of player that Braden Shen is too. And I think that's the potential upside of a guy like Braden Coots, where yeah, he's probably not going to light the lamp. He's not going to be a point per game guy, but when the playoffs come, when you're in overtime, when you're in, that all that extra time, you're going to want a guy like him in your lineup. So I think that's the hope for the Vancouver Canucks, but C minus. Like there were better players available, and don't you think right now, like the Buffalo Sabres, where your franchise could use a win. You could use some good PR. You could use some good mojo, some good headlines, and instead you're getting a guy that is at best boring. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's some just better picks, and if you had taken Eklund, for example, all of a sudden everyone's excited, and you got some good headlines for a change after all the bad ones you've had recently.
No, I agree. And man, who knows? And listen, 15 is not a high-end pick. It's not a pick where it's going to be an impactful player by any means. These are crapshoots at this point in the draft, Tim. We've seen this year in and year out where you get to 15 plus and it's like that guy didn't even play more than a cup of coffee in the NHL. So GMs are trying to project, they're trying to see where these players end up, and they're also trying to see where they need, fits in their roster. We're strong down the middle. We need some wingers. It's not a case of taking the best player at this point because all these guys are so similar. There's no outliers. We're like, oh, this guy's so talented. So a GM looks at the players and they go, oh gosh, I could use a winger. Okay, who's out there? Who are the wingers out there that can help us in the next 3, 4 years? Because they won't be impactful players right away. But yeah, Vancouver, I don't know. Is there a player that they could have taken that could have been a win for them though? Like, are you thinking that there's a guy where they could, like Kayshawn Atkinson? He would have been great. Like, he's a good defenseman from Barrie. And then Victor Eklund, he's sitting there in Sweden going, what am I doing? What have I done to deserve this? He was
Yeah,
projected
I
to go
think
top six, for Pete's sake.
both of those guys, I can't believe they haven't gone yet. And they're two of my favorite picks going into this draft. So the fact that they haven't been taken yet makes me think that either I'm super wrong or everyone else is wrong, but it's not me, so it must be them.
Of course, it's never our fault. It's never our fault. Always somebody else. We're millennials, obviously. So the pick is up for the New York Islanders. The Montreal Canadiens were slated to have pick 16 and 17. They obviously traded those picks, the New York Islanders, for Noah Dobson. I disagree with the trade wholeheartedly. I think the Montreal Canadiens absolutely fleeced the New York Islanders. The only way this trade makes sense, Tim, is if they nail one of these picks. And in my eyes, they have to go defenseman, don't you think? There are obviously Matthew Schaefer, number one overall. He's going to replace some minutes that Noah Dobson ate up. You have to go defenseman first and then forward next. I think Victor Eklund gets picked, obviously, and then you go Atkinson, right? I'm butchering the last name. I apologize, everybody. I'm terrible. I got marbles in my mouth. But will this
Yeah.
trade go down as the worst trade ever for the New York Islanders by giving away his
Oh,
potential superstar if they
no.
botch this draft picks, these next two picks?
Well, that'll take a long time to figure out. I don't hate the Noah Dobson trade. We talked about that, gosh, 3 hours ago. But no, I don't think it's that bad. But yeah, this is very exciting. And I saw a report earlier that the Islanders fans really wanted Hagens, and they were hoping they could parlay some of their picks to move further up and get Hagens at 6 or 7 or wherever they could get him. They obviously didn't get him. Now they have a chance all the way back at pick number 16, and they're both to draft back to back to draft a legit top 10 talent in Victor Eklund. And then you have to think they're going to get it. And I hope they get Atchison too. I think the two of those guys, that would be like this is talk about the movie Draft Day. Like these things work out where you get the number one overall pick and then you go and get your guys that fell right into your lap. I think there's a huge potential there. And the Islanders, I mean, think about the most boring teams and the most boring storylines. I think the Seattle Kraken are there. I think the Winnipeg Jets were there for a while. They're not really that team anymore, but I think the Islanders are one of the more boring teams right now, where it's like, who are you excited about? Barzal is great, but he's never really that superstar that we thought he was going to be when he came into the league. I think Schaefer's very exciting, but then they might not even have Sorokin on the team in the next year or two. So there's a lot of kind of question marks for this franchise, and they can alleviate a lot of that by nailing these next two picks.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to ease up on Matthew Darcia a little bit. I think if he gets those two guys, this could potentially be a very, very successful draft for them. They were only a handful of wins out of a playoff spot last year, and you do have, there are decent players on this roster. I'm hard on them just because I wasn't a huge fan of Lou Lamoriello and how he went about business. He was very, very quiet in free agency. He didn't do much at the trade deadline, but he does have good players on this roster. Like Bo Horvat, for all of his misgivings and his high salary, he's a hell of a hockey player. Matthew Barzal is a burner. Anders Lee is a great veteran player. And then if these young players check out with a Kalen Ritchie, if he steps into that second line centerman role, you got Kyle Palmieri, who's a million years old, but who still is a very, very good player. And then yes, you trade Noah Dobson, but you still got Ryan Pulock. You got Adam Pellich. You got Scott Mayfield. You got Romanov, who you got from Montreal. You have some good pieces on the back end, and obviously Sorokin is a fantastic goaltender. I know, people forget about him because of Igor Shesterkin and all the other great goaltenders in the East, but Sorokin, Tim, he's a stud. He's an absolute stud. So if Matthew Darsh, if he just can't mess this up and he drafts those two guys, if he can go out and get Eklund and he can get Atkinson, I will grade his draft an A plus. Even though I think he bombed the Noah Dobson trade. All the other GMs have botched his draft, and they have let these two players fall into his lap. And here we go, Gary Bettman. He should have two names on this card.
Yeah.
Just to go bang, bang. No need to delay this and postpone it. Just go two names, bang, bang. 16, 17, Gary. Stop making us wait.
Do you think that because they have two in a row that they make one and then move the second one like the Penguins did? Or do you think they take both picks?
Well, I think they shop it. I guarantee you they have shopped these two picks because this is the team that is in, unfortunately, win now mode based on the age of their roster. So they obviously have shopped these two picks around. No one's taken them because I think the players, like we've mentioned, there's no one that's like super sexy. Who's that? Corey Schneider? Who is it? Come on, give it to me. This is that? Oh, it's Connolly. Oh, it's
Kevin
what's his
Conley,
face? Entourage. Yeah,
another friend
friend
of
of
the
mine.
show.
Another friend. Gosh, if you don't listen to my podcast, I don't know what you're doing. All these guys we're seeing, I've been on my show a million times, but not a million times, once. But yeah, it's going back to the New York Islanders. I bet you they have shopped these picks around because it's very enticing to go to a GM and say, hey, 16, 17, do you want them? And the GM will look at all the players and go, none of these players to me are like that sexy. They're not that enticing. 16 and 17, I could probably get him at 25. There you go, Tim. Oh, now Tim can do his victory lap. We almost had it with the Carter Bear pick. So you're primed and ready, Tim. Tell us about the Swedish phenom Victor Eklund going to the New York Islanders.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna start what I started to say 5 picks ago. Yeah, the supreme talent that this kid had. He's so skilled. He makes things happen with the puck that you watch. You're like, man, this kid is special. Think of a Philippe Forsberg, a Kaprizov, those Europeans that have all the talent in the world, and if they can harness that and turn that into a winning mentality and have the right talent around them, something special could happen. So I think he's an impact player potentially right away. And to get a guy of his ilk this late in the first round is something that I did not anticipate, that I'm sure Matthew Darsh did not anticipate getting, it's good enough to walk away with Matthew Schaefer. He's only 5'11", so I think part of the reason that he slipped. And there's always a little bit of the Europeans where you don't invest as much scouting out there. You don't know as much about them as you do the North American kids just because of logistics and travel and all that. Where I think in this point it's going to work in your favor. I think he's actually going to be better than his scouting report. So very, very excited for them. I think they nailed this pick, and the fact that they got it at pick number 15 is insane.
16. I don't want to correct you because I know how
You
much you
got it.
hate that.
Yeah.
But listen, this kid, even though he's 5'11", soaking wet, probably 170, Tim, he loves contact. Like he loves to play in tight spaces. He thrives on it. He uses his skating to be first on the forecheck. He's not afraid to get in the corners and mix it up. He was playing against men this season. He's used to playing against bigger competition. He's going to use that to his advantage. He led all players 20 and under in the Swedish league this year, and he was only 18 for Pete's sake. He's got high-end skill. He's got good skating ability. He plays in small areas. He's a skilled young forward who will be very, very good for the New York Islanders, and this is exactly what they needed. We talked about this. This is an old roster, and I knew they were going to get a young player. Obviously, you can't draft an old player unless I'm wrong. But this guy falling to them at number 16, like you said, it's a huge win in my eyes. And if I'm grading this pick, which I am because that's my job, it's an A plus. And it fell in Matthew Darsh's lap. So it was a no-brainer pick. It's an A plus. Thank you, other GMs in the NHL. And look at his brother here, William Eklund, plays for the San Jose Sharks. He has the number 7th pick overall in 2021. So the genes are there. And in my eyes, I know it's a very lofty comparison. It's another Swede, Peter Forsberg. That's my comparison for him. I know it's older. A lot of the kids watching maybe won't know who that name is, but this kid likes to mix it up. If he puts some pounds, puts some muscle on his body, he will be a better player. He's going to be pushed around a little bit, not too much in the NHL, but boy, oh boy, I like this pick for the New York Islanders. I'm giving him an A plus, Tim. What about you?
Yeah, A plus. I love this pick. I've been waiting for him to be drafted for about 10 picks now. The fact that he fell into his lap, and it's one of those things because like how much credit can you really give Darsh for
Right?
taking him when he falls? Except you can, because guess who didn't take him? Eiserman didn't take him, and Briere didn't take him, and what's his name from Pittsburgh didn't take him. So it's like the
Dubas.
fact that Dubas, so you still have to give credit for taking the best player available, and they did that, and now they have a chance to take another player. So this is a momentous night for the New York Islanders franchise.
Yeah, looking at the draft so far, you get Schaefer obviously with the number one overall pick, and to have this talent, which was like we mentioned, he was projected in some drafts to go like 7, 6, 5 early, and to get him at 16, it's incredible value at a number 16 overall pick, and you trade this pick, and everybody's criticizing him for the Noah Dobson trade. I thought he got fleeced, but then you wake up and you see this guy on your doorstep. It makes that trade a lot more palpable. It makes it easier to swallow when you can get this talent who can step into your roster and make an impact right away. And Victor Eklund, talk about chip on your shoulder, Tim. This kid will be motivated. He's sitting there
Yeah.
waiting to be drafted. He thought he was a top 10 pick. He falls to 16. The kid's going to have a huge boulder on his shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of comparison to a Travis Konechny, where like the skill, but that anger to his game, which is good. So, John, we are now pick 16. We are officially halfway through the draft. We are officially through all the lottery teams. A couple of surprises so far. I think we've seen some good picks, like this one we just saw. A couple of bad picks. What's your overall takeaway from the draft so far in the night overall?
Okay, so it's been 2.5 hours and we're halfway through. So that means we're on pace for a 5 hour draft.
That math sounds right to me.
Let that sink in. That's crazy. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like it's only been 20 minutes, but holy hell, I don't know how that works out. I'm not a math guy, but if you have 3 minutes per pick and there's been 16 picks, that doesn't make sense to me. Like 3 times 16 is 48 minutes.
They
Shouldn't
get
that
10 minutes. I think they get 10.
they get 10?
I'm pretty sure.
I feel like when the clock comes up, maybe they just start counting down at 3 minutes, but it's like
Like it's on now, right? Even though we don't see it.
whatever. The draft is half over. I think there's been a few reaches. Obviously, I wasn't a huge fan of the Carter Bear pick, the Radim Murtik pick. I didn't really care for the Braden Coots pick from Vancouver was a little bit of a reach, but that's allowed other teams to reach up and get great players, just like the Vicar Eklund pick we saw with the New York Islanders. But all in all, I feel like the GMs are playing it pretty safe, not drafting too much outside of the range where the players are ranked. And now here we are, Kevin Connolly again, thankfully coming in with the 17th overall pick for the New York Islanders. Not traded, which maybe we would have thought the Pittsburgh Penguins traded their second pick in a back-to-back picks. But Kevin Connolly, he nailed it. Kayshawn Atkinson from the Barrie Colts, Tim. Home run for Matthew Darsh.
Yeah, this is one of my most exciting players for this, and this is another guy I had in my top 10. I had him at number 10. So the fact that he fell so far, this is huge for the Islanders. I think he's got potential to be a very intimidating guy. He's very physical. He's huge. He had 26 goals, 59 points, registering 88 penalty minutes. We talked about the OHL. That's a lot. That's a lot of penalty minutes. He set the franchise records for goals by a defenseman with that 26. He's a capable point
Wow.
producer. He's one of those like just kind of do it all type defenseman who's always plays physical. And he's also known, and you're gonna love this, John. He's known as quote unquote the meanest prospect. He's got some anger to his game. He wants to push guys through the boards. The player comparison from him is Matthew Dumba. And that's another guy who just loves to hit everything that moves. So this is another slam dunk pick for them.
Yeah, listen, he's an entertaining player to watch. He's got offensive skill. He's an absolute animal out there. He's a nightmare to play against. Like an absolute nightmare to play against. And he plays in all facets of the game. Like he was on the power play, he's on the penalty kill. He's very mature for his age. But yeah, 126 penalty minutes in 23-24. The guy doesn't take any guff. And he's drawing the toughest defensive assignments each game for the Barrie Colts night in and night out. So this is a guy you can plug in. And he can either be your power play guy or he can be your shutdown defenseman. Or hopefully he can be both. He just has that kind of potential and that kind of versatility. And when you look at this team that just gave up a Noah Dobson, and you get a Matthew Schaefer, and now you get an Atkinson, who is also a top 10 prospect. Like you're pretty much subtracting a number one overall player, Noah Dobson, and you're replacing him by two number one guys. So coming into this night, Matthew Darsh had a lot of question marks. Makes a huge, huge trade, trading away a good young piece. I think right now he has to be the ultimate winner of this draft because he gets these two guys to fall into his lap. And we both called it. We knew he was going to draft these two guys. When he gets to 16 and 17, they fell right in his lap to him.
Well, it's funny too because these players are so different, Schaefer and Atchison, but they complement each other so well. Like you can just imagine them being deep partners, a la a Pronger and Niedermeyer, where you have the big physical mean guy, and you have the smooth skating puck mover. Like it's so good for them. I'm very excited for this franchise, and man, I mean, they could have just bolstered their blue line for the next decade just in one night for a guy, which for a day that started with trading away your best defenseman. It's just crazy home run for them.
Yeah, and when you look at this back end now, it's intimidating. You got Pulock, Pelich, and Mayfield and Romanoff, and you add these two guys to the mix. The good thing about those two guys, they will be protected. They don't have to go out and be the best defenseman on this team, much like Erasmus Dahlin had to be going to Buffalo. It's like, here you go. Here's the keys to the back end. You're the number one guy. You're going to be targeted every single night. These guys will be isolated and insulated a little bit and protected by these other guys.
So right now, I had Atchison as my number two defenseman for this draft. The fact that I think he was like the fifth defenseman taken, fourth or fifth, taken sixth, 17th overall. For me, if I'm going to grade this, and by the way, in the chat, let's hear your grade. I'd love to know. You guys can argue with us or tell us why we're right or why we're wrong. I'm going to give this an A. I think the fact that they got him, I don't think he was necessarily an A at 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, but the fact they got him at 17, that's an A pick for me.
Yeah, and again, he's a great player, but the position they got him at, I feel like it's an A plus. And again, like you mentioned with the pick prior, it's with Victor Eklund. It was almost like a no-brainer. Where yeah, like obviously take this guy. Everybody has passed on him. He's the best player available. He's an impactful player, and those are hard to come by at 17th overall. Usually 17th overall is a coin flip. You don't know who you're going to get. It's an A plus, and it fell into his lap. So if I'm Matthew Darsh and I'm looking at my depth chart and I'm coming out of this draft and I'm just sitting there going, holy hell, I have three players who could be on the roster next year. Like that's not normal to say that for a guy who obviously number one is going to play, but 16 and 17, those guys should not play. And Tim, you should know this as a Bruins fan. Well, how many years ago where you had like 15, 16, and 17, and none of those guys were impactful players at all?
I think there was a 2015 draft. There was Senyshyn, Zaboral, and DeBrusk, and the next three picks were Shabbat, Kyle Connor, and someone else. Yeah, it was Rupe Hintz, maybe like that type of player. So brutal for them. That's the kind of we talked about. You can't necessarily win the draft, but you can lose it. But that said, I think the Islanders right now are winning the draft.
Well, 100%. And I think when you look back, like the Bruins will and are right now, and you're a team like the Buffalo Sabres or the Penguins or the Red Wings or the Blue Jackets or the Canucks, you go, what were we thinking? Like we could have Eklund, we could have had Atchison, we could have had those two studs, and we picked, no offense to those guys, but like Carter Bear, like what are we doing? I just don't know. Roger McQueen, they're great players, but the projections and the ceiling for those two guys, Tim, they're very, very high. All right, moving on. The Islanders have finished up the results of their trade. Calgary Flames. This is a pick from the New Jersey Devils. They get slotted in at number 18. Now, this is a team, Tim, who is in a rebuild of their own. It's a team that where does their future lie? And I think when you get to this point in the draft, you see teams that is it a rebuild? Is it a retool? Are we a few players away? We aren't good enough to make the playoffs, but we aren't bad enough to really, make a push for the Stanley Cup. These guys, the Calgary Flames have two picks in the first round this year. They have some good pieces up front. Obviously, Jonathan Huberdeau needs to play better. You got Kadri. You have some decent young players. What do you think? And this is a question I'm going to ask you a lot with the next few picks before we get to the actual contenders who are in the Stanley Cup playoffs, who actually have a chance to win the Stanley Cup. But earlier in this year, the Flames were supposed to rebuild, right? This is a year where we traded away a lot of our good veterans, We're going to try to just get through these next 3, 4 years. But they started playing good. They started winning. They were in the hunt. What should we do at the deadline? Craig Conroy decided to stand pat. That was a smart decision, but that means they don't get a good draft pick now. You're sitting here. You're at 18. You're not going to get a very valuable player. What do we do if you're Craig Conroy?
Yeah, this is a team that I have a hard time wrapping my head around exactly who they are. And one of the things that for me, and maybe I should have been following more closely this franchise, but Dustin Wolf came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, to be a Calder finalist, to be arguably a guy that could have won that trophy, and just to play as well as he did, and kept them in games that they didn't belong, and kept them in the playoff hunt. They were in the playoff hunt for a long time when they really shouldn't have been, and they kind of fell off at the end there. But there's a lot of pieces you have to like about this team that are young, that are up and coming. Connor Zary comes to mind. He's an RFA. He's 23. His contract is incoming. That's just a matter of when, not if. And you have guys like Joel Farabee. Can he finally work out after not working out in Philadelphia? Matt Coronado just signed a contract making 6.5 mil. I mean, he's a great young player, but you have veterans on your team that you're paying a good amount of money to that you just need more from. The big one obviously is Jonathan Huberdeau, but Nazem Kadri's in that list for me. I think Blake Coleman's on that list. Michael Backlund, the captain of that team. Like, there's guys that you need more from if you're going to make that jump sooner than later, because there's no middle ground. They have a lot of young players. They have some great veterans. They don't have really anyone who's delivering in their prime right now.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, that's the issue with teams right now. I think you have to find good players via trade. You're not going to find them in the draft. They got Zane Pareka last year. He's a promising young defenseman that hopefully will make the jump this year. But we got Laney McDonald. Last time I saw him, he was telling Jumbo Joe, "You're going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame." But hey, the good thing about being in this position, you need help everywhere. So if I'm
Yeah.
Craig Conroy, I'm taking the best available player, and there are still a lot of good players available. But yeah, you just kind of you look at who you like, you look at who you're comfortable with, you look at players who you want to embody the type of team that you want to be. And Calgary has typically been known as a hardworking, hard checking, physical team that gets up and down the ice and plays the right way. They're emblematic of like a Winnipeg Jets team that just plays very, very solid. They don't make mistakes and they try to do things the right way and work hard, much like Landon McDonald did in his career. But yeah, they're years away, Tim. I just don't see an avenue for the Calgary Flames right now where they become contenders in the next 5 years. I just don't. They're a good team, but they're not bad enough to be a lottery team. They're not good enough to really make an impact in the playoffs, and they made their pick right now. It's Cole Reshny from Victoria in the WHL, a big centerman. He's got a nice flow on him. He's hugging everybody, going up to meet Laney McDonald. Tim, tell us about Cole.
Yeah, he's coming off an outstanding showing at the U18 World Championships for Team Canada. He didn't start the tournament on time for travel reason, but he's a big reason why they won the gold. He's one of those guys that just produces no matter what. You ask him to play different roles, he's going to play it with a smile on his face and still produce points. He's not huge, but he makes up for it with explosive speed and elusiveness, and he's a tough player to contain if you're a defenseman matched up against him. So I feel like you have to like the upside of a player like him, and I had him at number 16 in my ranking, so you're getting a little bit of value here. I think he's right where he should be. I think it's a good pick. I think this is a real, just a slam dunk pick for them.
Yeah, good young player. He's going to be going to the University of North Dakota next season. So obviously, this is a futures pick. I think he's still 2, 3 years away from making his debut in the NHL. But yeah, I think you nailed it. He's a good, solid centerman. He's got a great hockey IQ. He's got a good instincts on both sides of the puck, kind of like a Patrick Sharp, where he's got a great shot, but he's also very responsible, and you can trust him to put him out there in any situation. He's not going to be the best player on the team, but he's going to be the second best player on the team. That's kind of where he projects out to be, and it's a great pick from the Calgary Flames because at this point, who do you want? Who do you need? He's going to a great program with the North Dakota Fighting Sioux where he will have time to develop. He's not going to be thrown into a junior situation or an AHL situation where he's just playing 100 games and he's a star player. He's going to be a freshman. He's going to have time to develop, work on his game throughout the week and play a couple games on the weekend. So, again, at this point in the draft, I'm not super excited. I'm not crazy ecstatic about this player. I don't know much about him, but he's a great young player. The Calgary Flames are getting a good, solid player who's going to have a good head on his shoulders because he's going to the NCAA. My grade, it's a B. I don't know how you can get an A at this point in the draft, Tim, unless someone falls.
I think the A's were taken with the last two Islanders picked. I think those are probably the last A's that we see at this point, unless another, guy that in the 10, 12, 15 range falls to 28 or something. But yeah, I think it's a solid pick. I'll give it a C plus. I think it's a pretty good pick. Not a ton of upside, but I like the player and what I've read about him.
Yeah, I think he's exactly where he should go. I don't think he got drafted too high. I don't think he got drafted too low. When you do the rankings and you do the projected drafts and the pre-drafts and all this stuff, I think Cole was going right, 16 to 19. I think that's exactly where he lived. I think they got good value with him with the Calgary Flames. There maybe were a couple players they could have reached to get. Cameron Reed comes to mind from Kitchener. I think he's a good left-handed defenseman who would have done well in the back end in Calgary, but they needed help everywhere. And like I said earlier, if you're Craig Conroy, you go with who you're comfortable with. Cameron Reed plays out west. He's in Victoria. They probably looked at him quite a bit. And, they probably talked to him a lot. So good pick by him. He'll go to North Dakota, like I said, and he'll develop from there. The NCAA, I played in Michigan Tech. Look at me. I turned out fantastic. All right. We're moving on next after the Calgary Flames. We got the St. Louis Blues. Again, much like other teams, it's a veteran team, and they're kind of stuck in this middle ground where you have and I don't want to compare them to the Calgary Flames because that's doing the St. Louis Blues injustice. I think they're in a better spot than the Calgary Flames because I like a lot of players on their roster. They have a high end forward in Robert Thomas. I think he's terrific. I like Buchnevich. I really like the pickup of Dylan Holloway last year. I like some players on their back end. I like Philip Broberg. I really, really like Colton Parenko when he's playing, if he's not old and tired and out of there. But after that, Tim, we get a little old. We get a little slow. You mentioned Braden Shen earlier. He's not looking too fast anymore. But all in all, this team, if they made some decent room and made some, maneuvers, they could be a good thing. The only thing is, even with the salary cap increase, these guys have no cap room. They have $5 million. And this is the team that maybe might need to make a move to free up some space. Jordan Kyrou, Tim, would they ever dare to trade Jordan Kyrou?
Well, the interesting thing with him is that his no trade move or no trade clause kicks in on July 1st. And so they have a couple more days, and sometimes that makes teams a little bit nervous, where they're like, okay, if we feel like we can get a younger value player, which they have a few of on their team, that we can lock up and not be tied to, like that Jimmy Snuggerud kid. And so like, okay, if we feel like he can be a Cairo level in a year or two, we can get out from Kyrie's contract. Maybe that makes a lot of sense to open up options for the future, especially for a team that has no cap room. So I don't think we've necessarily seen them shopping Kyrie around, but they're hearing trade options on him. And I feel like, there's a solid chance, maybe 20, 30% chance that he does get moved. But he's a good player in his prime. He's 27 years old. He's locked up on a relatively friendly deal at $8 million per 8.1. So I don't necessarily think he does get moved, but don't be surprised. Let's put it that way.
It'd have to be a substantial trade to get rid of him because his contract is so team friendly, which is crazy now to think that a guy making $8 million, he's not a point per game guy. But I think that's a good contract in today's age, especially, you got Robert Thomas, you got him. You have a lot of, good pieces that are solid NHL players. And, one in the hand, two in the handlers, one in the bush, and this and that old adage. I think you keep him. You know what he does. He's locked in to score 70 points a season. And why on earth would you ever get rid of him? So the St. Louis Blues, they will have to navigate the cap situation. It's the back end that scares me. It's just I know they got Philip Broberg. It's so old, Tim, and it's so slow, and it's not getting any better. When you look at your defense, you want it to be dynamic, you want it to be puck moving, you want it to be just fast and free flowing and young. And you got Justin Falk, and you got Nick Leddy, and you got Torrey Krug if he's healthy, which I think he's already said he's done playing for his career. But you got
Yeah.
Cam Fowler. You need some youth. You need some excitement on the back end. That's why they went out and gave the offer sheet to Philip Broberg last year because they didn't have much. You got Ryan Suter, for Pete's sake. Obviously, I don't think he's going to come back, but he was a defenseman last year. He's 40 years old. So I think if I'm St. Louis and I'm drafting right now, like Doug Armstrong has to take a GM, a defenseman, right? It just makes sense. You have a decent forward group. you need some help on the back end. You need some youth. You need some just energy back to you. You can't keep rolling out these just corpses. So that's where Logan Hensler comes in. I think Logan Hensler out of Wisconsin, NCAA, makes a really, really solid first round pick here. Makes really good sense for the St. Louis Blues. I don't know, Tim. I'm slurring my words. What do you think?
No, I think that's fair. I think they've had an old defense for a long time, and they don't really have a ton of younger defensive prospects in the pipeline. So this would be the time to do it. The pick is in. They really milk this. I feel like the first 10 picks should get maybe a couple extra minutes, but then you gotta just keep the thing moving. You know what I mean? Like it's not about you anymore at this point. But hey, I'm not in charge. They don't pay me enough to make those decisions.
What the hell is Nikki Glazer doing here? Like it's just she's kind of a roast comedian who does the circus, but I don't know what she has to do with the St. Louis Blues, let alone hockey. But Justin Carbonneau, okay, well, I don't hate this pick, Tim. Justin Carbonneau coming out of the QMJHL, right winger, very, very highly skilled. What do you want to tell me about Justin Carbonneau?
I think he's one of the more underrated prospects in this draft. He had 46 goals, 89 points, and he has one of the best shots in this entire draft class. He's kind of one of those guys that's really known for some highlight sizzle reel type moves on the one-on-ones. He can beat most players in those types of situations. So there's tons of upside. There's a couple knocks on him, which is part of the reason he fell as far as he did. He can sometimes give the puck away a little bit more easily, then so it's going to have to work on that for his game. He's not super physical, even though he's not super small. But I think with the right players around him, I think he could be a 30 goal scorer upside. But he's not a franchise player. He's not a star player. He's not going to drive a line. But maybe like a Brock Besser type, where in the right situation, he's got the right shot. He's got the offensive IQ. Maybe he could be a useful forward for years to come.
No, I hate disagreeing with you, but I'm going to do it. This guy plays hockey like he's a linebacker. The guy's an absolute moose. I think he's a beautiful power forward. I think he's going to fit in well with this team. He's a strong skater. I think he's got a great shot. I think this is a great pick. I think he was a very undervalued, like you said. I think he could have gone a lot higher, but good value for the St. Louis Blues. And this St. Louis Blues team, which was known for just their hard-nosed play, whether it was Vladimir Tarasenko or Shen, this is a prototypical St. Louis player. I think he fits in well with this group. I don't necessarily agree with the need here, but when you look at this player and where he fell to, it's a slam dunk. I think Doug Armstrong did really well here. I'm going to give this a B plus. I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, I'll give it a B. I think I had him 14 or 15 in my ranking, so him going to 19, I think is a good pick there and good value. And I hope his upside. I hope he lives up to it.
I do too. And I can tell you're a little upset that I disagreed with you.
Yeah,
So
don't do
I
that. But in front of other people, come on, man. What's
I
your deal?
apologize. So I don't know if we can see the chat at all, and I'm not even going to address it, but can you just tell Tim it's okay because he needs that. He gets very upset and I don't want him to shut down on this live stream. We still got 6 hours left of this, Tim. So stay with me. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine. No, good pickup for the Blues. Again, this is a team that I don't know. They've got to get younger, and if he can somehow force his way onto an NHL roster, probably not this year, but next year, and just kind of start to build an identity for the future because they don't really have that right now. They've got a couple guys in their prime, but Kyrou and Thomas, good players, but I feel like I've been generally underwhelmed with them the last couple of seasons.
Even
So hopefully,
Thomas,
Thomas had a good year last year. Thomas had a good year last year. He's a good player, but I don't know. I was hoping for more from this group that I haven't really seen yet.
I don't
So
know.
my pick
Again,
for
I
this
hate
would be a
disagreeing with
B.
you. Thomas is a stud. I love Thomas. I think he's one of the most underrated players in the NHL, but I'll digress. I'll let you have that one. All right, moving on, Tim. We're back to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Their second pick now. They had the number 14 overall pick. Now here we are at number 20. They got this from the Minnesota Wild. What do they address now? They got 32 million in cap space. They have a lot of needs that they can get after. Do they go with the defenseman again? Do they go forward route? What do you think the Columbus Blue Jackets need in this situation?
Yeah, so we're kind of now out of the zone where there's a lot of like high-end players that have slipped through that are throwing everyone's draft boards out. I think there were like a good 5 rounds where GMs were kind of panicking a little bit because they weren't expecting guys like Eklund and Atchison to still be there, and it throws everything off. Those guys are gone. We're starting to see guys go where they deserve to go. So now it's going back to the original plan is like, who's our guy? Who's the best player available? Who's the guy that we think we have the best chance of having us help our franchise now and in the future? So for a team like Columbus, I think they probably want to go with another defenseman. I feel like you've got your Fantillis and Marchenkos and other young forwards in this league. I don't see the same thing on the back end. So I think the better chance of just injecting their pipeline of prospects with good young defensemen is going to help them more than anything.
I agree. I think that makes sense. All right, we got cut off before the draft started. We were talking about trades and signings. I want to talk about a signing that the Toronto Maple Leafs made this earlier tonight. John Tavares, a UFA, potentially July 1st. He re-signs with the Toronto Maple Leafs 4 years at $4.38 million. Tim, I believe the number was. What do you
About
think
that.
of this? What do you think of this signing for the Toronto Maple Leafs? He comes in under market. This is a guy who's a point per game guy. Obviously, he's a hometown boy. He loves playing in Toronto, so he gives them a cap friendly, team friendly deal. Do you like this move from Toronto? Kind of rolling back one of the big core that's been there for a long time that was expected to succeed. Obviously, Toronto has not done anything in the playoffs. They made the second round once. Smart move by Brad Treliving to bring him back on a team friendly deal.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move. I mean, you're talking about a guy that had 38 goals this year, 29 last year, 36 the year before. Like he's still producing at a very high level. And the fact that you're getting him way under value, way under
Mhm.
market, I feel like you could get 6, 7, maybe $8 million depending on the length of the deal in the open market. So getting him for under five, I think it's a slam dunk. And I think you're gonna each year gonna ask him to do a little bit less. So it's not just a case of running back the same old gang and hoping for different results because he's gonna get older. He's going to slow down. He's going to be a less critical part of your core in the next couple of years. But just the value that he brings, the leadership, the goal scoring, and just knowing what you have, the whole, bird in the hand thing, I think it's a slam dunk deal for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because, like you said, he is 34. He's turning 35. So when the contract ends, he'll be 38, 39 years old. And the Leafs have done this before where they bring in veterans and it hasn't really worked out with a Marlowe or a Joe Thornton. But I do agree he does still have a lot of game left in him. But with the Toronto Maple Leafs, sometimes addition by subtraction. I know you're losing Mitch Marner, but do you need to lose more? Like you still have to sign Matthew Nyes, and he does take up a roster spot, and he hasn't done it in the playoffs. And we need more from him in the playoffs. And everybody's critiquing Austin Matthews and William Nylander and Mitch Marner, but John Tavares is right there with him. So when the playoffs start again this year, you're still going to have Matthews and Nylander and Tavares. Is it that much of a different team? Right. And so in my eyes, if I'm the GM and if I'm an outsider, I'm going like, well, maybe we just get rid of him. Are we going to get a better player for him? Probably not.
Nope.
Probably not for that value. But could we get a player who's maybe more impactful in the playoffs? A guy who's more like, a penalty killer, a checking forward, a guy who we thought Scott Lawton could be. Maybe we could find a guy like that. So I just don't know. I feel like you're just rolling it back again without Mitch Marner, and it's going to be the same result. I would have honestly liked to see both of them go. That's just me. And just it's really, really put the pressure on Austin Matthews and say, this is your team and see if you can rise to the occasion. Because right now it's like, oh, the former captain's here. I got John Tavares. It's his team too still. We only lost Mitch. We still got a big piece of the team here. So it's a great deal for the team. But yes, it will age terribly. I think in 2 years it's going to be bad. And he hasn't done anything in the playoffs. That's the thing that I can't get around. He's not a playoff guy.
Sure, but yeah, but you need the younger guys. Like next year, it's going to be less about Tavares. It's going to be more about Matthews, more about Nyes, more about Nylander, and I would say Marner, but I think he's probably as good as gone at this
Oh, he's
point.
gone.
So yeah, so the we're waiting on the Columbus Blue Jackets pick, but I do have a little bit of an announcement to make. Just broken a couple
Oh,
minutes
you're getting
ago.
married.
No, not yet. The General Manager of the Year award went to not Bill Zito, but Jim Nill of the Dallas Stars. Great pick, I think, overall. I mean, you saw a guy that just made some great moves and was aggressive at the deadline and had locked up a lot of their young players, but it's hard to make a case for him over Bill Zito for me.
Yeah, he obviously goes out and gets Mikko Rantanen and just makes that huge splash and just goes all in with that team. So it's huge. I'm just
Granlund,
watching, huh?
yeah. Granlund and CC too.
Yeah, he did everything he needed to do to make that team a Stanley Cup champion. So it's fantastic. He's won it a couple times in the last few years. He's just a GM who knows how to manage his team. He went through the terrible contracts with Sagan and Ben, navigated that, got good young talent and Wyatt Johnson, great players in Miro Heiskanen. He knows how to manage a team, and it's fantastic. And he's managing to fit all these guys under the cap, which was an issue up until this year with the cap rising. And being in Dallas, obviously it's a destination. Getting Matt Duchene, team-friendly deals, getting Jamie Benn to sign to a team-friendly deal. So it's a well-deserved award. Obviously, I think Barry Zito would not zero, sorry, Zito would like a call what he's done with the Florida Panthers, but Jim Nill, a fantastic GM with the Dallas Stars, well deserved. All right, the Columbus Blue Jackets, the pick is in. Obviously, Johnny Gaudreau's wife is out there again to make the pick. They could go anywhere with this. They need everything. She is I thought made the pick. I wish I could hear, but yes. We'll wait for the pick, Tim.
Yeah, we saw her make a pretty emotional moment with her first pick way back at what number 14, 15, something like that. Well, here we are, pick 20. She's announcing it, and it's Pyotr Andreyanov. There's a name for you. Let me look him up on my list here.
He's from Russia, and if
We
you
know
know
that.
me, I am not even going to try to spell this or
Hold
say
on.
this name. There's a lot of what?
I have him at number 81 in my rankings.
What?
He's number 81 in my rankings. I'm looking at daily faceoffs. I mean, it's a Russian goalie. He's young. Goalies are so hard to measure and track, but this is a strange one. This is like a third, fourth round pick, probably, and you're getting in at 21. That's just help me make sense of that.
Well, especially for goalies, because there are decent goaltenders here. There's Joshua Ravensburg, there's Jack Ivankovic, there's good goalies who are on the board that should go way above him. But yeah, Pyotr Andreyanov from the KHL or the MHL over in Russia. This is the Columbus Blue Jackets filling a need. So they have known throughout this season that Elvis Merzlikins is not that guy, and he won't be. They've tested him, they've given him an opportunity, and he hasn't stepped up. So this is a GM saying we need a goaltender. We need someone to put between the pipes for the years to come, and they've obviously done their due diligence. They've gone out and scouted all these guys, and this PA Tor Andreyanov, they like him. And so they're taking him. They don't have any more picks this draft. They're not going to wait till the second round and risk losing him. So if you're a team that needs a goaltender, you take him now. It might be a stretch. It might not make sense to a lot of people, but holy hell, if I have a need in net and I see a guy that I like and I know he won't be around when I come up in the second round, I got to take him, right, Tim? So you can critique it. You can, get after Don Waddell for not getting the best possible player because he's not, in a position to really pick position wise because his team isn't that strong, but he's doing it. He was a guy who put together the Florida Panthers. He knows how to build a team. He did the same thing with the Chicago Blackhawks. He knows what he's doing. He sees this goalie. He likes him. I guarantee you he has done his due diligence and scouted every single goalie in this draft. Frolov and Andreyanov and Medvedev and all these guys. He likes him the best. He's got the typical goaltender size right now. He's 6'2", 6'3", 210 pounds, so he's not a small kid. I don't know anything about him. I'll be completely frank. I'm sure none of you know anything about him also. He's played in Russia, but you have to applaud this guy for going out and getting the player he likes.
Yeah, and this is I would love to know like what the discussions were in the room to make this pick because again,
Oh,
he's a guy
yeah.
that ranked
Yeah.
in the 80 to 100 range, 70 to 100, and you're taking him at 20, 21, and 20. And so yeah, like what are the conversations? And they must have invested a lot of time scouting him and saw something special with him. And so I hope with picks like this is like you make this kid's night. Who knows if he's even awake right now? What time is it in
Oh,
Russia?
Tim, he's awake. He's watching.
Maybe, but he wasn't. I don't think he thought he was going to go in the first round in his middle of the night his time. So who knows? I'm sure he's awake. But yeah, it's a cool pick. It's always a cool story when teams reach like this and special for him. But the pressure's on now. You got to deliver like a first round goalie.
Yeah, and he's going to be given an opportunity. Because like I said, that goaltending situation in Columbus, it's not great. And he will be giving every opportunity to take this net and be the starter next year at 19 years of age. So good for him. And it's just what is your grade for a situation like this? Because were there better players available? Absolutely. Were there guys who could have made an impact? I hate when people do this when they ask a question and they answer it, so I apologize. But there were guys who would have made a bigger impact this season for the Columbus Blue Jackets. But Don Waddell, like I I have a bad goalie. I need a goalie. I don't have anybody in the pipeline. Nothing has worked. Merzlikins has been inconsistent at best. I'm taking a damn goalie. So that's what we're doing. So just for that chutzpah and that confidence, I'm going to give this a B minus, even though there were a lot of better players available.
Yeah, no, John, I mean, there are goalies who were projected to go in the first round. And so the fact that you had to reach way down there, I get the whole Russian thing, and maybe he's got all the talent in the world and it make me look like an idiot 3 years from now. But right now, this pick is a D. I don't see what the sense is in grabbing him at this point in the draft when you could get him another round or two later. Who knows? Maybe they heard something that made him nervous. They thought someone else was going to go for him, and he's really liked by some other teams and whatever. But right now, it's a D.
All right, I'll agree with you. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to be a positive person. I'm trying to make the best of the situation, but yeah, I agree. It's just I don't know, and usually I'm the biggest critic of GMs, and I'm all over them. It's like, what are we doing? Why are we making this pick? But I'm trying not to be a Debbie Downer on this pick. But see, now we're moving on to an Ottawa Senators pick. We're getting to the pick. Oh, there's a trade. He's pressing the red button. This is where you'll start to see trades because teams that are in contention, they don't need young players. They don't need a guy who is going to be valuable or an impact player in 2, 3, 4 years. So they're trading. So Ottawa is trading down to the Nashville Predators. I like this. Maybe a Jonathan Marchessault, maybe a player on the Nashville roster who Ottawa can use next year. I'm hopeful this is the case and not exchange for just more draft picks. Gosh, it's so incredibly boring when it's just for draft picks. So, yes.
Here's the details. The Predators are trading 23 and 67 to move up 2 spots for 21. So this is one of those boring, let me just move up and get my guy type deals.
It'll be interesting to see who the Nashville Predators like. There are some good young players, like a Daniil Prohorikov from Russia. Very, very, very huge forward. He's got size. He's got skill. He's very reminiscent of a Valery Nichushkin, who's just got a hell of a shot. He can drive the net. He's not afraid to get into the, dirty areas. Are they going after Blake Fiddler? A Nashville Predator, son of Vern Fiddler. That wouldn't surprise me. A defenseman out of Edmonton, 6'4", 220. He would fit in nicely in Nashville. And obviously his dad is Vern. I think Vern works for the Nashville Predators. So that wouldn't surprise me if they take him. Who else would they take, Tim? I don't know, but they obviously have someone in mind, a Cullen Potter. There's a lot of players in this range who they could be going for. But yeah, moving up 2 spots. They were surprised someone has dropped this far. They should be sprinting to the podium to get here. But the Nashville Predators, just like we mentioned, 15 picks ago, it's a franchise in flux. And we're showing someone on a lawn right now getting drafted. Who is it? Oh, it's Brady Martin. So we're going back to that pick when he was number 5 overall, picked by the Predators, Brady Martin. But yeah, a Nashville Predators team who is desperately in need of just a franchise-altering shift. Who are we? Are we going to be a Stanley Cup contender? Are we still pushing for it? Right now, it looks like they are. They're making moves to get up in the draft to get players to maybe be impact players this season. I still don't know what Barry Trotz has up his sleeve. He's never been one to, keep his cards close to his vest. But this is an interesting move to just jump up 2 picks to grab a player 2 picks early. They must really love someone, Tim.
I mean, the part that drives me nuts is like if you make a move to trade up at this point because you have a specific player in mind that you're excited to get, you don't want to wait because they only moved up 2 spots, so like they were nervous about this player. It's a very specific name. Why wouldn't you go up and make the pick? Why are we running out the clock in this situation? Doesn't I guess like doing the due diligence and using every option, but man, Alan Wallace, the agent, just tweeted out the entire first round of the NBA draft, which is also 32 teams, was 2 hours, and we are 3+ hours in. So we got to move this thing along, guys. So we'll see what the Predators pick in. But I'm ranting now.
No, you are. And I do think it's going to be Fiddler, but I agree. I think the NHL does, they do a lot of things right. I think it's the most exciting sport. The playoffs, everything's incredible. There's no better trophy or playoff format than NHL, but there's stuff like this where you just scratch your head and you go, why? Because even at 10 minutes a pick, we've done 20 picks. Should it take this long? I don't know. It's bizarre. It just is mind-boggling to see. But listen, we signed on to do this. I'm enjoying it. We've gone through 20 picks so far. I feel like there's been a few stretches. The pick is in. The Nashville Predators are coming up to the podium. Is it going to be Joshua Jackson again for the Nashville Predators? I don't know. Gary Bettman's going to do the honors. I'm guessing it's Fiddler, Tim. Don't you think they go back to the hometown boy Vern?
That makes sense. He was a good player for that team for a long time.
Oh, one of the most
What's
annoying picks ever.
George
And they got
Kittle?
George Kittle coming in. Didn't know all these guys were hockey fans, but George Kittle making the pick for the Nashville Predators, very exciting. Everybody going nuts. He's got a Philippe Forsberg jersey in the background, 49ers tight end. Interesting hairstyle for him. I don't I don't think I or you could pull that off, Tim, but yes, good for George Kittle.
I could pull it off, but you definitely couldn't. You're right about that.
Going a little bit different. Cameron Reed, defenseman for the Kitchener Rangers. They're going. They address their defensive need in Nashville, getting a little younger. It's an explosive skater. He's not going to shy away from the physical play. He projects to be a top four, Tim, who can run the power play, which they desperately need. Roman Yossi, maybe he's out the door. Is this a sign of things to come, Tim? What do you think of this pick, Cameron Reed?
Yeah, I like the pick, and I like their ability to just move up and get their guy. I think a lot of more teams should do that. I think he's a good defenseman. He's gonna again, we're talking years out from this point, but they need this, and I think he's gonna complement them really well.
Yeah, left-handed shot, not overly big. He's got the perfect body, as one of my former teammates used to say, 6 foot, almost 200 pounds. He's a good puck-moving defenseman. He's not going to light the world on fire, but he can get up in the play. He can transition quickly. He's not overly physical, but he doesn't shy away from the physical game. So yeah, I think he projects to be, like I said earlier, is a good 1, 2, 3 defenseman in this league. And I don't know if you see a guy you like and you want to go and grab him, like you said, you got to go for it. And you can never go wrong picking a defenseman who projects to be this high. Because as the league goes, it's definitely dependent on defensemen. I know how everybody loves Connor McDavid and high-end forwards and Kachuk and Barkov and these guys. Defense wins championships. I know they say that in football. It's the truth in hockey too. You look at the Edmonton Oilers. If they had a decent decor, they would have multiple rings on their finger. The reason they're not Stanley Cup champions right now, 2 times over, is because of Darnell Nurse. I'll say it. He makes too much money for what he does. If he made 4 million and they could add another defenseman making a lot more than him, they would be Stanley Cup champions. If you replace Darnell Nurse with Aaron Ekblad and they switch teams, I think Edmonton is back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. So it's incredibly important to have a good D core. And that's why you see GMs drafting D-men, trying to find that piece. It's also incredibly important to have strong centermen down the middle. I've said it for years. You win Stanley Cups down the middle and on the back end. That's why all of these GMs are trying to find big, strong centermen who can win draws, who are responsible, who can score. You need to find big, puck moving defensemen who can do a little bit of everything, who aren't a huge liability in the D zone. And this is what this kid hopefully will do. Cameron Reed seems to be a well rounded defenseman. His strengths are, good decision making. He's got great skating. Well, his NHL comp, it says there on ESPN, it's Thomas Chabot. That ain't bad. That
Do you
ain't bad,
think
Tim.
is Victor Hedman like the gold protocol for the big defenseman that can skate really well, or is it like is that just an unfair comparison to compare anyone to him?
Well, obviously, I think that's the ideal, but I do think, gosh, you look at these young defensemen who are coming up. Yeah, I think Hedman is that guy. But I do think guys like Owen Power are a better skater than him. They seem to be a little bit lighter. They can move around the ice a little more like a Mo Sider. I think he has a higher upside than a Victor Hedman. I think Hedman really got himself in a good situation in Tampa Bay where like that's a Stanley Cup window if I've ever seen one. You got Point, you got Kucherov, you got Stamkos, you got Sergachev, you got like, a great core, Chernak and McDonough. Yeah, but obviously he is the creme de la creme and the bar you want to get to. But yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird thing to kind of what's the bar for this player? I hated when you were doing the comparison. When I got to Chicago, I sat down with Stan Bowman, and they had just won the Stanley Cup 2010. And they had to jettison a lot of high end guys. Like Andrew Ladd was gone, John Madden was gone. A lot of pieces were leaving just because of the salary cap era. And I was sitting down with Q and Stan Bowman, and they go, we see you as a Dustin Bufflin type. And I looked at him and I go, no, no. what the hell are you talking? And I honestly had that reaction. I was like, Really?" And they go, "Yeah, we think you could do a little more. We're going to give you an option at forward. We're going to see how you play on the back end, but we need some physical play. And Dustin was our guy. We can reliably play him." Obviously, it did not work out like they had planned, and I got dealt 2 years later. But it's tough to play this comparison game, and it's tough for players because you sit there and you go, "Oh, you're going to be a Sasha Barkov, or you're going to be a Thomas Shabbat." And then the Cameron Reed, this kid's like, "I'm not Thomas Shabbat." I mean, then you get that in your head, and you just like are screwed. Because in Chicago, my first year, I tried to do too much. I tried to be an offensive guy, and I wasn't. So I think you just let him develop, and it is what it is. And Nashville's getting a good player who will contribute in a few years, and he's a solid defenseman. If he turns out to be a good NHL defenseman, that's great. But I think at this point in the draft, the ceiling is high, but the floor is also incredibly low. I think a lot of these guys will play a handful of games in the NHL, and that's it. When you look at how the draft works out and you look at, go to the 2020 draft. Typically, maybe three-quarters of the guy in the first round dress. There's a quarter that don't even make a game. Of those three-quarters who play, maybe half are now everyday players. The other half are not. So I don't know. It's just sad to see guys being compared left to right and center. Because I'm not Dustin Bufflin, Tim. It would be like me coming to you, Tim, and being, "You know what? We want you to be like a Joe Rogan type. Yeah, just like that. No pressure, but you're a Joe Rogan type, Tim. So go for it. Go do your job, Joe. Come on. I mean, Tim."
Hey, fair enough. So the Pittsburgh Penguins now are about to make their next pick of the draft, and this is one they traded down from. And I don't have a lot of faith in Dubas. I don't trust him with my picks. I don't know who they're going to go with here. I'm not excited about who's going to be. I'm glad I'm not a Penguins fan. That my future's not in his hands, but we'll see who the next pick is.
It's just lovely that Letang is so handsome. Bill Zonin, right winger from the Rion Noranda from the QMJHL. Bill Zonin, Tim. No clue who this kid is. Tell us about Bill Zonin for those of us who aren't well versed on Bill.
Well, there's one word that just keeps coming up over and over again. The word is energy. This kid plays with energy. He plays like every game is game seven. He's a tremendous playmaker. He's physical. He likes to shoot. He likes to shoot the puck a lot. He's a guy that who's going to rack up 4, 5, 6 shots a night if he gets the chance. So he likes to make things happen in open space. He creates space when he doesn't have it. So one of those guys that I feel like is probably still growing and developing, that could continue getting better year over year. I could see him going. I mean, he's a guy that could have gone even higher. He's 31 in my rankings, and the fact that he moved up to 22 is not surprising. He's one of those guys that I feel like was getting overlooked a little bit, so good for him. I'll give this one a B minus.
Oh, did we not do the grade for the last pick? That's my bad. Yeah, I'll give it a B. Playing hockey at a high level 24/7 is difficult. And it's very appropriate that he's going to the Pittsburgh Penguins because when I played the Penguins, the big key to playing the Penguins was don't wake up Malkin. Let the big dog sleep. And Bill Zonin, like you just said, it plays every game like it's game seven. Maybe he'll wake up a Malkin. Because a lot of the times when we play that team, it's just like, yeah, was Malkin even awake? Was he even alive? But when he's on, arguably, Tim, he's the best player on the planet. What in his prime, when he was
Right.
on, Yevgeny Malkin was hard to beat. And I'm not gonna, pigeonhole most Russians in that category because a lot of guys are high energy. But I've played with a lot of Russians, and a lot of them have that kind of persona where it's like, when they want to turn it on, they can turn it on. They're like impossible to play against. But when they don't feel like it, they're not very good. And if this guy can play like it's game seven, that's an incredible skill.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing that can't be taught.
Yeah.
You can work on the skill stuff, you can work on the fundamentals. You can't really teach someone to play hard if they're not already doing it. And that goes back to kids. You coach 10, 12-year-olds, the 7-year-olds, like a lot of kids will show that already. And the Russian thing is totally fair. Kovalev comes to mind with a similar thing too. Totally different player than Malkin, but one of those guys with all the talent in the world, and he's either on or he wasn't. So now we have the Ottawa Senators are on the clock with pick number 23. And my question for you is, are the Senators now, they made the playoffs, they didn't get out of the first round, but no one really expected them to. Are they a playoff team from now on? Are they a playoff team for like the, 7 of the next 10 years at this point, or 3 of the next 5? Or is that kind of like, could you see a step back coming this year?
No, I don't think this was an outlier year of them making the playoffs. I think it was good for them to make the playoffs. They needed to. It was desperate for this young group because we talked about, we've gone over this dozens of times, Tim. Which one of the group of teams that are up and coming, the Red Wings, the Senators, the Sabres, which one is going to take that step? And this year it was the Ottawa Senators, thankfully. Because for this group, they made a big trade. Dylan Cousins for Josh Norris. I think that was a great trade for them. Dylan Cousins brings in a little bit more sandpaper than Josh Norris, has a scoring ability, but he's a guy you want to be on your team in the playoffs. Jake Sanderson had a huge jump in his play. He goes to the Four Nations Cup, and that was his coming out party. Everybody's talking about the Kachucks, Matthew, Brady. Jake Sanderson, other than Slavin, the best defenseman for the USA, he played
Just
fantastic. He played lights out, Tim, wasn't he?
game changer. I mean, he had that big goal against Team Canada. Just an electric player, and one of those guys like Slavin, who you mentioned, were out of market, wasn't really getting the respect he deserved before that tournament because everyone knew who Cale Makar was, and even like a McAvoy. But a guy like Sanderson, and we talked about with Brady Tkachuk a couple years ago. He said like this guy is going to be the best defenseman in the league at some point in his career. He's going to win a Norris Trophy. And I think what we saw from him in that tournament is totally true. He's just ready for that role and takes a lot of pressure off Shabbat, who I think is a very, very good defenseman, but wasn't that like 1A type. But I feel like if you stop asking him to be and you give Sanderson that role, it's going to make both of them better for it.
Yeah, and we talked to Brady Tkachuk, and he said, and it was I think a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and we asked him point blank. I'm like, Brady, who on your team are you excited about? Like we know Stutzla, we obviously know you, we know Shabbat Shalom, we know the high end guys. We who are we missing? And he goes, Jake Sanderson. Just wait. He said, just wait. This kid is fantastic. And then sure enough, that very year, Jake Sanderson comes out and has a great season, makes the Four Nations Cup, and everybody knows him, and they sign him to an $8 million contract. Now he's absolutely loaded. But back to your question. Yeah, this team better make the playoffs this year. This team better make it the next year. Steve Staios has built this. He didn't build the roster, but he has inherited this roster that they're young, but they're not that young. They should win. They all have contracts that they are paid to be stars in this league. They've invested and gambled on this roster. They gave them contracts when maybe they didn't merit it. But now you have to start paying the pipers. Tim Stutzla, Brady Tkachuk, Drake Batherson. Let's go. Like we paid you guys the big bucks when you were young kids. Now it's time for you to, start winning some games, start winning some playoffs. You bring in Linus Ullmark. You address the goaltending situation. That was a little shaky. But there's no options. There's no other questions. You have to start winning. You had a high pick last year in Carter Yakimchuk. He could be a nice asset this season. I think he was 6'7" overall last year. He might make the jump to the NHL. You got Sanderson, you got Shabbat Shalom, you got Artem Zub, you got Nick Jensen, you got this Yakimchuk kid. There's no missing pieces on this team, Tim. It's a solid team. I thought they were going to beat the Leafs in the first round. I picked them to win that series. So yeah, they need
So
to
the pick
win.
is in. The pick is in. It's a right-handed shot defenseman, Logan Hensler, and this is a great pick. And those right-handed shot defensemen are always coveted. They're always guys that like it's for whatever reason. A lot of the lefties are easier to find than the righties that can really play. So he's coming out of the University of Wisconsin in the NCAA, and at one point in the last year, he was a potential top 5 pick, and the others started to do with the others catching up than anything he was doing wrong. So there's a lot to like. He's 6'2". He's mobile. He's got a nice long reach. He's very good in his own zone. So he's not like a rushing, putting up a ton of points type of defenseman. But if you expect him to be like a reliable, no nonsense, and don't add too much, but don't expect any mistakes either, like a second pairing guy, a lot of teams you can build championships rosters around guys like that.
Wow. Yeah, he wins gold at the World Junior Championship, so he's obviously a championship caliber. He didn't get a lot of ice time, so he was kind of a secondary player. But yeah, It's a solid defenseman. He was slated to go in the top 20, so it's good value for Ottawa getting him at 21, getting him a little earlier or later than he was projected to go. But I don't know. Again, at this point, I think if you're Steve Stales, you're a playoff team. You have your roster set for next year. This is just building for the future. This is a piece maybe you can parlay in a trade next year at the deadline. You don't really plan this guy to be in your roster in the next few years, but it's a good piece. Like you said, you never go wrong drafting right-handed defensemen. Their left side, excuse me, is super strong in Ottawa with Sanderson and Shabbat. Their right side could use some help. You got Nick Jensen and Artem Zub, so he might slot in on the third spot after camp. But yeah, he's a college boy. He'll go back to college and develop there for maybe 1, 2 more years and give it a kick at the can in a couple years. But it's a safe pick by Steve Staios. It's a safe pick by the Ottawa Senators. You have really no needs up front. Your forwards, if they bring back Claude Giroux, which everyone thinks they will, you got your first lines locked in with Stützle, Tkachuk, and Zetterlund, who was a fantastic pickup, by the way, from the San Jose Sharks. He's fit in
Yep.
flawlessly with this team. And you got Perron, Cousins, and Batherson, and you got Pinto and Ridley Gregg, and it's a good forward group, Tim. So I like this pick. I'm going to grade it a B. It's a solid pick.
I'll go a B as well. And the player comp for him is one of my own guys, one of my people, Charlie McAvoy. And if he can give anything close to McAvoy with that level of physicality and just reliable blue line, I think it's going to be awesome. So good pick for them.
I agree. All right, we're moving on to pick 22, the Philadelphia Flyers. They acquired this from the Colorado Avalanche. Very exciting. Danny Briere has already gone off the board and drafted incredibly, just recklessly earlier when he traded up to get, gosh, who did he get, Tim, that we didn't like? I can't
I
remember.
don't
It
even
was
know.
it was so long ago, but they're getting their
It
third pick of
was
the first round.
gosh,
Who was it?
don't
I
even
don't
know.
even know. But anyways, Danny Briere, the Philadelphia Flyers are on the board, and this is where we're getting to that point in the draft. Hold on a second. Where
Jack
do
Nesbitt. They
Jack
drafted
Nesmith?
Porter Martone and early on, and they drafted Jack Nesbitt at 12.
What
That
pick
was
are we at here? Because on the clock is not the LA Kings Bleacher Report. I think we're at pick 22. Are they jumping the gun, or are we do we mick
no,
a,
it is. It's 24. It's the LA Kings here.
what the hell happened to 22 and 23?
We did it, man. We're moving fast. You gotta stay in the zone.
I
The
am.
LA
I'm
Kings
just
are on the
losing
clock.
my mind here. What's going on, Tim? All right, we're getting the LA Kings. We're getting to the creme de la creme. This is nice. I think I blacked out for a couple seconds. I just started talking
It
about
did
me and I
say
just missed a couple picks. This is
it did
fantastic.
it did say Flyers for a second, but it is the LA Kings picking at 24, and what an exciting team they built. We've already had some player comps to Quentin Byfield. I mean, he's an absolute horse out there, and I think he just keeps getting better every single year, and he's going to continue doing that. What are you excited about with the Kings right now?
I'm glad you said horse. I thought you were going to say something else. Um, he's an absolute horse out there. And this is a team who I think is in the mix for Mitch Marner. I know Vegas has been bandied about. I know there's other teams that are vying for his services. If I'm Mitch Marner and I'm looking at the field, the LA Kings are a team that I want to go to because, and I'm only looking at the teams out west because based on everything I've heard, based on talking to Mitch, not myself, but from people who know Mitch, he wants to go out west. He's played in Toronto. He's been in the big market. He wants sun. He wants a little anonymity. He wants to just breathe a little bit because Toronto was all encompassing. I'd go to the LA Kings, Tim. It makes perfect sense to go there. They have a good young group. They have a solid veteran presence, and they're a team that's just on the cusp of being a really dangerous team in the Western Conference. Unfortunately, they have ran into the Edmonton Oilers for the last 4 years, and that's just crap luck in my eyes. Like you're running into Connor McDavid 4 straight years, and they took him to seven, they took him to six, and then obviously the last few years it hasn't worked out for them, and the LA Kings have just worked them. But they are a very, very enticing teams. When you got Turcotte and you got Kempe and you got a Byfield and you got a Fiala, who I think is one of the most underrated players out there. Yeah, that's a team I want to go to. I said strong down the middle. Kopitar, Byfield, Deneau. Strong on the back end. You got Mikey Anderson. You got Drew Doughty, Brant Clark, Joel Edmondson. You got Gavrikov who's going to resign. So they have a lot of good pieces that if I'm a Mitch Marner, I am going to this team. So I don't know. Is there another team you think Mitch Marner would want to go to, Tim, other than the LA Kings?
Well, the team I've been floating around is the Anaheim Ducks, which is not too far, obviously, from the LA Kings there. That one makes a lot of sense to me too. And it's just a matter of who makes a better offer. He's going to have basically 20 plus teams calling him on Tuesday on July 1st. And he's going to have the pick of the draft. And a lot of teams, a lot of reports I'm reading are like, he's not going to even take meetings with everyone. It might be that team like Anaheim or Columbus who wants him, that wants to go give him a boatload of money won't be able to get a call. They won't be able to get a meeting because he wants to go stick with a contender or a team that he can win that also has room to pay him. But there's not a lot of them. LA Kings could be one of them, so that makes sense too.
Tim, there's a trade that's just went down with the LA Kings. Gary Bettman has gone to the podium and has announced that the LA Kings have traded the 24th overall pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Very, very exciting. We don't know the return for the LA Kings just yet. Maybe it's Erik Karlsson. Wouldn't that be a terrible trade? No, it's for more draft picks. They got the 24th overall pick in exchange for the 31st and the 59th. It's a big dumper of a trade that is completely useless to talk about, but obviously the Pittsburgh Penguins and Kyle Dubas, they see someone they like and they want to jump up because they were at the end of this first round and they need to get their player. So I'm guessing it's someone maybe out of Denmark that no one knows about, and they're going to pick
Yeah.
him. And it's just like, what the hell are we doing, Kyle? Why did we just do that? But they see someone they like. They traded away their 12th pick when they had two picks in a row. Now they're returning the favor. They're using that pick to jump back up to 24 to get higher in the first round, Tim. Is this the time for the Pittsburgh Penguins when we're going to see them just vault back into contention now? Sidney Crosby's on the edge. Do you think Sidney Crosby's even watching right now? 0% chance.
Yeah, no, he's not watching. I don't think he cares. And I wonder, like, does Letang want to be here? Is it more? I mean, obviously his son's there. Is it for his kid? Is he kind of
Yeah.
being forced like that? Hey, someone's got to do it. And Sid said, and Gino said, not me. So he's like, Tanger's just left holding the buck there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with this one, and hopefully they take one of these guys who. I mean, there's some good names that were projected to go in the top 15, top 20 that haven't gone yet, like Carson Adair and Cullen Potter, and some of these names that I think are pretty good. So hopefully they take one of those guys, and they don't go take some dummy who's 50 plus that
Some dummy.
they did not need to trade up to get. But hey, we've seen weirder things from Kyle Dubas.
There's a couple, names that you're familiar with. There's Will Horkoff. There's the Fiddler kid. I really don't know where they're going. They need goaltending help. Maybe they'll get a goaltender. They need help on the back end. They need help everywhere. They are an old team that I don't like. Again, if you're trying to rebuild your team, he must really like this player, right? He must really love this guy who he thinks is going to help his team maybe this year, but he won't be an impactful player. I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe they just done their scouting and they have a scout in his ear. I think that's what it is. Yeah, and it's one. I'm going to go on a tangent here. I'm not going to do it. I have to respect the institution of the NHL. But all of these guys who are scouts, they have their guy and they want to get their guy. And I know tons and tons of scouts because they get these jobs right out of the league and they make like 60, 70,000 and they go around and they have their territories, whether it's, North America or not, sorry, North America. It's like Western Canada, Eastern Canada, the United States. I know one guy lives in my town. He does like Michigan, Midwest. He's always flying around. And if they're a buddy with the GM, they get in his ear and they say, "Hey, this guy's going to be a game changer. Pick him." And then your pick gets picked, and then you all of a sudden you vault up in the rankings of all the scouts. So Chris Letang went home, and he just sent his son out there. He said, "Sorry, buddy. Take care. Comb your beautiful hair. I'm leaving. You go do the pick." That's how much Chris Letang cares. He's just sending his son out there. So good for him. Oh gosh, imagine being that kid. The pressure going out there. Like dozens of people are listening to him right now.
I can imagine being that kid with that head of hair and the millions in his bank account. Here we go. Will Horkoff. This is we talked about this earlier. This is the son of former NHLer Sean Horkoff, and he's got the pedigree for sure.
Yeah, centerman coming out of the NCAA in Michigan. I think it's a good pick. He's obviously been around the NHL. He knows how the game works. But again, there's his dad right there, Sean. He's a big boy, massive mountain of a man. If that's correct, he's 6'5". What are we feeding these kids? When I was coming out of the NCAA, this is how much things have changed. I don't want to say my agent, but it was someone close to me. He said, "How tall are you?" I said, I'm 6 foot 8 3/4, 250, 60 pounds. Someone along the way said the NHL doesn't like tall guys. Say you're 6 foot 7. So for a long time, Tim, on my trading card, everywhere it said 6'7" because I would go do the combine stuff and the tape wouldn't go high enough. It would be like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and the person measuring you was like 5'10", and they would go, "Well, how tall are you?" And I was like, "Ah, like 6'7". And they go, "Oh, okay, cool, 6'7". So I would say I was shorter, but now it's like the NBA, the taller the better. This guy's 6'5", 210 pounds. I bet you he's probably 6'3" and a half. It's so good for him. But anyways, back to the point. If he's a big-bodied centerman and he's got the pedigree and he can get up and down the ice, and he was obviously in the World Junior Championships, he's a good, solid player. He's had a great program in Michigan. I know the coach. I know the system well. This is a great pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins. This is a positive sign in the right direction. Now we just have to look at Letang. He was taking a dump. He came back. Hey, what did I miss? I'm back. Oh, welcome to the team, Will. Hey, great having you. But I'm going to grade this. I'm going to give it a B. I think it's a nice pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Did they have to trade up to get this guy? I don't know, but it's a good pick by Kyle Dubas. I'll give him some credit here.
Yeah, I think a B sounds about right to me. I mean, he's the typical power forward, and I think he's going to have to work on just speed and playing at a higher level and a higher pace than he's used to. Not just because he's not in the NHL yet, but because that's not his skill set. He's physical. He likes to make a play, but he's going to have to get faster, and that's going to be both in the sense of moving his feet quicker, but also in just making quicker decisions with the puck and without the puck. But the upside is there, the pedigree's there, and the fact that they traded up to get him means they really believe in him. So I like the pick.
So with this roster, if you're Kyle Dubas, and play GM for a second because it's fun to do.
Oh.
What?
No, this is a tough team to do this for.
Okay, we're playing GM for the Pittsburgh Penguins. You have arguably one of the top 10 players in the league right now in Sidney Crosby. You have aged veterans in the Crystal Tang that we've seen. You have Yevgeny Malkin. You have Eric Carlson. You have high-end talent. What do you do? Are you trying to trade players? Are you trying to make the playoffs? It's the team that hasn't made the playoffs in a few years. They have a lot of holes. They don't have a lot of money to spend. What's the plan if you're Kyle Dubas, Tim? Give it to me. Give me your game plan that's going to make you a contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm making my decision by Thanksgiving. And I know that's kind of a deadline, but like even maybe even earlier, early November. Like if we win, 12, 15 out of 20 to start the season, we're like, oh, hey, you know what? There's still some pop in this game. And I think you're seeing the best from Crosby and Malkin and Letang and Carlson and Rust and all these other players where, okay, let's go see what we can do. Versus if you go 500 or below it, I'm cleaning house. Malkin's gone. I'm eating Carlson's contract. Rust is gone. Raquel's gone. If I can get a goaltender out, he's going to be gone. So I feel like most likely that's going to be the scenario. I don't want to see them fall somewhere in the middle. And it's a tough thing to do, like we talked about a couple hours ago with Crosby. It's like you can't really do a whole lot. You're sort of handcuffed there, and with good reason. But I think it's going to be one high or the other.
Well, and then okay, Kyle Dubas, yeah, he's got a tough job. He made it harder by signing Eric Carlson. Put yourself in Sidney Crosby's shoes. You try, and I want everybody watching to do this. I know it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time and everybody's tired, and it is what it is. Try to put yourself in Sidney Crosby's shoes. What are you thinking? You're sitting here watching at home or getting the updates on your phone. Do you really want to go through another rebuild? How far will loyalty go? The guy's a competitor. He wants to win. Is he ready to sit through another 2 years of losing? He signed on for another 2 years. He was a point per game guy last year. He went to the Four Nations Cup and was one of the best players. He's one of the first six players for the Olympics next year. Like he's still at the peak of his game. What do you want to do with your career? When you see your team trading up to get better players, you're not trading for active NHL players who are going to help you win this year. Timmy had 91 points last year. 91. The guy's 37 years old. Do you see a world where he asks for a trade? Crazier things have happened, but do you see a world where you see Sidney Crosby wearing a Montreal Canadiens jersey or a jersey than the Pittsburgh Penguins?
I hope we do. And interestingly enough, we saw
Wow.
a report from your pal Georges Larac, was that he was hearing that Sidney Crosby was going to play for a team other than the Pittsburgh Penguins. It was a vague tweet. There was no timeline. There was no like source backing it. It was just sort of he was hearing it, and then it went and became a meme, and Chicklets ran with it, and Nathan McKinnon commented on it saying it was fake news. It's like this whole thing of who says it what, and what did LaRock hear that he was felt like he was tweeting because he backed it up with some other tweets later. So. It's one of those names that he's going to be talked about constantly, and I hope the Penguins stink, and I hope he gets traded. And I think the thing that makes a lot of sense to me is the Colorado Avalanche. They need that center. He loves Nathan McKinnon. They're neighbors back home. It just makes so much sense to do it that way. They train together, they play together. It would be so much fun. It would have echoes of the Ray Bork thing with the Colorado connection. I hope that happens. But it's going to be entirely in Sid's hands, and he's earned the right to stay if he wants to stay.
Listen, George LaRock, I know him very, very close. He's a good friend of mine. Um, how can I say this nicely? He doesn't he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He is about as close to Sidney Crosby as I am with Elon Musk. Like it just doesn't. There's no way that he plays for another team. I think Sidney is anything but loyal. He will stay in Pittsburgh until the day he dies. I think if he was going to leave, he would have left already because they've been terrible for a few years now. And I'm sorry, George, to do that, but the jersey he's talking about is probably Team Canada. So that's the other jersey you'll see him in. It's a Canadian Team Canada Leaf. There won't be anything else. All right, the pick is in. My former team, the Chicago Blackhawks. What do they need? Help for Connor Bedard. Like something. Either a bodyguard, someone who can pass him the puck, someone who can put the puck in the net for him. I used to work for the NBC team calling the games for the Blackhawks until I got first suspended and then fired. That's a whole other story for a whole other show. But it was sad watching Connor, you know, up and down the ice every single night, passing it to somebody and then just fanning the puck, trying to do everything and then getting poke check and going back to the bench and breaking his stick. He needs some help. He hasn't had any help. The Hawks have tried. They brought in Taylor Hall, they brought in Foligno, they brought in some pieces, and it just hasn't worked. When I was calling his games, Tim, he was playing with East Coast guys, for Pete's sake. You know, waiver wire pickups. And he needs some high-end talent. They're not going to get it with this pick right here, but they need to do something to just get this guy out of the funk. Is that like a nasal congestion? Vaclav Nesterol. It sounds like something you would use. There's like a warning after it. It may cause headaches and sudden diarrhea. Who is Vaclav Nesterol, Tim?
Yeah, he's a right winger from the Muskegon Lumberjacks of the USHL. So this is a long-term investment. This is he's years away from probably even being invited to camp. But he's a big boy, 6'5". Um,
That's
six foot
funny.
five. He skates pretty well for his age. He's headed to UMass this year, playing in the D1 hockey. So he's getting out. He's staying in the States. He's not going the OHL route. He's tall, but he's not super strong. So he's a project. But obviously the upside's there, and when he adds some muscle, we talked about him. I had him in 36, but the write-up says that he's a guy that could end up going in the first round just because of his upside. And here he is with pick number 25.
Again, yes, it's a project of a pick. What's going on with Blake Fiddler? I guess the Blackhawks have decent young defensemen. They picked Lashuvnov last year. They got Kyle Kuczynski. They got Vlasic. So I get that. But at this point, if you're the Chicago Blackhawks, are you really picking players that you like, or should you just pick the best player on the board? And maybe this guy is the guy. I don't know, but you got Malcolm Spence who's still out there. You got Milton Gastrin from Sweden. So there are like Cullen Potter from Arizona State. There are good players out there who are still available. That Russian from Dynamo, that Prokhorov, he's still available. Blake Fiddler. Yeah, listen, I hate bagging on the Blackhawks because I desperately want to work for their TV show again, and I'm trying to kiss up to them massively. But I'm going to give this one a D. Like it's just like I don't know. Like the upside is not. How high is the upside for this kid? In all honesty,
I mean, he's a middle six forward at the very best,
right?
probably.
I don't think Connor Bedard is just. Just really enjoying this pick. I think Connor Bedard overall is just really upset with what's going on with the Blackhawks today. All right, what's your grade then, Tim? What do you give this pick?
Yeah, I'll give it a D, and I just kind of go back to the list that I have in front of me and the guys that I think are better players than him that are not only better right now but have better potential. So it's kind of a double whammy there, and yeah, I think a D. This is kind of a disappointing one there.
Yeah, and this is again, it's all subjective. Obviously, Kyle David has done his due diligence. He's scouted this guy and he sees something with them. And they have, a history of forwards and defensemen who are big in developing them. They got Louis Crevier, who's 6'7". You got Vlasic, who's 6'7". So they like those big guys. And maybe this fits in with their plan, the Chicago Blackhawks, trying to go bigger, trying to like shore up some size around Bedard and Nazar, who are small, fleet-footed forwards who can kind of water bug around the ice. But again, like you said, this guy's years away from even playing professional hockey. Like he'll play 3, 4 years in the NCAA. Like just from looking at the picture, he needs to put some weight on, and the NCAA is a great spot for him. He can develop, he can work out, he can get some time to just build strength. Because once you get into that professional game, I remember when I first came into pro hockey, I was, and I went to college and I put weights on and I was strong. I still wasn't ready for the pro game. I still got thrown around. My first fight was versus DJ King, and he threw me around like a rag doll. And I was supposed to be the big dog, enforcing and staking my claim. And it just still wasn't happening. So he needs to get stronger. Who is this mountain of a man from Nashville making the pick here? Jordan Davis, a singer-songwriter. Tim, are you a country singer fan?
I'm moderately. I like the oldies though. I like the older guys. I don't do the pop country. It's not for me.
I like Morgan Wallen. I like the younger guys. I like to get after it a little bit. My kids like it too. We get around. All right, here we go. The pick is in. I love this. Coming out of the USHL, another guy going to the NCAA next year, Riker Lee. Tim, what do you like about Riker Lee, a right winger? Tell me a little bit about Riker.
Yeah, he's a small guy, but he had a growth spurt. So at 15 years old,
Mm.
just a couple of years ago, he was 5'3".
Oh
Now
my
he's five foot
gosh.
seven, so still small, but he shot up 4 inches in 2 years. So you have to hope that he's going to continue to grow. And he was one of the best players in the USHL this past year with excellent hands, excellent hockey IQ, wins a lot of puck battles. This is another project. This is just like the pick right before it, that Nestor Wood guy, whatever his name is. He's years away. To use the same joke, he's a couple years away from being invited to camp, but the upside is there, and this is what you're kind of dealing with at this point in the draft.
Is he Asian? Because I knew, and I don't want to get canceled here, but I know there was a first possible pick from someone from China. So
I don't
is
think
that?
he's from China, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm gonna just stop it right there. But yeah, again, Nashville Predators, they have a lot of holes. They have a lot of issues. They had a lot of guys making too much money, and apparently he's a good young forward. He's years away from making the NHL if he ever does. But yeah, good for him. I'm gonna grade it a B minus just because Tim, I don't know. I really don't know any much. I know all these guys, but I don't know much about them. He's a water bug on the ice. If his big growth spurt was going from 5'4" to 5'7", like holy hell, I was 5'7" when I was 12 years old. I have a daughter, Tim. She's 11. She's 5'8", so she's taller than this guy, and she's 11 years old. So again, it's a big man's game. As much as we like to say, oh, we embrace the Jack Hugheses of the world, it's still a man's game, and you have to be able to hold your own. And we've seen Jack Hughes be injured every single season, and he needs to put muscle on. So yes, there's a Celebrini who's a man. His thighs are bigger than a gallon of water, but he needs to fill out. He needs to put some meat on those bones. He needs to play like a man, and maybe he'll do that going to the NCAA. And it's a great pick. What's your grade on this pick, Tim?
Yeah, I'll give this a C as well, and for a lot of the same reason that I've already given is like you have a chance to get some guys who are closer to being NHL ready, but at this point in the draft, like you're years away probably either way. So if you feel like there's a player who's going to maybe take an extra year or two but be worth the investment, I'm assuming a lot of these guys interviewed and everything, and they have a sense of who the person is as a player or who the player is as a person, it makes a lot of sense. So I'll give it a C.
All right, we're moving on. We got the Washington Capitals, President's Trophy winners. Surprising President's Trophy winners coming out of the East completely revamped their roster from last season, or from the season prior, excuse me. I thought they were going to take a huge step back. I really did. They go out and they make some great moves, especially on the back end. They get Jacob Chitrin, they get Matt Roy, they re-sign some, excuse me, they re-sign some guys. Alex Ovechkin had a great regular season, a terrible postseason. They get Pierre-Luc Dubois to shore up that second line center role. And more importantly for me, Dylan Strome. I think he stepped into that 1C role very, very good. He had a fantastic season, and then they sputtered in the playoffs. They stalled out in the second round, obviously taken out by the Stanley Cup champions. Where do you go from here if you're this franchise? Because you're the President's Trophy champions. Do you see this being, and I hate to, pick at an old wound. The Boston Bruins a few years back were the best team ever assembled in the regular season. They set records. They were very good. And then you go to the playoffs and you sputter out. And then fast forward to now, 2 years later, we're picking in the top 10. Do you see the same trajectory now for the Washington Capitals?
I think you have to. I mean, just look at like there's a lot that positive things going on that I'll get to in a second, but your best goal scorer is 40 years old. Another one of your key franchise players just retired. You have Tom Wilson who's getting up there in age, and I like Tom Wilson a lot. John Carlson's your best defenseman, and he's pushing 35, 36. So like you have a lot of players that are just way past their prime. And something magical happened this past season where a lot of the players they brought in, like Pierre-Luc Dubois and Chitrin and Mangiapane and Logan Thompson, and all these guys just played insanely well. Not to mention Protas, who came literally out of nowhere. But can that repeat? I don't know. I think for sure they're better than I gave them credit for. But like, let me ask you this question. When I was thinking about this when we talked about the Sens, who do you think has a better chance of making the playoffs next year of those two teams?
Well, I think they both will make the playoffs, but I think the better option is the Ottawa Senators. When you look at the games the Washington Capitals played and how they won, a lot of one-goal games, a lot of overtime wins, games that were maybe fluky goals they get the win, but they managed to win those games. And when you're on the right side of luck, it's just your season. But then you get to the playoffs and you're exposed and you realize, oh gosh, maybe these guys aren't that good. Like Ovechkin was invisible in the playoffs, and Dylan Strome was contained and the defense was exposed. And it was just like, gosh, how did they do that in the regular season? How did they do that? And it's just like, well, maybe they weren't that good. They beat the teams that were really bad and they got fortuitous bounces and it was puck luck. So yes, I fully expect the Senators to make the playoffs, and it would not surprise me one bit if these guys were in the bottom third of the Eastern Conference next year. I don't think they'll tank completely because they have a lot of good players still. But yeah, another bigger question. Would Ovi leave? I don't think so. But imagine that. They're out of the playoffs and Ovi's like, send me somewhere else. All right, the pick is in. We're going to Moose Jaw. Lyndon Nakovich, a left winger, Tim. Tell me, what do you know about Lyndon, Tim? That kid's happy there. He's happy. He's dancing.
Yeah, he's from the Moose Jaw Warriors of the WHL. He's one of those players that's just fun to watch. He's physical when he's not putting up explosive offensive numbers. He reads the play very well. He's an excellent shot. One of those guys where you watch him play and things just sort of seem to happen. At 6'4", he's got some good size, still got some growing to do. But I think the scouts, and again, not surprising, this is not a knock on him. He's being drafted at what, 24, 25. So, and which is right about where I had him in my rankings. I think he's got limited upside. I think he's a second liner at best. But still a good player that's going to be useful, and he'll be in the NHL sooner than later.
Yeah, he's a setup man, yeah, but he's also a finisher. He's kind of a dual threat guy. Scouts, this is a high praise for him. Have compared him to Tage Thompson, and you know how much I love comparing kids to NHL players and really setting the table for him. But holy hell, Tim, how much do I like Tage Thompson? Tell me.
You love Thompson. He's
I
very tough.
I love Tage Thompson. I think he's a fantastic player. I think any team would be lucky to have him. He is being just ruined in Buffalo right now. Ruined, absolutely ruined. He will leave Buffalo at one point, and everybody will realize how good this kid is. And if Lyndon Lakovich is an iota of what Tage Thompson is, Good, good for you, Washington Capitals. They got Protas, who's a mountain of a man. They obviously like their big forwards. They got Ovechkin. They were the heaviest team in the NHL this year, Tim. Right? They had more guys over 220 pounds than anybody in the NHL. So he fits right in with this team perfectly.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll get a chance to skate with some of these guys because even if he doesn't make the NHL roster, I think being around with guys like Ovi and Protas and Wilson and all these other big boys they have in that roster, Dubois is another big boy. Like, it's going to be really good for him to learn and grow under those guys. So I like the pick for them. I don't think there's a lot of home runs to be had at this point in the draft. I'll give it a B.
I'm going to B minus just because I want to be different from you. But yeah, these picks, I think you give grades in 3 years. I think it's unfair or very difficult to give grades for these picks just because they won't play, like you said. Some of them never. Most of them will get their chance in a few years. The bad teams will give the good players chances this year, next year. These good teams, the rosters are typically already full. There's no room. There's no room at the end. I remember when I first came out of college, Tim, I was highly coveted. Okay? Shut your mouth. I was highly coveted. I had a couple teams to pick from. But when you're picking teams, and this happened every free agency period, you look at the rosters and you go, okay. And this is true. Every year I could have gone to the Edmonton Oilers. My agent, I was a free agent, I think 6 times, 5 times, because I always signed 1 2 year deals. And Edmonton always came knocking. I remember one time I had a conversation. It was Kevin Lowe, Craig McTavish, and someone else too. 3 guys on the phone. They were trying to get me to come to Edmonton. They had Nail Yakupov, they had the Nuge, and they had Taylor Hall. And they go, we need someone to protect these guys. And I had just finished with Buffalo. I think I was 2 3 years into the league, maybe 4. And they go, we love John. I was born in Edmonton. And they go, we want him. And I'm talking to them. I'm like, well, what's your plan for this franchise? Because they were terrible. They were on a string of number 1 picks overall. I wanted to go to a winner. And I had a couple lines in the water. So I was dangling the line to a couple of different teams. And they go, our plan is we're going to be really good probably in 3 4 years. That's our projection. And they go, we'd like to offer John a 2 year contract. And I go, hold on a second. You say you're going to be good in 3 4 years and you're going to give me a 2 year deal? Like what the hell are we doing here? And so I go, okay, what's your offer? They said, I think it was like 800 grand for 2 years, which was a lot of money. And then I was about to sign. I said, okay, there's a couple other teams, but I'm like, I'm going to go home. I got family there. The Blackhawks called right after that. And they had just won the Stanley Cup. And I was like, I'm going to the Blackhawks. Like, no brainer. And then it
Of
happened
course.
though. Every free agency, Edmonton, they would call, they would try to pitch me, but then you start looking at the roster and you go, where do I fit? How do I fit into this, situation? Am I going to get some playing time with these kids to kind of bring it full circle? They won't play because you look at the roster, like the picks coming up. You got Winnipeg, you got Carolina, you got LA, and you got Calgary. Well, maybe Calgary. There's no room at the end. There's no room for these kids to play. So it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, but you had the ability to develop. You have some time to grow into who you are, but you won't get any chance at camp. When you go to camp, you're not going to be skating with the first line, second line. You'll be with the schmelts getting mop-up duty and just getting belted in scrimmages. So it's kind of a glass half full, glass half empty, where you can develop, but you're also, are you really going to get a chance? All right, the pick is in for Winnipeg. Who was their picker here, Tim?
I don't know yet. We have 5 picks left in the draft. Who is this?
Eric
Eric
Comrie?
Comrie. Wow,
Looks
he
like
looks
he's
young.
got like someone, like there's a sniper who's gonna like take him out if he doesn't say exactly what he says. Look at
He
him.
does look nice.
No, I'm not gonna critique. Who am I to say? Glass houses. Look at me. I'm not very handsome myself, but Eric Comrie, the
Oh,
pick is
you
in.
look great, John.
What is the pick here? What are they doing? Sasha. Oh, okay. I like this pick, Tim. Sasha Boumedienne. Sasha Boumedienne, a defenseman from BU in the NCAA. He was projected to go a lot higher this at 28, Tim. What do you know about Sasha?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that hasn't really put up crazy numbers yet. He plays for BU in the NCAA, but he's one. I think a lot of people are expecting those crazy numbers to come this year. I think he's right on the cusp of being something special, and if he wait another year, he's potentially a top 10 pick if he lives up to the upside that he's about to deliver. So I really like this. I think this is a pretty good pick at this point in the draft. So yeah, I like this pick. I will give this one. I'll give this one a B minus.
Yeah, I agree. And like we did with a couple picks ago, defensemen I think are coveted at this point in the draft because and no offense, forwards are they're not a dime a dozen, but you can get a good forward to plug and play in your lineup pretty easily up and down the roster. We've seen it, you can get forwards from around the league. A good, solid puck moving defenseman who's solid in his own end is hard to come by. So when you get a chance to get a defenseman who will develop, who is at Boston University. He will have a good environment to be around. BU is one of the best schools to be at to develop players. You draft that player. And especially like you said, why here's a question. Why doesn't he go for the draft next year and just opt out this year and just go be a top 10? Is that even a thing? Because I think you can do that. Just opt out of the draft this year.
You can't because you have to opt into the draft. So he could have just not done that. I don't know, but like if you have a chance to go and you have that like because now you have less pressure in a sense where you don't have to impress the NHL team just to get a chance because you've done that. You can go into the season knowing that you already have the ownership, you already have a job if you earn it, and you have a chance to just go out and play your game for BU for a team that's going to be very, very good the next couple of seasons. So I like this pick. I think it's pretty good. I think this is yeah, a lot of upside here, but also it could hit him. It could fall flat. But at this point in the draft, it's kind of the game that you're playing at this point.
Let me ask you, why does my wife just text me, can you check the mail on the way home?
Because, well, can you? Did you answer?
I will, but what are we doing here? It's 11 p.m. at night. What the hell does she need from the mailbox at 11 p.m. at night? Should I be concerned? For those of you who don't know, I have 8 kids and a lovely wife. Why is she interested what's in the mailbox at 11 p.m.? You know what I mean? It's just it's such a weird request to get at 11 p.m. when I'm working and she should be sleeping, taking care of my
Seriously.
kids, not worried about what's in the mailbox. Maybe it's a Vogue so she can look nice and sexy. Who knows what it is, but it's a very strange request I've never had before. But anyways, moving on. We got a couple picks left. Tim, you're in North Carolina right now. The Carolina Hurricanes are up next. They had a tumultuous season. They go out, make a huge splash. Mikko Rantanen, get him from the Colorado Avalanche, give him Martin Necas. Huge trade, seismic trade, sent shockwaves through the NHL. He gets to Carolina and goes, you know what? I don't like it. Not my cup of tea. Trade me right now. I want out. So they, obviously oblige. They're not going to re-sign him this offseason. He goes to Dallas. They get Logan Stankoven. Good young player. They get a couple of draft picks. They do pretty well trading a player who is obviously not going to re-sign. What do they need? What does Carolina do? Are they still, Tim, in that top tier in the Eastern Conference in your eyes?
Uh, they're not in the top tier. I think the next
Oh,
tier down. I think the next tier down, there are a couple pieces, and most specifically a goal scorer. They've been linked to a few this summer, and I think they will probably make a move in addition to this draft pick. I think they've been linked to Hurdle via trade, Nikolai Ehlers via the open market makes a lot of sense. It could be a guy that they could look at there, and they need that guy with a puck on a stick with the game on the line. And Aho does that a lot of the time, but you don't want to have just one player. And it wasn't Svechnikov. I think it could be Jarvis, but the more options you have, the better. Brock Besser's another name that comes to mind. And Logan Stankoven, you mentioned him quickly, and I'm bigger on him than you are. And you made a bet with me for some reason that he'll never score 30 goals in the NHL. And I don't know what you were thinking when you made that bet because he will. But yeah, whoever, regardless of what they need this summer, I think their offseason is going to be molded more next week at free agency than it will be tonight. I think this is another guy who is going to be years away from being on their roster in the NHL.
well, of course, but it's just a question of do they parlay this pick into a trade? What do they try to do with this roster? And at the end of the day, and I've said this before to you, Tim, a million times, we are in this to win the Stanley Cup. And I think the Carolina Hurricanes know that. And Tulsi, their GM, has been doing his damnedest the last few years to win a Stanley Cup, and you have to, give him kudos for that. You get Jake Gensel, you bring in a Mikko Rantanen, you're trying your damnedest to win this Stanley Cup, but at what cost? Because you haven't come close. You just can't seem to get over that hump. You can't beat the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can't beat the Florida Panthers. There's just that hurdle that you can't seem to jump over. And pun intended, Thomas Hurdle has been thrown about in trade rumors to the Carolina Hurricanes. Do you think it makes sense to make that trade? Because we know the Vegas Golden Knights want to clear cap space to make a run at Mitch Marner. Does the acquisition of a Thomas Hurdle put you over the top? Does that make you a Stanley Cup contender? Because they had Mikko Rantanen, they had Jake Gensel, and it did not make them Stanley Cup contenders. Do you think a Hurdle would push them into that elite group in the Eastern Conference?
Probably not necessarily right away, but it's going to make you a better team, and it gives you the option where you're closer than you would have been without him, and then you can go add another piece or two at the deadline. Because one of the things that Carolina does have working in their favor is cap room. They've got like $26 million to play with almost all their pieces locked up. And so they can go out and make a splash. Maybe it's a Marner. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense for Marner, but and they need a guy who's going to shoot first, and Marner's a pass first guy. But maybe it's a Marner. Maybe they go out and get an Ehlers or a Hurdle or a Besser or both, and 2 out of 3, and that can make a lot of sense and make them better sooner than later. But no, I don't think one or two of those moves put you in that top echelon. And the thing with the top echelon is that it's Florida. Like who's going to beat them? Like if Edmonton can't beat them, then certainly Carolina can't. And the Leafs actually came the closest, and they're going to be losing arguably their most important player. So, no, I think they're still a couple of moves away, but I think it could start tonight.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. They're on the clock. This won't be a very impactful pick. It's number 29. It just goes to show you how hard it is to win the NHL. Because this team, like Carolina, arguably over the last decade, I think one of the most successful teams in the NHL. I bet you if you put up their regular season wins versus anybody in the NHL, they'd be top five.
Yep.
Nothing to show for it at all. And this was the curse for the San Jose Sharks when I played there. They were so incredibly good in the regular season. They went to one Stanley Cup Finals. They had glimpses of greatness, and then it just flames out. And then what are you left with? I guess you're left with a good franchise that had a good run, but no rings, no banners, nothing to show for it. And I think this is where the Carolina Hurricanes are headed. They had their window, and I think it's closed. Your core is older. I don't think Sebastian Aho is a superstar like you think he is, like you're parading him around to be. I don't think Svechnikov is that elite goal scorer that you desperately wanted to be. And that's it. Oh, Elliot Friedman has just dropped a bombshell. He said it sounds like Chicago is moving up into Carolina's spot here. Okay,
Which
everybody,
means this draft is going to be lasting even longer.
hold on. If this happens, this is crazy. Connor Bedard is going to be very happy moving up to get a pick right here in Carolina. Maybe they could be trading for Connor Bedard. We don't know. It could be a massive move, but if you're the Chicago Blackhawks, you're moving up, you see somebody you like, but it's like, let's go. The pick is in. It's already been 0 seconds, but once again, I just tweeted out, thanks a lot, NHL, longest draft ever, because it's like, holy hell, man. Like we're approaching 5 hours right now. We thought last year was long. I made a joke before this live stream began. It's like, I'll see you in 6 hours. We could potentially be 6 hours deep here, Tim.
It is crazy. Luckily, there's only a few picks left, but again, people are moving up and down. It just adds to the clock because the next team, Chicago, gets another 3 minutes. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We'll see what they do, but it's going to be one of those. They move down like 4 spots, and then they add a third round pick just to move up 4 spots. It's just there's nothing fun about it.
Are you carb loading here? Are you look at you? The dum dum's got the button there. Like, just announce the trade. We don't need the stupid alarm anymore. We don't need any more just dramatic things. We get it. They're doing a trade.
We
Or
don't need
maybe they're
any
not. Maybe they're not,
D-list
thankfully.
celebrities. Yeah, crazy.
And
William
I don't
Byron.
even know who William Byron is. Who is this guy? He's not a celebrity, right? Is he a super fan for the Hurricanes?
Who knows?
Listen, you're a Carolina guy. You should know who he is. Is he a country singer?
Well, the talk of the town right now is that Charlotte Checkers just lost the Calder Cup this week
To the
to the.
Abbotsford, yeah. That was a
Yeah.
great finish. All right, and it's a trade. It's so
Yeah, so it's Chicago's moving up for a 34th pick, 34th overall, 62nd overall, and a fifth in 2027. I'm so glad we did this. So important. It's so important that we go get this guy that we wouldn't have otherwise gotten. There it is.
you know, I've been trying to be nice to Gary Bettman. We have a history, Gary Bettman and I. For those of you who don't know, I was a part of the 2016 All-Star game in Nashville. I was named the MVP. Big deal. Very big deal. Right, Tim?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone gets MVP, don't they?
No, it's a very rarefied air. Do you know the only two NHL All-Star Game MVPs to win the award and they retire the subsequent year?
Who?
Myself and the great one,
Wow.
and Gretzky. Yeah. Anyways, back to Gary Bettman. I've been trying to be nice to him this whole draft, complimenting him. Oh, he's looking great. You know, he's probably telling jokes. He's a jerk, and I'll tell you why. That whole process leading up to the All-Star game, they were nothing but nasty to me the whole time, Tim. They tried to get me to not play in the game to the point where they were calling me names and phone calls, not calling me names like you're a jerk, you're an idiot, but questioning my manhood, questioning my moral backbone, saying, what do you think your kids will think of this if you go to the All-Star game? Do you think your father's proud of you? One conversation he started, "Hey John, is your dad alive or dead?" And I go, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he goes, "I just wondering, do you think he'd be proud of you if you went to this All-Star game?" And that wasn't a conversation with Gary. It was someone very close to him and high up in the NHL. And I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he goes, "Oh, you backtracked a little bit." And then the saga continued, offering me vacations anywhere in the world so I wouldn't go to the All-Star game, offering me money, offering me, you can go to Nashville and not play in the game and be a coach, and you'll get a share of the winnings. And I'm just like, Gary and everybody involved in the NHL, like, are you that worried that I'm that bad of a hockey player? And so I said, no, I'm gonna go. And so I get to Nashville, Tim, and it was almost mafioso style. I don't know if you've heard this story. You probably have because you've been around me for a long time. So just take a little nap.
No, I love this story.
He, I get a call in my room. My wife is 9.5 months pregnant with our twin kids, about to burst. She's in Nashville defying doctor's orders. Doctor's like, don't go to Nashville. She's trying to get some sleep. The phone rings in the hotel. Very, like I said, mafioso style. It's a lawyer. And he goes, "Hello, this is a lawyer for the NHL. Mr. Bettman would like to have a conversation with you in the lobby in 10 minutes. Can you meet him down there?" And I go, "Yeah, sure." And I go down there and he's like, "Sit down." And I go, "Okay, this is weird." And he's got his lawyer there and he leans in. We're right across from each other. And he goes, "Are we okay? Are we gonna have a problem? Is everything okay?" And I was like, "What the hell is going on? Like, are you trying to intimidate me?" And I could have literally snatched a life right out of him. All right, the pick is in. Mason West from Edina, a high school kid. What a moment for this kid. Coming out of Edina, I played for the Minnesota Wild. I owned a place there. My wife worked there. Love Minnesota, love Edina. Imagine being a 17-year-old kid, just graduated high school, getting drafted into the NHL, Tim. How cool is that? Mason West, big kid, big centerman, 6'6", 220 pounds. Do you know anything about Mason West from Edina High School, Tim? Do you know
Yeah.
anything? It's a little creepy that you know about a kid in high school. I'll tell you that.
No, so I'll tell you, he's a 6'6" center. So if you're not seeing a pattern yet at this point, you're not paying attention. Yeah, he's got, I mean, everything you want in a center of that age. He's got the reach, he's got the skill, he's got the physicality. He's just got to get older. He's just young. He's got to grow into his game. He looks like he's headed to the USHL. Um, He's a very talented kid.
Oh,
He's going to
hands
be,
in the pocket walking up to the
yeah.
stage. Talk about confident. I like that. I like that a lot.
That's such a high school teenage thing to do. I mean, I think the upside is Tage Thompson. If you can put that all together, it's very, very difficult. And you know this as well as anyone to be that big and to grow and develop skills. I mean, the puck's at your feet. When your stick's that long, it's very hard to navigate out there. And guys like Tage make it look very easy, but it's not. So I think it's a high upside pick for them. But for me, I'll call it. You know what? I'm going to go generous. I think the high school aspect is pretty cool. I'll give this a B plus and just hope that it's a home run someday.
Yeah, I'll give it a B plus as well because the upside I think with this kid is very high. He projects out to be a big first line center, almost like a Blake Wheeler. He's got decent speed, but again, he's high school. He's playing in high school hockey. It's hard to project where he lands because he's not playing against other high-end talent that's being drafted into the NHL. He's in high school. Tim, high school. So it's difficult to see where he projects out. But yeah, he's also a quarterback for the Edina High School. He's just got a rocket for an arm. He could be going to the Vikings for Pete's sake. But yeah, great pick by the Blackhawks. I give it a B plus because just the ceiling is so high for this kid. And yes, you are seeing a trend. Their pick before him was that NyQuil guy, 6'6", who was just a mountain of a man. And Elliot Friedman just tweeted out at 29, Chicago takes one of the most intriguing prospects, Mason West, who doubles as a high school quarterback. And now this will be a question now for Mason West. What do you do? Because I'm sure he's being scouted to go play football. Are we going to see, Tim, the first ever multi-sport athlete with hockey? Hockey is a very different sport to be a multi-athlete with. Obviously, we've seen football, baseball. Are we going to see a hockey football player? Their schedules overlap, so it's going to be a little difficult. Look at it. They're showing football highlights right now on ESPN of this guy. Do you think that'll ever happen in our lifetime where you see a multi-tool athlete playing multiple sports professionally and one of them is hockey?
No, and I mean you could see like hockey and golf, right? Like that makes sense, but hockey and football, no. They're just the season overlap, the scheduling, and just the wear that it takes on your body. No, it's fun to think about, but I mean this is Chicago's now third pick of the draft, and they took Frolin third overall, and I thought that was a good pick. I didn't love their second pick, who was the one that they reached on, but now you have this one. I like this pick. I think Chicago might end up being one of my winners of the draft.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, for a team that has so many holes, you have to reach at some point, and I think this is a smart reach. He has a lot of room to develop. I think he'll go to the USHL and probably go to the NCAA after that. But yeah, it's a good pick by Kyle Davidson. Very smart. Like we said, we give it a B plus, and we're down to the nitty gritty. We're down to the final three. The Chicago San Jose Sharks are on the clock. Very exciting. Is this their third pick of the draft? After also, Tim, I can't remember going back, but they've had a few. Mike Greer, obviously, maybe he should have been in the runnings for GM of the year because he has done a tremendous job with this roster, developing it, just garnering talent left, right, and center, training guys who arguably had no value. Eric Carlson, sending him to Pittsburgh and getting a first round for him. Cody Ceci, Mikael Granlund, sending them off to Dallas, getting first round draft picks. Fabian Zetterlund, all these guys who maybe weren't as valuable. A Mackenzie Blackwood, a Jake Wallman, taking on players and just turning them into valuable draft picks. He's done an incredible job building this roster from absolutely nothing into a really, really solid team that has a very bright future. And he's sitting back and he's going to make his pick hopefully soon. They have 43 seconds. I think they've expedited these picks very much appreciated. But is Fiddler finally going to be drafted? Do they go a goaltender route? What do you do? What do you do if you're the San Jose Sharks to pick us in? Do you even know Tim anymore? Are you awake out there? Oh, the
Yeah.
wrestler's back. She's got the belt for Pete's sake. She brought it back.
Yeah, this is their second pick of the draft. They haven't picked since the second overall when they took Michael Misa, so we'll see what they take here.
The only wrestler I remember who's a female is China.
Yeah. I
She
didn't watch
was
wrestling, but
she was
keep
a
an eye on him.
mountain of a woman. She was like suplexing guys and yeah, there wasn't much else than that. But I used to be a big wrestling fan. We used to go to my friend's house and watch all the pay-per-views. It was so fun. I
Did
just
you have the action figures as a kid?
the what? Sorry.
The action figures and the toys.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was a big J.K. Snake Roberts fan. All right, the pick is in. Oh, they did go goaltender. Joshua Ravensburg, Prince George, two goaltenders selected in the first round. Very rare you see goalies go in the first round, just like kickers in the NFL. Not very common, but yeah, Joshua Ravensburg projected to be the number one goaltender off the board in the NHL draft. Obviously, Columbus had other words and thoughts about that, but big goaltender. I think like we mentioned before, everybody getting drafted is 6'5" or taller, and this kid is no different. 6'5", 200 pounds from BC. Tim, what do you think? Good pick. They just picked up Askarov, so a little bit strange for the San Jose Sharks.
Well, I think he's still, he's young, and he was the number one goalie on the list. So the fact that he lasted as long as he did, I think, is a great win for the San Jose Sharks. I like this pick a lot. He's 6'5", great athleticism, great reach, and a calm demeanor. It reminds me of guys like Vasilevsky, Ottinger, Shesterkin, just those long, lanky goalies that move really well.
Shesterkin is not long and lanky. What are you, drunk?
The others are, but they don't get rattled easily. They're just like potentially a franchise goalie. So he's going to take some time to develop, and I think that's part of the reason that they're okay taking him, even though they already have Askarov. But I think he will be an NHL starter someday. And the fact that they got him as late as they did when he was the number one goalie on my board, I think is a big win. So I'll give this one a B plus.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm going to give it just a B because I don't think this is the need. When you look at this roster, there are more holes that need to be filled other than the goaltending situation because when he's ready to play, he'll be in 2, 3, 4 years. I think Askarov is only what, 25. So if you make a trade for an Askarov, you give up a first rounder, you want him to be a goaltender for the next 5, 6, 7 years. So yeah, interesting draft pick, but they obviously like him. Big goaltender, moves around the net well. And it's funny how goaltender, even that position, like if you're not 6'2", 6'3", you better be the greatest athlete on earth because it's just every goaltender now is a mountain of a man. Every single one of them. You look at the finals. Like Stuart Skinner was what, 6'5"? Bobrovsky is like 6'2", 6'3". Every single goaltender now who gets a crease in the NHL is a mountain of a man. So he fits right in with that group. He'll be an NHL goaltender starter someday. And great pick by the San Jose Sharks. They continue to stockpile good young picks. He'll be an impact player hopefully one day. But, with goaltenders, it's always so hit or miss. We were arguing yesterday, is Carey Price going to be in the Hall of Fame? Why wasn't he voted into the Hall of Fame this year? I don't know. I think the verdict is still out on him because the careers of goaltenders, they're so fleeting. They don't seem to last very long. They get injured, and then you're gone. You have a Vezina Trophy season, and then you're just thrown to the wolves. Like Marc-Andre Fleury, he's in the Hall of Fame, obviously, but the guy got traded 2, 3 times, and he was a Vezina Trophy winner. There's always someone next up who's better than you and younger than you and cheaper than you, and I don't know. So it is what it is. Joshua Ravensburg, Tim, we both give it a B plus. Very good pick by the San Jose Sharks. We're down to 2 picks left. We're getting very, very close to the end of this draft. We got, is it the LA Kings? Or did they trade this pick and they got bumped down? Is that what's going on here?
No, it is the LA Kings, and then we have the Calgary Flames with number 32, which is from the Florida Panthers. So yeah, 2 picks left on the clock there, and again, you're just looking for home runs at this point. You're looking for guys that might not work out, as most of these picks won't. But if you can get someone that ends up on your NHL roster in the future, it's a win at this point. Even if he's not a star, if you have a guy that ends up being a reliable fourth liner, a reliable fifth defenseman at this point in the draft, that's a win.
Yeah, well, there's the Blake Fiddler out there. And he's the guy who's projected to go in the top 20, and he has fallen to now 31. So don't be surprised to see him on. And Prokhorov from Dynamo. He's another one of these Russians who has an immense skill. The difference with him is, Tim, he's 6'5". He's 220 pounds. He's ready to play NHL hockey. He's not going to light the world on fire with his speed, but he is just a mountain of a man, just like Nichushkin is for Colorado. And we know when Nichushkin gets going, how dangerous he can be. So if I had a crystal ball, I would say those two guys go next. We got Fiddler and we got Prokhorov. What do you think? Are we gonna see another just off the page pick here with the LA Kings, or do they go with the best available player, which is Blake Fiddler?
To me, it is a player that I haven't seen gone. He's number 17 on my list, so the fact that he hasn't gone yet is surprising to me. That's Cullen Potter from Arizona State University, NCAA. I like him a lot. I won't say too much because I'm hoping that he goes with one of these next 2 picks and I get to brag about him a little bit. But To me, if I'm a GM and I'm looking for a potential home run, he's the guy I got kind of circled on my board here.
All right, the LA Kings coming to the board. The pick is in. We need to see, like, it's not going to be an impact maker, but LA Kings are one of my teams that could potentially be a sneaky Stanley Cup contender next year. Obviously, they've lost in the first round for the last 4 years because they ran into the juggernaut Edmonton Oilers, but I like the LA Kings. I've always been very bullish on them. I think they have what it takes to be a good team. They're strong down the middle. I like their defense. I don't know who this is. Do you know who this is? Is he an actor?
I
You would
don't
think in
know if they put
LA
his name
being in
on
Los
there.
Angeles. Yeah, they don't really give us his name. Tell me who it
But
is, Tim.
the Kings fans know who he is, but I don't.
Maybe he's just a I don't know. But who's the pick here? The 31st pick in the NHL draft, the LA Kings. I'm going Fiddler. It's Henry Brustowitz, a defenseman from London. Obviously, very valuable piece. He was projected to go what? In the top 30, so a good pick by the LA Kings, addressing a need that they need. But gosh, if I'm Fiddler, I'm like, what am I doing here? I think Fiddler's better than this guy. But yes, the LA Kings desperately need defense. They're having a contract dispute right now with Gavrikov. Drew Doughty, missing a big portion of the year last year, comes back for the Four Nations Cup. He's always good, but I think he's 37 years old. Mikey Anderson, and then it gets real thin real fast, Tim. What are they getting from Henry here?
Yeah, he's one of those all-around defensemen that doesn't have any major flaws, but doesn't really thrive or succeed in any particular area. He just kind of does everything really well. He's a two-way defenseman. He shoots the puck. He skates. He was on that Memorial Cup championship team that just won, so the London Knights. So I think he's a solid pick. He's a safe pick, and I think with limited upside, but I think it's a solid pick at this point in the draft.
I agree. Well, before we get to the last pick, let's just break down the winners and losers because after this final pick is in, I'm going to go just take a long leak and then I'm going to bed. I don't care who knows about it because I've been here for 5 hours and I got to go. So let's get to the winners and losers of this pick. Who were your winners of this draft, Tim? Because it's been a long one, but there's been, a lot. Oh, hold on. Wait until after. All right, we gotta pump the brakes a little bit. I apologize. We're gonna do it after the final pick. I'm getting very excited. I'm sorry, producers for Bleacher Report. I just can't contain myself. I want to tell the people who the winners and losers are. All right, the Calgary Flames, Tim. 32nd pick of this NHL draft. As a whole, this is our second live stream for the NHL draft with Bleacher Report. How do you think it's gone? Have you enjoyed yourself?
I love it. I mean, the draft is so exciting, and yes, we've been here a long time, but it goes by so fast. So yeah, I love doing this. I'm happy to be here, and the fact that we only have one more pick left, even though again it's almost midnight, it feels, and it is, but it's gone by quick. And now we have the Calgary Flames, another team that we talked about earlier. They made another pick, and they're still years away, and they're like a lot of other teams where their draft is not really where they're going to see their changes, and they have moves to make, but it's going to have to come through free agency. It's going to have to come through internal development. They can't wait around for years for these players to develop. They need to get better quicker while they have all these players who are, I mean, age-wise in their prime, but they're not playing like it, like the Huberdeaus and Kadris of the world. So I think they help if they're going to make a splash. It's going to be a free agency. But we'll see who they pick with this draft.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a pick for the future, but if you're the Calgary Flames, you have to buckle down for this pick because you need to get a player who's an impactful player on this team. First rounders obviously are valuable. People covet them, they hold on to them because you do get good players. And we've seen players drafted at the end of the first round, early second round, who go on to be insanely good players. Just look back a couple of years ago. Calder Trophy winner Lane Hudson was drafted at the start of the second round. So you need to buckle down. You can't just have a throwaway pick just because, oh gosh, we've been here for 5 hours. What are we going to do? Who do we like? Throw a dart at the board and take that pick. So if I'm Craig Conroy, I'm taking my time. I'm taking the full 10 minutes, maybe throwing in a chip to have an extension of time and really trying to get a good pick. And knowing Craig Conroy, he's done a great job since he's been the GM of the Calgary Flames. He will do a good pick here. That's good for this team. But looking at this roster, they're solid in net. They got good pieces up front and on the back end for the most part. I want to try to get a forward. Or you know what? I've been just humping Blake Fiddler here for the last couple minutes. I think they go with him. But you like that Potter kid, Tim? What are we gonna bet on who gets drafted? Is it gonna be Fiddler or is it gonna be Potter? Breakfast?
Probably will be neither. But yeah, we'll make a breakfast. If one of us is right, I think that's a fair bet. I think Potter's the pick here, but I'm seeing a lot. We have a chat here with our friends of the show and dropping the gloves, and they want Fiddler. They've wanted Fiddler just like you have for about 10 picks now. So the fact that he hasn't gone yet is kind of surprising. But John, be honest, if you didn't have Vern Fiddler's name, would you even care about who he was?
No, not a care in the world. And talking about characters and what the NHL needs, Vern Fiddler was one of the like most fun guys to play against because he's a hard player, like a hard-nosed player, and gets in your grill. But he just like he had some levity to the sport, and that's why I like playing against guys like that, especially a guy like Jumbo Joe who's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Like I'll never forget we lose a game by 5-0, and we get on the plane and he's cracking beers. And he's like, "What are we doing, boys?" Like it was the first month of the season. He's like, "We got a long season ahead of us. Like, let's just relax. Everything's gonna be okay." And he's handing out beers while he's walking down the plane. And that's the kind of thing that you need in the NHL. You need characters like that. You need guys to sell this game because the NHL is such a conservative game where the players don't like, promoting themselves. They don't like to be the center of attention. And Vern Fiddler was one of those guys who just he got it. He got that hockey wasn't the end all be all. He had fun with it and fans and players and the media embrace that. So yeah, if his son is anything like him, I would love to have him if I'm the Calgary Flames. He would be great. You lost Matthew Tkachuk, get Fiddler. He'd be great on this team. And here comes Lanny. Lanny and his mustache.
The pick is in, the final pick of the first round of 2025 NHL draft. Let's see who the Calgary Flames have selected.
Gary's got to do his little spiel. Shut your mouth, Gary, and let Lanny in there.
This
Yeah,
is
NHL, a great draft. Looking forward to this season. All right, Lanny, what do we got here? Stanley Cup
Everyone wants to
champion.
go home, Larry.
I'm going Fiddler. You're going Cotter. I like breakfast. I'll take an Eggs Benedict. Thank you very much at the Town Plaza here in Traverse City, Michigan. And it's going to be beautiful. Like a little pork side, too. They got good pork there. I'm a big pork guy. I'd rather have a nice pork chop over a steak, wouldn't you? Or are you a steak guy?
I like both. Yeah, that's a toss up for me. That's a
What
tie.
a terrible answer. We're trying to entertain people, and you go, I like both. All right, who do we got here? Laney McDonald. Is he bringing in a pinch hitter to do the draft pick?
Oh, it looks like they're moving down. They're trading. We gotta
They're
wait 5 more
trading.
minutes.
Yeah, we're going to
No.
trade our pick to, let me guess, Kyle Dubas. All right, Laney, open up the envelope. How do you not know who it is? Blake Fiddler. Come on.
It's like 6 words.
He's doing it in French. He's doing it in Spanish. He's doing it in English. And then he's doing it in Swedish.
With a 32nd pick, the Calgary Flames select blank. How long did that take?
It's you
Here it
win. Damn
is.
it. Okay, Cullen Potter, centerman from Arizona State, the NCAA. You like this pick, Tim. Tell us about Cullen Potter. You've been waiting on this for a couple picks now.
Yeah. First, I'd like to tell you about some of my favorite brunch spots here in Charlotte, North Carolina, but we'll have to talk about that another time. Cullen Potter, he's one of those undersized guys, 5'9", but so much skill, so much potential, so much natural ability. He's a center for Arizona State of the NCAA, and he went to college early. He left high school to go to college early, which is not always, it's a risky move. It doesn't always work out, but it paid off. He's averaging 20 minutes a night for ASU. He's getting more scouts and more attention every single year. I think he should have gone at least 10 picks earlier. He's one of those guys that just he's good in all three zones. He's a character guy. He gets well along with everyone in the locker room type of guy. Yeah, I think he's very good. I'm surprised he didn't go higher, but I'm glad he's here and Calgary got a hell of a player.
Again, just like Hagens, is it a case of him being too small? He's only 5'10", 170 pounds. Is this a case of just the scouts looking at him and going, yeah, you know what? Is he going to hold up in the NHL game? Because gosh, he's not a big boy, Tim.
Well, it's funny because you had a high schooler go before him over this guy who's already
Tim, that
played.
high schooler was 6'5".
That's my point. It's like that's my point. Is sometimes that skews our view on things, but I like this pick for this late in the draft. I think it's great. I will give it a B plus.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good pick. He could have gone a lot earlier. I'll give it a B plus as well. Calgary Flames getting a player with a huge upside with a lot of skill too. I think at this point, if you can get a guy with that much skill who's put up that many points at Arizona State, very young, very promising future, very good for the Calgary Flames, and very good for us, Tim, because you know what? The draft is over. We've done it. Thank you everybody for joining us. Now we're going to wrap it up and do the best and the worst from this draft. Overall, I think the NHL did a good job. Obviously, it was long, but it's a very good, important night for all these teams. I think no GMs really reached too far. No GMs swung out too or struck out too much. But we got Matthew Schaefer, number one overall, obviously the consensus pick. Michael Misa, some picks slipping. Obviously, Victor Eklund going down to the New York Islanders at 16. That was a huge get for them. He should have been, in my opinion, in the top 10. Same with James Hagens going to number 7 to the Boston Bruins. He could have been a lot higher, but question marks and his play throughout the year made him drop. But all in all, a pretty good draft overall in the first 16. Not a lot of reaches, like I said. Who are your, Tim, winners of this 2025 draft, and who are your losers? And I'll chime in as well.
Well, I think that the undisputed winners of this draft is the New York Islanders. Not only to get the first overall pick with Matthew Schaefer, but to have those other two guys fall to them that no one saw coming, I think is a slam dunk for them. So that's a huge night for this franchise. So they're the number one winner for sure. Some other winners, the Boston Bruins, to get Hagens fall to them at 7. The hometown BC kid I thought was great. The Flyers moving up, getting a power forward and moving up a couple of times to get their guy, I think was great for them. The Sharks, Michael Misa is as talented as we've seen in the last couple of years, just raw scoring ability. And then again, they added some more players later in the draft. And then the Blackhawks, I thought that the high school kid they had at the end was pretty cool too. And they had 3 picks in this draft. So yeah, some great drafts for those 5
Yeah, my
teams.
former team, the Buffalo Sabres, unfortunately, is the biggest loser. They have a top 10 pick, and they pick a player who has potential. They pick a player who has a high ceiling. They pick a player who are a lot of unknowns with Murtic. He's a big defenseman, but it's just like we have a big defenseman in Owen Powers. We have already checked that box. We don't need to do that again, especially with a high draft pick like that. Pittsburgh Penguins, Kyle Dubas. He had the 11th to 12th pick. He traded the 12th pick. He took a pick number 11 with nobody. I don't even know who it is. A guy who we could have got maybe in the second round. So a huge strikeout by Kyle Dubas. The Detroit Red Wings, again, much like Kyle Dubas, there were better picks to be had. If I'm trying to rebuild, inject talent into this roster, Bear was not the pick I wanted to see. Although he's a great player, a small water bug of a forward, there were better players to be had. And the same goes for these next 2 teams, the Vancouver Canucks and the Nashville Predators. I think they reached. There were better players to be had, and it left me wanting more, especially for all those franchises. And you look at the trend. The teams on the right, they're scuttling. They're not headed in the right direction. The franchises are, who knows where they're going to be in a couple years. The teams on the left, they have future. They have a promise. The Philadelphia Flyers are very, very bright. The Boston Bruins made some really good moves this draft to head in the right direction. The Islanders knocked it out of the park. The San Jose Sharks, who wouldn't want to play there? And the Chicago Blackhawks have a great future ahead of them. So the winners are great. The losers should be ashamed of themselves. But Tim and I are so grateful you guys stuck around for this ride. We're grateful to Bleacher Report for having us on. Check us out. The free agency is going to be in a couple days. We'll be here again at 11 a.m. So check us out on Bleacher Report on our live stream. Check us out on Dropping the Gloves, the podcast. We appreciate all the support. There's our Twitter handles. Drop us a line there if you want to talk to us. And get some rest, everybody. We've been here for almost 5 hours. But we appreciate it. Cheers, everybody. Have a good one.